Right, awesome. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We did have a hype video for you, but we'll be saying that for a little bit later. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by the wonderful and awesome Confused Caribou. Hopefully you're not going to be as confused today as usual. But we have an interesting event here. It's going to be Play Versus with the help of Nerd Street Gamers producing a beautiful Fortnite event. How are you doing, Caribou?
Not too bad. I'm not confused yet. So once the gameplay starts, then that's when the confusion starts to kick in. Because then I'll just be watching these guys just crank 90s and doing things that my old self, there's no chance that I could be able to handle any of what these kids do. It's impressive being able to watch these high schoolers do this every single time I've seen any of these events. It's ridiculous what they're capable of and the talent, and I'm excited to see what they are going to bring to the table today.
Absolutely. My hands hurt just watching them play.
It's insane. Like, I mean, just the range of motion too, especially when some of them they get like the full length mouse pads and they're just everywhere. Like that, your elbow, you're gonna get tennis elbow by the time you're 18. It's
I've seen so many high schoolers and college students create entire cities at the end of each game, and yet somehow they're able to use all their fingers perfectly. I can barely play a guitar, so I don't know how they can do it. But we do have a whole bunch of high school teams here today, and I'm sure we'll be introducing a lot of them as we go through the event. But Caribou, are there any that you're in particular excited to see here today?
Well, I am excited because most of the events I've done have all been on West Coast. So I've done a lot of the West server, and there's always the casual, that's not so casual banter between East and West about which server's better and who's got the more competitive lobbies. So I'm excited to see what the East is going to be able to bring to the table today, because of course it is going to be those two different competitions on East and West. So because I'm typically a native of the West Coast, I would like to see what the East Coast has to offer. Maybe see if they're going to be able to back up a lot of that trash talk that they send this way.
I mean, look, I'm an East Coast born and raised kind of kid as well, so I guess we have a bit of a caster duality, or maybe even a rivalry as well. But with all that being said and done, we have to see what East Coast can bring to the table today. We do have a whole bunch of different teams here from a whole bunch of different schools, and I'm really excited to see what they can bring out here.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot. And, it really hasn't, Fortnite itself hasn't changed a lot in the last few weeks. So the meta is pretty much established. There's not a lot that's going on that these guys are going to have to adjust into outside of the addition of a new shotgun. It's really going to be pretty simple, straightforward. People have already got their POIs they want to go to. So regardless of the level of experience that you have, at most, the problems they're going to encounter is the fact that they're going to get griefed on drop, or the fact that it's going to be a contested drop and they're going to lose a 50-50. So based off of how well these players are going to be able to adapt from that competition, I think is realistically the only kind of road bump that they'll encounter.
I mean, the name of the game is always adaptation, whether it be the beginning of the game, the middle areas, which tend to be a little bit slower at times depending on how many players are going to be in the lobby, or that very final few seconds of the game where it turns into either an absolute heal-off or one of the biggest raging battles we've ever seen.
Yeah.
But, we gotta wonder, too, why are all these players playing? Like, what is the big deal about Play Versus and Nerd Street Gamers producing this? Well, there's a lot of scholarship opportunities here. We don't have the exact numbers just yet, but of course, there are going to be big opportunities heading on by, and for any high schoolers out there, and, as us being older people, college age and beyond, we know how important those scholarship opportunities are.
Yeah, scholarships are everything, especially with the cost of living just continuing to rise every single year. And school ain't cheap. That's all there is to it. So any and every penny is going to be able to help along the way. And if you're able to play video games, which, when I was in high school, was just barely a sliver of an idea that it was a thing that you could do. And nowadays there's just cash left and right where you can earn money, just whether or not be for scholarships or opportunities, just outright put some cash in your pocket. And it's really a great opportunity for a lot of these kids to be able to make some pocket change along the way, if not to go to their further education.
Yeah, and I mean, furthering education is the most important thing. I don't think I've ever seen a scene of young players who have been so dedicated to moving forward in their education as well, while balancing esports. You look at a whole bunch of other games, it's definitely kind of imbalanced in some ways, but Fortnite players, they really know what the most important thing is, and that's being able to compete, but also being able to learn and forward themselves, even outside of an esports career.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the players that go into this, this scholastic experience with esports as well. Now that there is a developing culture in both the high school and the collegiate levels, sometimes even stretching back in like the middle school, junior high level, where they're starting to build these programs to help kind of create that track so you can actually follow this and pursue a legitimate career. Whereas now that this is all a new opportunity, it's all coming through. And you look at in the collegiate level, Johns Hopkins University, one of the most renowned colleges that has a less than a 1% acceptance rate, has one of the best Fortnite teams in the country. Like,
Ooh.
you balance school and esports, and it's paying off for them. And I mean, the guys that are playing on that team are insanely good, and almost every single collegiate event I've casted, they're at least top 3. So it's definitely doable where you can balance out the schoolwork and the esports play. And I mean, it all starts with an opportunity like this.
Well, speaking of opportunities and high acceptance rates, let's look at the format for this tournament right now and see how these players are going to be going through everything and who's going to come out on top. So, in case you're wondering, it's going to be 6 heats of custom arena trios and 1 elimination. It's going to be 1 point towards any person on each team. And of course, the victory royale is what you really want to go for. That's going to be 12 whole points in your pocket. But of course, Caribou, the placement points, well, if you go in the first place, obviously you get 12, and down below, it kind of trickles a little bit, but I think we can already see here, now I'm not much of a mathematician, Caribou, but I think maybe that 12 is the most important thing.
Yeah, please never ever rely on me to do math. There's
Same.
one thing that I'm horrendous at, and it is quick math. That is why we have a wonderful team behind the scenes that does all of that for us. But that 12 points is going to be huge. And when you start to see some teams go into the final zones where they only have 3, maybe 4 eliminations across the board, it's going to be problematic in the sense of, sure, you're playing for placement, but you don't even get that much placement points if you aren't in that number 1 slot. So you definitely have to put a little bit more merit on those elimination points and try to at least have some sort of aggressive strategy to be able to pick up a few eliminations along the way in that slower mid game like you were talking about, and get yourself in a position where if you don't get away with the first place 12 points, well, at least fingers crossed you get something for that second to third place slot.
You're absolutely right. I mean, when it comes down to it, getting a consistent amount of kills all across the board and not just waiting towards the very end is the way to not only get your victory royale, but also be able to get the most amount of points. I'm going to let you guys in on a small secret. The more entertaining you are on stream, the more likely you'll get more points. You didn't hear it from me, though.
Logic checks out. Yeah. I mean, I would agree with that. And especially in the sense of, if you have that level of entertainment you can provide from start to finish, you get a relatively hot drop. You win a couple 50-50s. That's a couple points off the drop. And then on your mid-game rotations, a lot of players are going to play the game, and we'll see how it develops with, both East and West servers going through those 6 heats. We'll see who's going to be the early birds to the next zone, who's going to be sitting out there on the edge of zone and just watching and trying to pick people off from behind. So there's a lot of interesting strategies that I'm excited to see what these players are going to do, because there's a handful of different ways to be that entertaining trio that can get those elimination points pretty easy.
For me, going into it too, you're completely right, by the way, about all that stuff. I want to look at the storylines that develop out of all of that. Who can rise from the top? Who can be the underdogs in maybe game number 1 and then rise up to the tippity top in games 2 and 3? There's so much possibility here with so many teams and so many games that we're going to be watching that we could see a whole bunch of entertainment factors. We could see so many hype kills today, but it's all going to come down to when the game actually starts.
Yeah, like with this storyline developing, I mean, there used to be those mythic items where everybody would go to, Catty Corner, or they would go to Misty, or they'd go to, with Doom's Domain and Stark Industries when that was there, and they would just go to high-profile areas to get the good loot and have themselves set up, and then pretty much it would just coast until the late game. But then they have the weapons to be able to take on anyone and everyone when it does get to that late game scenario. So because of the fact that those aren't really around anymore, it's kind of more of just, okay, what's the play going to be? Because it does just come down to go to a position of interest, place of interest that you're comfortable with, and do your best from there. I mean, there's no real draw necessarily to one location over another outside of just that's just a place that you always go and you're comfortable with it.
Absolutely. Comfortability is also a very important part of Fortnite as well. You always go down to those strat drops that, are usually really good to find that early on loot, get all those materials, and go on forwards. And I'm really curious too to see which different teams opt to go in different spots as well. Because, yeah, there's the RNG factor for a lot of the early game. But when you look at it too, it's like there's also some consistency between a lot of the teams and their strategies. And that's something that is just so fascinating to me in a Battle Royale game.
Yeah, and I mean, with the strategy that comes too, especially in the end game, like you briefly touched on it, when we do get to those final zones, depending on how the lobby goes, it might just come down to that heal off and whoever is able to stack up the most utility. So I am curious to see if that is the situation. And, fingers crossed for my own sake. I hope not, because I just, like, please, just go down, just challenge, W key, please, for the love of anything, just W key them. And there is a little bit of that to a degree, because then you have the one person that you're going to stack up all of that utility on, and you're going to put all of the floppers and the bandage bazooka and everything that you possibly can on that one person. And then you're going to send, whether you have one person alive in your trio or all three, the rest of them, they're just going to go try to grief anyone else who's trying to heal. And it's the same principle, and high ground always reigns supreme. So that's going to be another thing people are going to have to deal with. So when we do get to those end games, fingers crossed, I don't want it to be a heal off. That's my opinion, though, but we'll see.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, statistically, again, I'm not good at math either. I don't have actual statistics in front of me. Heal-offs are pretty common. But what else is common, too, is player versus, being able to be a complete turnkey esports solution for high schools. They provide scheduling for leagues, technical and match day support, and seamless game integration. This saves schools time and money and helps students become gamers and varsity athletes by competing for a state championship. Like we mentioned before, you can have all the heal-offs you want, you can have all the eliminations and game wins that you want, but at the end of the day, what matters most, of course, is furthering your education and getting those scholarships. Now, I don't know about you, Caribou, but I never really got much scholarships in college, so it's something that I think a lot more younger people need to be passionate about and make sure they can at least have the option to receive.
Yeah, scholarships are everything. Let me tell you that, because I was fortunate enough to get an immaculate amount of scholarship money, and I threw that away. I had a wonderful opportunity, and I looked at it, and I said, I'm going to go play Lord of the Rings online. And then I did that for 8 hours a day. And that was college, and it was great. But don't do that, because think of where I could be. I could have been done with college twice over by now, and I could have been, sitting on a throne somewhere just raking in revenue, but instead, I wasted the opportunity. And if you have these sort of opportunities to come up where you do have these, especially playing video games, I mean, good Lord, how many times can you say you get money and earned a scholarship from playing video games? When I was in high school, to get scholarships for us, I'd write 2 paragraphs or a 500-word essay about why I deserved this $1,000 from whatever company. Now you just log on to Fortnite, same. It's just that much easier, and you get to do something you enjoy. So cherish this opportunity. I promise you that. Anyone that is of that age group, cherish this and take advantage of this.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better myself. But one thing we do have to correct ourselves on, that the original formats we did show you guys for how the point structure is going to work was actually a little incorrect. So we do want to quickly correct that for you guys right now. For a Victory Royale, it's not going to be quite this 12 points we saw before, but instead it's going to be 6 points. And while that's not as large as the original 12 we had shown, that's still a huge incentive to play a little bit more aggressive, but make sure you can also win the matches as well. But if you don't win, at least you have a better chance now of winning overall compared to what you did with that original 12. So I think the balance here makes things a lot more even. The point structures, of course, trickle down from there, and I'm sure further on we can elaborate that after the first game. But it's stuff like that that is really important for all fairness and competitive integrity, for everyone to have a good chance of winning depending on your playstyle.
Yeah, it definitely does at least put some sort of adjustment into kind of how you're going to play on this, because now you don't have to just worry about getting only second or third place to kind of be within the same striking distance as someone that just won the first round. You can get into that top 12 and just do that consistently. Consistency is going to be the name of the game too. I mean, you're going to see a lot of the people that are going to come out with 8, 10, potentially even pushing upwards of 50. I mean, when you get to the late game, like zone 8, zone 9, where everything's moving, everyone's out of materials, and they're just breaking down walls and just getting every single shotgun shot off that they possibly can. Just try to pick up one after another. It's absolute chaos, and players will come out of that with 4 or 5 eliminations out of nowhere, and seemingly just kind of by sheer luck will get those points added to their total. So with that, it kind of does help where you can at least play for a top 10 placement. And then if you do get into the point where you are getting top 10, fight for high ground, try to get those edits off. But I am inclined to agree with the legend Tim the Tatman himself. Aim is better than edits. If you can aim, then you're fine. You don't have to worry about getting those upper 90s or trying to get that top third off. Just point and click. It's been that simple since like CS 1.5. Click 4 heads.
You gotta tell that to my little cousin. When I play with him on the Switch, he's always like, edit! I'm just like, I just want to shoot. I just want to shoot stuff. But no, apparently, aiming is incredibly important as well, and you have to do as much as you can on both realms. It's almost like a school of thought, almost. Do you want to play this like a typical FPS game, or do you want to have some more creative elements to it? But now I gotta ask you, you've casted a lot more Fortnite than I have in the past, Caribou. How many kills at maximum do you think we're gonna see out of a player in this first round?
Because I think the first round's going to be like kind of get a feel for the lobby. Everyone's kind of just feeling each other out, figure out what the POI is going to be, what the popular locations are that a lot of players are going to go. For some reason, even when Stark Industries and Doom's Domain was a thing, everybody still went to Misty. There was still a large population that went to the south side of the map. And I mean, like I said, with Mythic items gone, it's close to Catty Corner, but there's just no real reason to, but they're just comfortable going there. So I feel like there's going to be a lot of people that are going to probably in the first round go to the south side of the map, depending on, of course, then where the bus goes. And I don't think there's going to be any big shooters. There's not going to see any high counts of 12, 15 eliminations coming out of the first round. But once we get into round 2, round 3, I think there is a couple rounds that you can be forgiven, because if you don't get the points that you want, if you don't get the drop you want, you lose your 50-50 or whatever, okay, scrap that round. You'll be able to get them, round 3, 4, 5. But it's going to be something where kind of get a feel for it round 1, round 2. Not going to be not a lot of highlight reels, I imagine, to come out of these. But once you do get into, number 3, 4, 5, and 6, that's where you're going to start to see those names really cement themselves at the top of the board.
Okay, fair enough. But with round number 1, you kind of mentioned that things are going to be taking a little bit easier for a lot of the players to feel things out. What do you expect to see in terms of building? Are we going to see crazy builds then in game number 1, or are we going to save those towards the very end?
Absolutely. I mean, if there's anything that I know about Fortnite players, it's that they are sweaty every game. It doesn't matter if it's a warm-up game, they are sweating 100% of the time. So I fully expect to see some insane builds, insane edits, and people trying to make these highlight plays. And for what it's worth, they probably will, but they probably won't come out with 15, 20 eliminations on top of it. So it's going to be a lot of, and I'm sure they're playing their warm-up games right now. So when we do get into round 1, it is going to be a little more smooth transition for them to get into this competitive lobby. But it's going to be sweaty. I can promise that.
Blood, sweat, and tears, a gamer's favorite. But unfortunately, we are going to have to wait a few extra minutes to get that first lobby set up. So we are going to be going to a small break while we get everything set up on our end, but don't go anywhere, because we're going to have amazing Fortnite action in just a few minutes. Hey, look, we told you it wouldn't take too much longer for us to come back. My name is Keg, and we have Caribou with us as well, the awesome, amazing Caribou. But with that being said, though, we have also amazing action coming up in just a few seconds. We're getting started with game number 1 for the Play versus Fortnite match, brought to you or sponsored by, not sponsored, produced by Nursery Gamers. Here we are with their hoverboard.
It's clean. I love, so this is one thing that I will give Fortnite a lot of credit for. The events, the in-game events and all of the cosmetics that they have given are phenomenal. The attention to detail and the quality of everything is just, it's beautiful. It's art. And I cannot wait to see what more they got. I mean, they've already got rumors of like Predator coming in, so I'm excited for what more they can do. I mean, with the Marvel crossover was already huge, and it's just going to get better.
I mean, there's never been a slippery slope with this game. It's always been better and better every single season. But right off the rip now, it looks like we are looking at Warrior, and we're seeing a lot of kills right off, a lot of downs right off the rip here. Just so much on the feed. It has just been absolute decimation at times, it seems. But the rest of Warrior's team, though, they have the special little X to notify who is who. They're just really getting the resources. They're playing a slower game right now.
Yeah, and, you know, when you go into a place like this, I mean, going down to the island, you'll see a few teams that will go into this. The fact that they pretty much got this on their lonesome is, I mean, they're feeling okay about that. So, really not a lot of competition here. They have the ability to do this, and with the zone being virtually right next to them, looks like it's going to be a south-central type zone for number 1. They don't have to worry about really going anywhere. They don't have too far to go. They're going to be able to stack up on their mats. They just got to try to maybe get some improvement on their utility and anything else that they can add to their loadout. I mean, already with the purple scars is pretty good, but when it comes down to BRs, and it's been the name of the game forever, it's just all about mobility, and Fortnite has done very well to always kind of put that sort of priority on making sure that there's still enough mobility in this game that players can make successful and efficient rotations rather quickly.
And speaking of rotations of movement, I'm a little concerned about this early circle, even though if it's a slow circle and doesn't do a lot of damage. Look exactly where Warrior and the rest of the team is right now. They're on a small island. The only way to get across is either going to be swimming across that river or crossing the bridge. It's a little bit of a distance away, but even then there's plenty of others maybe to contest at that same exact focal point. But they are collecting resources right now, just playing a little bit slow here. Now, I'm wondering if they're going to pick up a boat and try to cross through the river.
I mean, the fact they could, they very well could, might draw a little attention to themselves, but
that's true.
For the time being, I mean, if you just want to hoof it, and you're fine. You do have Misty that is relatively close, and you don't have to go too far about that. I mean, if you wanted to, you could even go probably even further north into Lazy Lake, but there's just a lot of options you have from this point. The problem that you're seeing being in this squad's position is watching that feed in the top left. And there's a lot of names that are popping up, and your squad has nothing to do with any of that, and you're not getting any points. Granted, you're getting closer to those placement points, but you're not getting any eliminations, and you've seen a handful of names pop up a multitude of times that are just continuing to add on to their total already and asserting themselves very early on in this competition.
Exactly, and keep in mind too, every single down that you do see is going to be 1 point towards your team, and so even then, if you're already getting 5 or 6 of those downs right off the rip, before you even come close to the first circle concluding, you've already gotten a placement pretty much in terms of points. So if you get a placement on top of that, you're going to be skyrocketing towards the top of that leaderboard by the time you get into the second game. But we are seeing the Ghostbusters car? Oh, it was, not anymore.
Past tense. It very well could have been.
Ecto 1, that's the name of it.
Yep.
I had to go to the deep wrinkles of my brain to remember that one.
It's old school, and like at that point, you know, a lot of these guys that are playing in this competition have no idea that what Ghostbusters was.
Oh,
I mean, it's just
stop.
Before their time.
Stop
they have
it.
No clue.
Close your mouth. That's not true. That can't be true.
Not to date us or anything, but yeah, definitely a little before these kids' time. But you see another team up here, Dirty Docs. Not a lot going on here either. A couple of arrows in this mix, but that play versus squad with the blue and a couple of his teammates, they've popped up in the feed a few times. So I'm gonna be curious to see how much they have when it does come down into this in game. But there's a pretty good just time frame where, I mean, these guys, they have the farthest to go from where they're at, but I mean, with the vehicles to come through and the materials they've already got, I mean, this is just a good loadout and a good position for them to be in, because you're going to be able to hit a lot more locations along the way based off of how slow the zone is going and the fact that you're only going to take 1 tick of damage if you do end up in the storm, so you're really not too worried about it. Just trying to loot up as much as you can.
No, Caribou, you're completely right. There's definitely less viable position to be in. I mean, look at all the other people that were taken down in the feed earlier. Those are people that were in not so great positions here. But we're looking at Judd and the rest of his team right now, still gathering resources. It's a bit of a slower opening to this game. And now we got to keep in mind, too, like you mentioned, is that we want to keep an eye on how all these players are playing a little bit slower on the game, the first round in of itself, just to feel out the lobby and see what other players can bring to the table. We are seeing a lot of heavy coordinated teamwork as well, but there is at least one player nearby, or was nearby. Now we're going to be looking at a different team that was close to that squad. I'm not sure how that's going to go down, though. But we are looking at another squad on another side of the map, it seems, and once again, they're gathering resources.
Yeah, at this point, we got the 4 corners of the map covered. I mean, everybody's pretty much gone to their own respective areas, and, you know, pretty close to Slurpee here. That is going to be in the zone, so plenty of time. I mean, they're already in zone, and the fact, you know, Slurpee's going to give any and all health that they need. Of course, all of them sitting at the full 200, so they really don't need anything more than what they've got. At this point, just looking for any upgrades. I mean, Jackers here only having that TAC SMG, not a lot you can really work with there. At least Dabbox got something. He's got that new shotgun in the inventory, plus the AR and the sniper. I mean, they're relative for where they're at, they're set fine, but I mean, if just those rarity upgrades, you just want a better shotgun, a better AR that does a little bit more damage, and that's just, you know, nitpicking at what's currently in your loadout. But for the time being, where they're at, and the fact that there's nobody around them, they're not worried at all. They're just going to be able to hit all of these buildings pretty much scot-free.
Oh, absolutely. There's no contest around them whatsoever, but I would be concerned if they're not able to find better gear as that circle goes into the second eye. They might have to be a little bit worried about the weaponry and loadout they currently have. Chug Jugs galore, always great to see, but a lot of those weapons are still kind of on that blue side of the color wheel. You really want to go towards the reddish-purple area if you want to have a better chance of succeeding in the long game. So I'm wondering if they have to rely on engagement in that second circle to really, you know, get ahead of themselves and really be farther in the leaderboard.
Yeah, and the fact you see at least one upgrade to the SMG, you know, in there, and this is where I really am excited to see how it will impact this game, because a lot of players have had a lot of fun with this new lever shotgun, and it does provide a lot of opportunity for something where you can just quick flick, quick edit, quick adjust, and one tap somebody, and they have no idea that it's even coming. It's kind of reminiscent of the pump shotgun build, but so we might have our first incursion here.
All right, we've seen some incursions before, but this might be the biggest one we've seen so far. So many shots going through. It seems Franco trying to survive with what little health they have left. 4 in their possession. Base has already gone down. Only one teammate left besides Franco. He's going to be building an entire estate around him, but will that be enough? His car is completely trapped in. He's trying to escape with his life. What little there's left. Can he make it out? That's the million-dollar question, as Zuji is coming in for the very close for the final act. With that being said, though, he's going to drop down very quickly. Not a lot of room to move out now, but Gummy wants to find this final shot, but no. You have to use all those resources we saw built up in the very beginning to try to escape. As much as they tried, Zuji able to find a rogue shot going through, might be able to silence them in, and it looks like that was the end of things there. Haven't seen them on the feed just yet, but Caribou, we both know that did not end well.
Oh yeah, that was, I mean, just with the 4 HP, and you only had the time to get one more mini off, and as soon as you start seeing someone build with metal, you know that they're out of mats. I mean, that's all they have left, and at that point, it's just, you gotta hope that you get a better shot off, and when you only have 29 total health to work with, it's gonna be something as just simple as sneezing on you with the shotgun. You're done for, and that's exactly what ended up happening there to Franco. And then outnumbered a 1-on-3. I can only imagine that wouldn't have taken much longer for the last one to get picked off and cleaned up there. So a good fight for what it's worth from that other squad that did roll up on them, but just unfortunate, a little bit of an early exodus for Franco and company.
Yeah, definitely not a great start for them. They were able to get the materials to get out of there, but they just could not escape that general area. And, you know, you can build as much as you want, but when there's a bullet coming by, rolling you in the head, it's not a great position to be in whatsoever. But we are seeing a taxing now, which is pretty cool. Finally going over into the circle. It's going to be pretty close, I believe, the second circle overall, waiting to see what's going to happen next. We do see Shark going down in the feed as well, but we never really saw the fusion of Franco's light on the feed either, so I'm not really sure if they survived that encounter or not. Hopefully we can see them later in the game, but we are looking at Team Cowgirl Lara to see what they can do, maybe post themselves up at the top of this mountain in Hunter's Haven.
Yeah, you know, Hunter's Haven, another one of those places that you don't see a lot of people just prominently drop to. Lazy Lake, though, is apparently the place to be right now. This is kind of what I expected. A lot of those players would make those rotations from the south side too. You know, anybody that went into retail, players that were up in Coliseum, if anybody ended up I mean, you'll see a couple squads that go to Coliseum. The players that were in Dirty Docks, I imagine, made their way here. I mean, this is just kind of reminiscent of the new Tilted, where it's just at some point everyone passes through here, whether it be you drop here or you're just going to be getting eventually to a point where you're going to make your way through on a rotation. But as you see, a lot of players rotating, and now they're starting to find each other.
Oh no, finding each other indeed. Coming in from above, it seems it's going to be a bit of a trap for everybody, kind of walking in place as well. They have to survive as they can. It seems like with the ping they have as well. Bullets everywhere. Remus is already going to fall. Flusher's down next. The entire squad wiped away by Judd in the blink of a moment. You saw how well protected they were, how much they reinforced their surroundings, but even then, just the simple shotgun tearing through everything. It's going to be Cookie now, the last one to survive for the HD crew. It looks like it won't be for much longer either. The shields are gone, Caribou. With only 66 health in a dream, we have to see Cookie try to survive once again, running through the entirety of the Lazy Lake City. And Chug Jugs galore as well, but will those help a lot for the aggressiveness we're seeing from Judd? No, he's from below. It's going to be the teammate instead. Really not too far behind now, trying to come closer, but it's going to be a catapult going away. But the Judd crew, they had their eyes locked in on this target.
The worst part about this is you at least have the time to get these minis off, but beyond that, you just have to return fire, and you don't have a lot more time than that. Just keep using these shockwaves to get out of dodge and try to get yourself into safety. And unfortunately, just you're a rabbit running from a fox. Eventually, you're going to get tracked down.
Yet, I mean, those foxes have, you know, the bloodhound scent of a century there. Judd and his whole crew just narrowing their eyes completely on the squad in Lazy Lake, able to decimate everyone there. That was the aggressiveness we were talking about. That's the entertainment value we look for.
Yeah, and I mean, a couple of opportunities there. You know, it was good on Cookie to be able to get those minis off and even get the shield bot to get full 100 shield to at least lengthen the lifespan. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite outrun the other players as they were able to just build right over. And when it comes down to just an aim battle at the end, not much more you can do except for, I mean, they got a few shots off, but beyond that, it's only a matter of time. Again, in a 1-on-3, it's nigh impossible to come out on top. And if you do come out on top in that engagement, it's definitely going to go in your next montage, and that's a guarantee.
Oh, yeah. You might as well win the whole tournament at that point.
Right.
Ooh, but we do see a bit of an engagement. Some walking in place there. Sniper shot not going to connect, it seems, against Nikolai. Not able to find it, unfortunately. But with that even being said and done, that was still a really good attempt. Unfortunately, return fire is going to come on through from the top of the hill, it seems. Xenox trying to find another one as well. Actually going to be the teammate of Nikolai. Going to be gathering some more resources in the meantime. But we're going to go back over to another engagement. Glass Window's not having a good time right now. From above, it seems. Go to King trying to find some action going on through. Yeah, no health, but still able to ascend and survive just a little bit more. We haven't seen them on the feed just yet, so that might quite literally be like, what, 1 health?
Literally 1 HP.
Window? One HP, no Chug Jugs, no heals, it seems either. So many shotguns going on through, though. Goated King needs to be the GOAT, though. He needs to find this double kill. But he's been able to manage juggling back and forth, building on the defense, going for the aggressive shots as well. But it's going to deal with Gary. He has to deal with quite a bit at the moment, but not able to find it. Below, he's able to shoot out the floors, able to find some Gary action, but no! Gary got away.
Gary's doing really good to keep the walls up for the time being. Unfortunately, you can't keep up both.
Yeah, you can't keep up both. You gotta play aggressive. Glass Window's gonna fall. That's gonna be one gone straight away. And it seems like Team Goated and Carpacino able to get away with it. Able to find Glass Window and Gary as well. That's gonna be another squad completely gone. And you know, we talked about this in the pre-show. We talked about the aggressive plays, especially in the later circles. And the building factor about being able to balance out aggressive building as well as defense at the same time and getting the aggressive shots. I think we saw Goated King do that in such a good way, building up that elevation, being able to go above and yet at the same time it seems below Gary, able to stuff them out and play directly into their hand.
And that was just, I mean, a good fight across the board. I mean, starting out with Glass, I mean, only had 1 HP, not a lot to work with. And Gary was doing good to, keep the walls up and at least stay on the move long enough to try to have a fighting chance in that. But just once you get pincered, you get sandwiched in between, not a whole lot you're going to be able to do beyond the position that you're in. And again, I mean, Lazy Lake, we saw a lot of the teams already gathering there. It looks like that is going to be where this third zone is going to close in around. So pretty much, you can imagine all of this has been looted. People are just getting every scrap of material that they possibly can out of this. Depending on where this next zone goes, as the timer hits 0, going to go to the north side of the lake. So we're going to have to find some rotation and see what these players are going to be able to find up there, see what buildings are still available. But at this point, it's going to be a little more interesting in the sense that there's already pre-existing structures these players are going to be able to hole up in.
There's pre-existing players, too, inside of Lazy Lake. They all have to fight going towards the north of the circle, too, and that's going to be really scary for a lot of these teams. They all have to keep fighting towards the top, and look how many other squads are even in the circle itself. There's not a lot of time either. 47 seconds left for a team like Carpagino. They have to make their way towards the top and contest at least one team, if not multiple, in order to survive here. Now, keep in mind, too, this is circle 4 out of 9. There are so many left, and look how small it is already. All these teams are going to have an absolute gauntlet ahead of them.
Yeah, seeing 13 teams alive with 30 players, so a few, solos, stragglers out there. But curious to see what some of these teams are going to do in the sense that where you look, they're already making their next rotation. And when you get to this point, because zone number 4 is going to be the full circle, but as you mentioned, the size of it coming down, when you get to zone number 5, that zone is a 50-50 in and out of the next area. So pretty much all of these players that are making their rotation in are going to be hugging the edge of this zone because of the fact the next zone is going to be a half and half. So if you're on the edge and you get lucky, you get a nat 20, then you're going to be in the center of zone number 5. You just got to have fingers crossed that the Fortnite gods are going to play nice with you.
And once we get to the Fortnite gods, we do see a whole bunch of people here. Play versus Every going to be looking around, trying to scout out what they can find. Looks like they built themselves an entire fortress, but down below we just saw them get a double kill themselves, but it's going to be a 3v2 with, it seems, Carpagino trying to sneak in from down below. Not able to find the shots, though. Every's going to be rotating around, trying to find a better angle, it seems, trying to take away anyone that tries to peek on by. But look at the minimap. Look how many teams are going to be surrounding Every and the rest of his teammates right now. Everyone's nearby, and they all know someone's inside this topmost tower. It's just a matter of who wants to play the first aggressive gauntlet and see if they're able to take down this team. But we do have Nikolai instead here, going to be going in from below, looking around for the same exact thing to see who's going to be nearby and who's going to poke out first. With a sniper in hand, so up close, not able to find any shots right away. Does able to find Sebi's skeleton, but that circle, terrible, like you mentioned, it's going to be kind of a 50-50.
Yeah, and those people that are on the southeast side, those two squads, are going to be the ones that do get that lucky roll to be in position where they don't have to move. And now, wherever they're at, whatever structures they had built around them, they're going to be able to just put up some windows, and edit out their walls, and just watch everyone else rotate towards them and be able to take some free shots off if they really want to. And this give them the opportunity to pick up a couple of eliminations. I mean, we looked at that entire play versus trio. They already had 7 eliminations coming down into these final top 12 squads. So the next level of placement points kicking in here, it means at least a little bit more. Surprising thing about, that bolt action sniper is that nobody's picking that up in the sense maybe they just don't have the ammo for it. Or necessity to be able to carry that. But if it does come down into a heal-off, I mean, I'm not seeing a lot in these inventories that is going to be enough to really help these guys out.
A fast escape coming out from Xenox right now, trying to hide away from whoever was above. Not able to find any shots from either side. However, it's going to be a bit of a separation, though. Nikolai and Xenox together. Not sure where Dave is at the moment. I think he's not too far behind. But from the looks of it, he's going to be stranded away at the top of the tower, still trying to defend their teammates. He's going to be all alone. He's trying to make his way back. So many shots coming out right now, but it's only going to be hitting walls. Walls can only stand up for so long, however, but no one's able to find any connecting shots from each other's bodies except for potentially Xenox. Xenoxo trying to find some shots at the top of the tower. Not going to have a lot of luck, though. But look at the overall spread of every single team we see. You know, we weren't joking about the early on, or I'm sorry, at this point, the late game building for all these teams, but everyone's hunkered down. It seems like everyone's trying to play a little bit more defensive than I think you and I are typically used to in a Fortnite game.
Yeah, this is kind of what I would expect, you know, to come into the first lobby. Everyone's kind of getting a feel for each other.
True.
And just holding up, you know, with the materials. I mean, every 10 pox and blue up there, obviously going to be going for that high ground play. Fingers crossed they have the mats to be able to sustain this. But at the end of the day, for Fortnite, is as Fortnite always was, high ground reigns supreme. So the fact that they are up here, but there is at least a little bit of a tower on the other side opposite them that is at least somewhat close to the same level, where you see a few shots that will be traded back and forth here. They've at least secured their high side from where they're at, as the zone is going to start pulling towards them. And these players are just now taking these launchers and just getting themselves in, trying to avoid all the shots. And now the zone's starting to move a little bit, starting to get a little bit more tight and compact. You're going to start to see these players stack up and try to challenge this trio right here for the high ground. And that's where the action's going to be.
That's right, the action taking place. It looks like there was a bit of a non-sequitur there. It's to be Tyler taking down Tyler himself. That's not a good way to start things off, but the kill feed's about to light up like a Christmas tree any moment now. Blue's able to find not one, not two, not zero kills going forwards. Trying to jump around, see what shots he can find, but everywhere in every which place, there's gliders everywhere. It's gonna be easy pickings though if they're able to land the shots, but so many people are going to be going down all at once. It seems there's a bit of freezing action going on. Only 10 seconds left with the storm. Players are going close down, and it's 26 still left alive all throughout. Trying to hit as many shots as they can. Slicks is going to go down. Blue able to find the shots. Will that be enough, though? There's still so many people nearby. But everyone just hitting walls, not able to really land all these shots. Blue's trying to do what he can in the midst of all this chaos. Look at Troy. He's able to get a double kill off Green. Everybody's trying to join up with Blue, trying to get that high ground, just like you said. Get that aggressive section down. Circle, it stops for nobody. Having to play around in it just a little bit more, taking so much damage. Every to be landing down below, going for a much lower ground procedure. Not too many people left alive, only 10 teams left, and that circle, it's pretty much non-existent. Able to find some shots, though. It's going to be a whole bunch of building still going on. Still a lot of defensive play. Airwaves coming around everywhere. Caribou, things are not looking good as the circle is almost about to conclude itself.
And I mean, they're doing so well to maintain this high ground. Blue, every and 10 pox, and they're picking off one at a time as they continue to keep themselves up there. They're going to pick one up there onto Gummy down on the bottom side here, but I mean, no one's been able to challenge the high ground, and they haven't had any success at all. 10 pox is able to get one to help out every right there, and I mean, get the full. And there's always one squad that does this at the end, and they are not playing for a heal off. We are in zone number 8. Zone's moving. It continues to move. This is not going to be a heal off. This trio right here is looking to take down every single person that they possibly can.
They are out for chaos right now. Let's look at every though. He might be able to find not one, but a double kill. Potentially Cowgirl Lars able to find Gucci. He finally falls. But with that being said and done, can Every find these final kills? Everybody else is getting kills around him, or Pacino finding secretly. But even then, all the members we saw previously in this round are slowly whittling away. Only so many left alive now. 26 now down to 14. Single shots going throughout. The 10 box isn't able to find the landing shots. With all that being said and done, looking around everywhere, it has just been chaos all throughout, but not a lot of aggression from those we see on the screen.
Yeah, at this point, you know, it's kind of disappointing that this trio hasn't gotten more than what they want. 10 pox just continuing to W key, does get the wall, but after the edit, the aim was not on point. 10 bucks losing all of his shield and half of his health, and that is just not the engagement that you want right now. Take a minute to reset. You have the minis. I mean, you might as well stay on the high side. You have the materials to maintain this control. With 3 trios left, 3 full trios here, it's all going to come down to this.
It's all going to come down to this. Only a few left alive. 3 teams left, and I'm not sure where we're at right now, but another target taken down. Nikolai's able to find Embry. That can be huge. Let's see what's Blue gonna do. He's gonna hide away for a little bit longer. Embry's completely gone. Only 2 left alive now. For team play versus. With that being said, though, up from above, it's gonna be a whole bunch of chaos. I don't know how people can do this. It's absolute insanity.
Toss down.
Everybody going down. Nation's able to find a double kill. I'm sorry, just 1. That being said, though, those numbers are dwindling away. Only 6 members left alive. Nikolai's able to find 10 pox as well. Only 1 left for play versus. It's Blue. Blue, though, is looking around as much as he can. That circle is slowly going away. There's almost no circle now. But only 6 left alive. Do you think it's going to be a heal off?
At that point, Blue is playing for the heal off. That was his move. whoever just took out blue right there is now set. I mean, assuming his team doesn't go through this with the shotgun shots on the ground level going to land, that's going to be now a 2-on-1 here in the end of this one. Zacian, he's got the chug splashes, and that's enough for a little bit. And apparently that's going to be enough. He's going to be able to get the victory royale. So Zacian with the chug splash. And if Zacian was the one that did get that elimination onto blue, blue had like 4 floppers and a handful of chug splashes. And I imagine that's where those came from. That right there, I mean, blue had everything he needed to win that game. Unfortunately, just wasn't ready for the W key of the shotgun.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we didn't see much of Zacian in the early game, but towards the very end, when everyone was building that final circles, he was an absolute monster about getting the high ground. He was able to transverse his way throughout the entirety of all the buildings, able to go from above to below, able to get those shotgun shots like you mentioned, and he wiped out the entirety, I believe, of Play versus his team. Of course, that was one of the many teams he was able to knock down. Now, we do have some stats as well. I'm not sure how long it's going to take for them to show up, but I really want to see how many kills he's going to bring into that first round.
Yeah, and, when it started, you look at, okay, what are your expectations for this? And I figure, teams start to get a feel for each other. The fact that that trio between Blue, Every, and Tenpox is able to pick up 12 eliminations and get themselves a top 5 finish, granted it, regardless of top 5, top 12, it's still a +3 to your total. That's a really good start from them. And there's always going to be that one trio. If not, maybe there's going to be 2 or 3. But there's always one that really stands out in that first round. And it was that one between Tenpox, Every, and Blue. They really expressed how much aggressiveness they want to play around because they want to have that sort of control over the lobby. They picked up 2 or 3 eliminations very early on in the game off the drop. They made themselves in a good position when they got into the mid to late game. They had themselves in a perfect position for the late game as well. Granted, unfortunate that the teammates of Blue dropped and wasn't able to protect him because, as I mentioned, if it does go down to a heal off, you are going to have the one person that is stacked with that utility, the floppers, the chug splashes, etc. And then anyone else in your squad is going to go find the other players that are trying to do the same thing, which is what we saw Zacian do onto Blue, and just not let that happen. And that's exactly how it came to be. Granted, maybe if he had a bodyguard, Mr. President, Blue would have survived the incursion, but end of the day, third place going to have to do.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed too is that we saw a lot of separate action coming out from Play versus his team. And with that being said, I mean, having these 1vx situations that they all found themselves in weren't really the most ideal despite how aggressive they were. A lot of those teams were building around themselves, turtling in these, multi-grouped up fashions, and being able to just double shot by 2 different shotguns at once. That's going to melt away your health almost completely if you're in a non-ideal situation like we saw most of Play versus in. But Zacian, I think he played that super well given all the circumstances happening at the end of that round. And it was really cool to see how he and the group of his friends were able to really travel through and just take everybody down at the last second. But you're right too, Caribou. He was able to get those consistent amount of kills all throughout the entirety of the round.
Yeah, and I mean, at that point, consistency is just the name of the game, where you're just trying to get yourself in a position where you can do it 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. End of the day, you're going to be the name on top, and fingers crossed that they are able to keep that up. But like I said, at the end game, it's just you're that close to it. You already had that many eliminations. Your trio set up. I think if they hold on to high ground, that trio Play versus in their namesake is going to be the ones that come out on top. Unfortunately, maybe just a little bit hyper aggressive there at the end, and unfortunately led to the shortfall.
Yeah, and with that being said, though, we are going to be waiting to see some more statistics in round number 2 as well. As we go to a short break, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with some awesome Fortnite action.
Overwhelmingly, the support has been there with, man, I wish that had been available when I was in high school. I guess it was last fall, some of the students were starting to go, hey, can we get a gaming club going? And then word came down that our athletic director was looking for someone to coach esports. And I said, this is something that's right up my alley. I've always been in tune with the geek kids, the geeks, the nerds, whatever. That's my scene. That's what I was in high school. I mean, I've done it all. I've done computer-based stuff. I played World of Warcraft for about 10 years. 360's in the house right now. The main thing that I did to help find interested students is I told all of my classes, if you have friends who are interested, please send them this way, that anybody can join. I'm not gonna limit this. For our first season playing, we have come in at approximately 23 kids. I've got one full League of Legends team. I've got 3 Rocket League teams. That's where we started at, and I'm looking forward to it growing. To get started in this, it was let me learn about the games that are out there. Let me see what I need to figure out. And then I figured out that the kids are gonna know more than I ever will. The opportunity for any kid to be skilled at something and be able to have the chance to pass that knowledge on, to look at somebody else and go, hey, I realize I'm not gonna be here for more than a couple of years, and we want this team to keep doing well. Let's get your skill up so that you can take my spot. Absolutely, that's part of giving the kids that bit of ownership in the sport. This is the first time we've done this at our school. How much of a legacy do you want to leave? Do you want to be the guy that's helping bring the next generation here at the school along, or are you going to be the one who's like, no, I'm the best and I don't want anybody else to challenge me? When I've got my lead for League of Legends going, okay, we're invading here, I'm marking the point, everybody get here, they're learning how to really work together and develop their skills that they're going to be able to use the rest of their lives. Here's your place where you can come in and be part of a team. Esports gives that kid who is a gamer that chance to be involved in the school and maybe help them develop more school pride than what they've had. They can say, hey, I was part of this, and that they now have the opportunity to letter in it gives them a reason to go out and say, hey, you know, maybe I do want to buy that Letterman's jacket. Maybe I do want to build some memories about high school that will last and be worthwhile. Ultimately, being a coach is opening doors for students to find their way to belong in a school that they don't have through any other means. So let's grow it. Let's make the school a more welcoming place for everybody.
I think a lot of students have just gotten another sense of how to belong and how to create relationships outside of what were the traditional avenues.
And a lot of my students talk about how they feel safe in the esports program, and that's their family, that's their community. And I think that esports gives kids a future that they might otherwise not have.
Man, I wish that had been available when I was in high school.
Zacian and his team putting in the maximum amount of work, it seems, for game number 1, able to climb through all the way throughout, getting kills in the very beginning, and now the very end. Caribou, what exactly happened with Zacian? How did they pull out that victory royale?
Just hit your shots, Forehead. That's really all it boils down to. They were able to get the accuracy that they needed. They were able to get, they edited well. They played well around the edits, whether it was their own walls or, what we saw. I think it was Every that was the one that got a little greedy there towards the end to try to W key. It just was able to, hop out and around, get the shots on where Every just wasn't quite ready for that shot. So when it boiled down to it, they were just in the driver's seat for this. Whereas, on the other side, Every, Tenpox, and Blue, Blue was the one was the designated survivor, but Every and Tenpox were just at that point gave up high ground, which I think is curious in the sense of they didn't have to. They had the materials. We saw Every get the siphon as well, and they still decided to give up the high ground. So I'm curious to see if that's going to be something that, okay, duly noted, lesson learned. We're not going to do that next time, because that was a game that realistically they probably should have won.
Absolutely. We saw a lot of teams, including them, really pull through, or at least try to pull through, and go for the similar strategies of going super aggressive towards the very end, and also at the same time playing a little bit more defensively. It was a lot more building that I was really used to seeing in these late game rounds, and you were completely right, though, about game number 1. No heal-offs that we saw. It was Zacian at the very end going super aggressive along with everybody else. And it was like 3 teams left alive at the very end, too. Usually it's a 1v1.
Yeah, you come down to these weird one-offs, but when we came down to those last 3 teams, it was a full 3-on-3-on-3, and then through the happenstance, it was just, okay, now it's a 3-on-2-on-2, 3-on-2-on-1, and then it came down to an actual 2-on-2, where then it was just, and that's the best thing about team fights, that you can break it up into, okay, just win your one-on-ones, and then we win the game. Simple as that, easy clap.
Oh yeah, very easy. But it looks like we are just about ready to get into game number 2. There we go. Let's see what's going to happen this time around. Definitely the eyes we want to keep an eye on this time, Organization and the rest of his team. We are looking out for Cookie right now. and the rest of the HG crew. Now, I'm expecting it to be a lot slower matchup this time again as well, figuring stuff out as well, again, and getting materials to start off. Honestly, Caribou, realistically, I don't really think it's going to be that much of a difference from what we saw from game number 1, but I'm really curious to see how these opening kill feeds are going to go.
Yeah, and we saw a lot, out of the early on stages in round 1, where it was all of a sudden a handful of teams were picking up a lot of eliminations very quickly, and then it kind of, as we expect in the mid game, kind of a little bit of a lull. The thing that's most surprising about this currently is that there's no one except for this trio in Lazy Lake, and that's a little bit of an interesting sort of aspect in the sense that I would have, based off of what we saw from the last game, thought for sure that this was going to be a lot more of a populated area, a lot more players would go here, but maybe just the way round 1 went, it was realizing that it's contested, it's not going to be the drop for us.
Yeah, in fact, I'm not entirely sure where the circle is at the moment. I guess we haven't really figured out just yet either, but with that being said and done, things are looking interesting across the feed right now. We already see Shark able to find 1 and Lou's able to find 2. A whole squad just got decimated. But with that being said and stone, I'm wondering, because we saw the north of Lazy Lake be the ending point of the circle last game, and with it now seemingly in a whole different direction, I'm wondering if that's going to change the dynamic, or at least the aggressiveness a lot of these top teams want to go for.
Yeah, it'll be, curious to see when that sort of aggressiveness really does kick in, because you'll see some of these players, in Lazy Lake, they're just getting all the materials they need, and when you have a location completely to yourself, you might as well just farm up all of the mats ever, and then you're just set. Because when it does come down into the late game, like we saw the play versus trio, all they had to do was just have the materials to stay on high ground, and they did. And if you set yourself up early on at a position that you're maxed out on mats, where you have all of the wood, all the brick, all the metal that you could possibly want, then you are moving on cloud 9. This is everything that you, especially in a position like that is Lazy Lake, where there's so much loot, there's so many boxes. This is everything that you could ever want, and to have it by yourself, it's a dream come true. It shouldn't happen, but it is.
I'm wondering where everybody else has landed, because if nobody's playing in Lazy Lake, what's the second best place to go for, it seems? But there's action happening elsewhere as well. We're seeing so many people. In fact, one play versus members already to be going down. We saw them be, I believe, the second place team last time around, almost one of the last ones alive, but already we're seeing it down from them. That's going to be devastating to see.
Yeah, and the more curious thing about, we've seen a lot on the south side, and, in round number 1, we saw pretty much the 4 corners covered of the map. I'm curious to see if, because Pleasant Park, for what it is just kind of another popular area. A lot of players like to go up there to the North Point, just because Pleasant's been around for however long. It's been forever.
A long time.
Yeah, seasons and seasons. It's just been sitting there, and it hasn't really changed at all. It got replaced temporarily for a short while by Dr. Doom, but it's back and kicking. So you'll see a lot of people that are comfortable to go up there. It's a place that they know inside and out, and I expect that there's probably a decent handful of players that will go up to Pleasant. Salty, another place, especially with the Salty Towers coming in. A little bit more traffic to flow through there early on, but I haven't seen the population and where they go, and it's very curious in the sense that the map really does seem pretty spread out.
It does, and even given as far as we saw in the beginning of the first round, there's not as many sparse kills or as sparse downs as we saw last time either. Before, we saw a gigantic feed going down to almost 30 people, and while it did rest around the 45-46 mark last time as well for a while, that was much later or much earlier on. But right now, things are just kind of a little bit of a, not stalling, but things are taking quite a bit easier now across the board. But with that being said, though, Zuji, we did watch him last game as well, able to find a down onto Mr. Base, so that's going to be a great start there. But what I'm wondering is our previously, the HG crew, it seems like they were by themselves. I'm not sure what happened to the other two, but here we are. We're seeing a full trio this time around. QT Sinister around the corner. This is a great place to be in.
Yeah, Caddy Corner, you know, another one of those places, it's relatively close. And for some reason, there's a lot of players that like to go up around the mountaintops because, you know, there's little campsites where there's sparse amounts of loot that they can deal with. But there's a lot of materials and raw resources out here as well. I mean, all the trees and the stones. So it's a decent enough place where you can kind of build this up. And then the rotation at this point is actually pretty close. I mean, you go from here, continue on over to Lazy Lake, which is kind of what we saw in the last game in that mid-game era. A lot of players would then travel into Lazy Lake, where we saw a lot of players collapsing on top of each other. A little bit of builds here to try to keep them safe from the team they do see that is up on the hill. I mean, there's arrows over there, so there's a trio of shots coming in and just trying to trade back and forth, but wall's up before the snipe. He's only got 5 sniper shots anyway, so you really have to make those count.
The feed, too, Play Versus coming back with a vengeance, too. It seems John's already gone down. One member of, again, of Play Versus has gone down yet again. They already lost one team member, I believe. But focusing on the current matchup here as well, it's to be on the top of the mountain, like you said. One other team has the high ground right now. We're not sure exactly who it is at the moment, but it's going to be a very defensive position we're seeing from Troy Roberts and company. This is going to be a tough position to be in because it seems like they're surrounded by multiple members of the same exact group who have spread out and trying to take them down one by one and try to just deviate their attention away from a centralized group. You got to wonder right now, if you're in the position of Troy Roberts, what do you want to do? Do you want to play aggressive, which seems like they're opting to go for, or do you just want to take these 1v1s or play defensively? The 1v1s seem to be the way to go, though. We're already seeing a lot of action happening on through building galore. Here, Leash is trying to find those shots on the unknown opponent, but who are they? And why do they want to play so close and so early on here? A lot of shots missing from both sides. The attacker from above trying to find a sniper shot. It's not going to connect right away, but Chug Jug is still going to be warranted to see.
At least able to push him back, so, you know, you have the 3-on-3 now where it's pretty much all against the same level. You see the high ground coming up here, just trying to shoot that out, but good enough to put the floor and the cone to have that 2 layers of separation. The problem is they're just being zone held at this point, and this is just weird.
Oh, no.
This is awful. I mean, there's just nothing they can do about this. This is the best play they can make, is take the launcher and just go straight at them, and now they have a position where they can maintain the high ground and have control over this fight. So, I mean, they played that exactly as they needed to. Now they just have to make sure that they win this firefight.
Absolutely. Not only do they have the flank maneuver right now, they have the high ground again. I've seen a movie or two where the high ground's important. But with all that being said and done, QT Senator are trying to find the shot of that one Insurrector who was trying to shoot for them from the mountains above before. This other team, though, we're not, again, sure who the other team is necessarily, but they're trying their best to play just as defensively as QT was playing only seconds ago. That being said, it's a bit of a stall out now. Each team trying to just hide and try to figure out where these next pop shots will go from, as they're both right on the edge of the eye. They have 1 minute and 10 seconds left. They have to move their positioning very soon, and that's going to allow the orange team to push right into the original QT team that they thought they had the drop on earlier.
Yeah, and this is just, it's going to be a weird thing where, I mean, you have to make a decision at this point, because if you don't just move, and now you have this third party coming in that is just
miss?
Close. Yeah, that somehow that did miss. Unfortunate that just a little bit wide there, but it's just, this is a weird situation to be in now, because not only have you encountered a third party, and you started a little bit of a fight, the fact that you took a shot at them, now they know that you're there. If you don't just move and leave like they are, this is going to be another really awkward storm fight. And just, granted, you have the siphon to be able to survive through it, but I mean, nobody wants to be in a weird storm fight. It's just, it's annoying. It's a nuisance for everybody involved. And if it comes down to a stalemate where everyone just kind of parts ways, it just, okay, don't even worry about it.
Caribou, look at the engagement happening now. Troy Roberts able to find almost some shots on another one, but instead they receive shots. Instead, the unknown pink team trying to go into the defensive right now. Troy Roberts, at least playing a little bit more aggressive here. With the Pure Alicia, though, on another shack by themselves, they have to meet up in order to win this 3v3. It's going to be a back and forth, it seems, between both teams. It's a build off once again, but they have to at least hide a little bit more, but they're right outside the circle. Escape once again! Trying to move to the back, trying to get this flanking maneuver. We've seen them do this now twice in a row against different teams, but each time, now that they have the supposed flank and the better positioning, they don't go for the kills. Instead, they want to remain in the circle and play a little bit more, I guess, stealthily, if you will, Caribou. Make sure they can survive in the placements longer.
Yeah, and I like this. It's the smart play. You know, don't get zone held, because they were zone holding the other team that we saw transfer off into the north that is just east of Lazy Lake now. So they don't want to be in that position where they had on the other team. They're in the zone. But the problem with this is, and this is a thing that I had forgotten to bring up, but we saw it in the feed, the entire play versus trio is gone. All 3 of them have been eliminated. So the third place team that had 12 eliminations in round number 1, they've been out for a minute. So that is something that, with the lobby, now is going to be able to sort of make up a few of those points. Because I imagine that team probably sitting in first place, not by much, after the first round. But now the lobby has a chance to make up some ground. And as I mentioned earlier, you're allowed to have 1, maybe 2 bad rounds. And this is one of those for that trio that, okay, they'll have to bounce back in the next one. But the fact that they were able to do so well in round number 1, it's a little bit more lenient. That it's okay that they can drop out early.
No, I'm not much of a mathematician again. No, in fact, I don't think either of us really are. But, each elimination's 1 point, and plus getting third place, that's going to be an extra 3 points. If you're the Play Vision team right now, you're sitting at 15 points, and that's pretty good given that you've already gone down early on in game number 2. You're sitting nice and tight. Well, with that being said, those people really got trying to find some sniper shots off the coast of Meadows. It seems not able to find a whole lot of luck besides a single shot. It's a lot of these long-range engagements that we're seeing right now, Caribou. Each team trying to figure out a way to get these stealthy kills without ruining their own positioning. And secretly, I think, has the right idea. Playing way up high in the sky, making sure they have a defensive position, and escaping as soon as they can if their position's revealed.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams, I mean, they're smart enough where, they're able to handle these rotations from one to the next. They're able to keep themselves safe for the most part. Secret here, we saw this name pop up a handful of times in the first round, getting a few eliminations, and it's a decent loadout, I guess. I mean, you have the sniper, you have the ammo for it, but that Great Tac is just abysmal to look at right now. I mean, if this trio wants anything, it is an upgrade to that shotgun, because there's just no way you're going to be able to sustain a close quarters fight with a Great Tac. Granted, some players are able to make do with just something as simple as a Great Tac, but you'd much rather have something green or blue, if not better. And, with Zuji here, this green lever shotgun, going to be interesting to see how they're going to make do with this one, as they're taking a fight here. This is the slow side of the storm, too, so they don't have to go anywhere. They can take this fight all day long.
Absolutely. Now, remember, we saw Zuji come very close. I believe it was number 4 and number 5 as a team in the last round. They played aggressively all throughout, but they added up so many materials in the beginning. We're not seeing as much materials this time around. They are maxing out on the bricks and the steel, which is really good. But they have to go for the aggressive play. Look at this, though. A top-down maneuver once again. That is the meta. That's the way to go, it seems. But no, instead they're going to hit a rift and try to escape. This might be the best situation because Caribou, like you mentioned, green and green isn't the best way to go. You want to try to get as much upgraded weaponry as you can, and maybe that's just not a fight they're willing to take at the time.
For what it is, I mean, only having the 1 med kit, I'm not sure what the other 2 inventories look like, but if they don't have any floppers, if they don't have any chug splashes or anything else, then kind of not in a position where if it does come down to a heal-off, they are not set, they're not prepared for that at all. At least they do have the high ground here coming into the next zone, going in around Misty. Unfortunate part of this, everybody hates the water levels, and, well, there's a lot of water in this circle, and nobody wants to play around that.
Yeah, and that's going to mean the positioning on land is very minuscule compared to other circles we've seen so far in this tournament. And I'm a little curious because look at how many teams are already on this, what would you call that? Beach? A peninsula? That little roundy part next to the river. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a geographist. But with all that being said and done, look how many teams are already there. I can count at least 6 different teams. That's going to be deadly if any of them encroach one another and approach each other, because then they'll have to engage in those fights. There's not really a method to escape unless they go for the launch pads, or even if they're lucky enough to find a rift.
And the interesting part about this, the fact that the zone is coming around Misty, and I'm not sure if they still spawn there, but if you're able to get a jar of fireflies out of Misty, then throw those and just burn down any of the structures that built. And this is it's half the zone in the lake itself, half the zone on the land. This is horrible.
So Caribou, if you're coming from the northern part and you have to go down, what is the plan that you have? There's not a lot.
I think there's a sliver of that island. Yeah, there's a tiny piece of that island that is in the circle. I think if you're able to get there, if not, then just if you have a rift fish, then come across to the beach, or use your launchers to get to this beachfront. I don't... It's not ideal. You just don't want to build on the water. That's pretty much it. Nobody wants to get caught on the water. So everyone right now is fingers crossed that the next zone, that is the 50-50 in and out of the storm, does not go to the water.
That'd be pretty bad for everybody here. But with that being said and done, look at where all these teams are. They're hanging around this tiny tippity tippet of the land. The turquoise team does seem to be right on that small little sliver that you mentioned, but we also saw two cross the river without really any issues. Each team right now is kind of in a peculiar spot. They're all trying to hide away as much as they can, but that dam that is being built right now is going to have to inevitably break in the next circle because there's not enough room for everybody, and certainly with the water being such a huge issue for these teams, it's going to have to be a fight or flight kind of maneuver for this next circle.
Yeah, with the other teams that are up there on the north side are going to have to cross this bridge here coming in. They have line of sight on everybody at the point where you see Juspect, who's going to be able to look down and see them rotating in. You see the builds that are going to be happening down there. So the teams that are late to the party, I mean, they're the last team now coming across the bridge, but those teams that are on the island as well are going to have to fight out of that one because that is not going to be a position. And you see every single one of those arrows is staring in that direction as to where that island is and any player making a rotation from there because they already know there's a handful of teams on the island that have to leave. So if they can have any free shots, any free fire they can get off, get as much damage as they can, and that's just an easy couple of points that they're going to be able to stack up.
Oh, but hiding in this box seems to be another team. They're trying to build as much as they can, but hop and pop, and it's going to blow the whole house down, and it's going to get rebuilt. No wolves this time, it seems. As much as they're trying to destroy the land and get those pop shots down, they're not able to find or connect a single shot, it seems. In fact, the whole expansion was trying to be made, but it's not going to work out too well for them. So many other downs could be happening on the feed as well, but each team trying to escape a little bit more. It's just missed shots all throughout. Look at where that new circle is. It's right on the rim of where Misty is, and it's going to be into the circle halfway as well. This is a really tough spot to be in because it's going to allow so many teams to, well, not survive to the end of that inclusion.
I got to give Juspect major props right there. I mean, that wall broke down on his left side, and then he didn't put a wall back up, and nerves of steel, because you're just open for, you're asking to get dome rucked by a sniper at that point. And the fact that nobody was able to take advantage of that 10-15 second opportunity is a stroke of luck there for Juspect. And as you mentioned, though, this zone over here towards Misty, and a little bit of water in the mix was not too bad. As I mentioned, this is a place where potentially would have those fireflies spawning, and if you start throwing jars to just burn down anything, in all this wood structure is just gone in a heartbeat. As soon as, and the fact that this zone is this small, and all these players are just stacking on top of each other, the whole thing, everyone is going back to ground level. Everyone.
This is going to be a rough situation for everybody. This is where scholarships are made, Caribou. We're going to see a whole bunch of shots going through. As soon as the connecting shot's hitting the gummy stun, he's going to rotate out of there and try to build up defensively as much as he can. Trying to go for the elevated maneuver, trying to find any kind of aggressive plays. He's not having a visual on anybody right away, but on the team we are seeing HG Flusher and everyone else finding some of these kills. Look at down below, though, the upper right for Zuji. Able to see some action going on down, but no one's able to connect any shots just yet, and no one wants to engage in these fights. The circle coming in very close. No one wants to deal with it either. It's going to hurt so much. But now they're waiting to see who has to make that rotate in out of the circle into their unfamiliar territory. Juspect's not too far behind, though. He's teamed up with Zuji, looking around to spread themselves out and see what they can find next. And through the wall, they might be able to find one, but it's not going to be enough to take down anybody just yet. 18 seconds left until this circle ends, and it's going to go so far away. That's already in this circle.
Such a horrible zone.
This is
it's so bad.
You have nothing else to do. You got to fight or flight right now, and there's no running out of this one. Everyone on Team Gucci going to meet up completely. They have to build up as high as they can. They need to make a boardwalk for Sky and Caribou. This is not the position you want to be in. No one's able to find any boys here. We're almost finding a final shot. Going down back and forth. Knocked down Enough. He's going to go down. We saw the land so much at the ending of the last round, but not able to make it through this time either. Gucci takes down Xenak completely. That's going to be one of the many, many downs we see in this final circle.
Great 111 hit right there with that shotgun. I mean, at that point, just the shield break and, maintaining the high ground. They've got the materials. Unfortunately, Zuji kind of low on materials, realistically. Shotgun is going to help them out to try to challenge. There's already players on the island as to where this zone is going. So if they're able to maintain this high ground, this is smart to use these shield potions while you can. Maintain this elevation over everybody else. And the fact the island's already here, there's already a lot of builds because, we saw the team's great shots out of the air from Gummy to get Warrior tagged. And that is just now looking for the finish. hoping that his teammates don't pick him back up. But this is, I mean, you already have the benefit to build off of what these teams already had here to begin with. Now they just have to make sure that they stay alive, and they just don't have a lot of materials here to continue to fight this zone and stay up top.
Speaking of benefits, though, we are seeing Gummy-san and the rest of their team able to play very aggressively up top. They're able to make this work as much as they can. Warrior's gonna fall, though. That was down earlier on, going down from the storm. With that being said, though, things are gonna heat up very quickly. It's not boiling already. It's gonna be going down everywhere. So much aggression happening. So many rogue shots going through. Gummy-san pretty much losing all of their shields. They have to survive as long as they can. Up until now, they had such a great elevated angle to work with, but now they're gonna be out-angled completely. They don't have the elevation anymore. They're being surrounded by the buildings they've already created, stuck in the storm. It's not looking good for Gummies. He's able to get out of there. He's gonna fly into the sky, but go straight to the ground. That's not a great position to be in. You see so many enemies nearby. You have to be quick. You have to quick drop and draw your way out of there, Caribou. So many shots happening all at once. The feed is lighting up. Suji's the last one alive for his team. He's gonna fall just back down. So little health left. In fact, there's no shield for Gummy. He's got to chug his way out of this one. It might be too late. The team that we wanted to win so bad for the first game gonna go down again at number 10. Fine teams left alive, though. Caribou is gonna be very eclectic as we see Nikolai not fare too well either. Xenox saw already go down from Dujin's team. He's gonna stay alive along with Davels, but they're not very faring well when it comes to that health.
Yeah, and I mean, they have a decent amount of materials. You know, you got 20 builds here for Nikolai. They have a couple of these mini pots, not a whole lot here, at least the shield pot, you know, to help out his teammate. But Davis he is struggling right now. See if they get some of this loot. That might help. I mean, the 6 elimination is already good here for Nikolai, but they are in a tough position. Get a little bit back there. Davis can be able to get the siphon, so that helps at least get his health back up. 66 here. Another shot. I got the first one to land, but the second one not going to come through. Now it's going to be up to Nikolai. Davis taken out completely. It is all up to the one last man standing.
Absolute
he's no longer standing.
Absolute pandemonium happening everywhere. It's going to be the storm ice drinking yet again. There's already no eye. It's completely gone. But with that being said, those Sunny boys tried to stick alive. He tried to hold on, but it's going to be down to secretly God to hold down the fort. 4 teams are left. 6 players alive. That's not a lot left. And nobody shots are going through. You have to be a 400 IQ to know what's going on here, and let alone play. So he's going to fall yet again. And there we go. Victory Royale. Going to be in the favor of seemingly one team, and it's Goated King. Now, Goated King and Zacian, you know, they came pretty close last game to winning. I guess you could say, in fact, they did win the last game, and that's going to be 2 in a row for them. Each time we've seen them play so almost perfectly at the very end of each circle, they're able to get that elevated work to go through and work their way down and find those downs.
Yeah, I didn't know, you know, when it comes down to, we have 3-4 squads left and you have 6, 7, 8 players, you know, it's a matter of, okay, what's the guessing game of how many stragglers are there? Is there a full trio in the mix? You know, what's the actual situation going on? And without that bird's eye perspective, then you don't know what you're really going up against. And, you know, the players that are just mulling around on the ground level, they don't have the materials to really build up. They're just looking for those shotgun shots. I mean, Davis, players looking for the siphon, they just try to get some of that health back and just try to survive as long as they can. Secretly, God was able to do that on that last kill. Unfortunately, at that point, as soon as you get it, one more player drops down the side. You didn't see him coming, and you get taken out. But a great performance there from Zacian and his squad, because the fact all 3 of them alive at the end game, and they get another round victory. And, well, 6-6 that's a pretty good start for consistency.
Absolutely. Plus, you get the extra, I believe, 6 now, for the points. Plus, all the eliminations they got. It's going to be so important to see. But you got to give it to the circle. That was one of the weirdest circles I've ever seen in competitive Fortnite. And with it pretty much going back straight into the storm, it was just a sealed coffin for a lot of these teams. But Zacian and company, they made that work out super well. But walk us through that, Caribou. How exactly were they able to survive so long in those lasting engagements?
I mean, when it comes down to, you know, at that point, you see the shots coming down from above. You know that there's somebody up there. You don't know who at that point. And, you know, high ground, it eventually, as always, is something you have to deal with. And you see a lot of these players will try to aggress on the high side. They try with those shockwaves, with the launchers to try to get up. And that's kind of one of the unfortunate factors of, you know, when it does come down into those late games and the trios just stack up on the launcher and, you know, to build up the momentum and then send themselves across the river to the island. it's a bad position because sometimes the player's going to go that way, player's going to go that way, and then one more is going to go that way. And you have no idea where your whole team just went. And all of a sudden you're all split up, and it's a problematic place to be in because you just can't take any engagements like that. And you have to worry about then protecting yourself and getting back with your team. If you have a shockwave, at least it's a little more controlled as to where you're going. But in order to challenge the high ground, it's so hard because, I mean, it's like a peeker's advantage type thing. I mean, they're already there. They're already aimed down sights and ready and waiting for you to come up. And you don't have the option to pull out your weapon until, you're on any builds with them. So it's a little bit slower. It's a little harder. And the teams that are up there on the high ground, like we see Zacian and his team doing, come out on top, quite literally and figuratively.
It's all a game of positioning, it seems. And luckily, though, not every position has to be random or chaotic, though. A position you could all be in right now is for the spring signups for the next Play Versus season. So that's going to be starting in March, and looking at the screen as well, you have a chance of playing in the Fortnite tournaments just like this one, and maybe even being casted by us, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But with all that being said and done, you have a chance of winning so much great, amazing prizes throughout the entirety of the season, and playing with some of the best Fortnite players in high school leagues and even in college leagues. And just like players here as well, I'm sure there'll be plenty of returning faces going forwards. But there's a lot of opportunities for those players, even if you're just watching for the first time, discovering competitive Fortnite with this stream. It's not too late to sign up. You have until March 1st to do so, and we can't wait to see you guys there.
Yeah, I love what Play Versus does all the time. I mean, all these competitions that they do in the scholastic scene with high school, collegiate, whatever scene that it's in, it's always a great event. And Play Versus does a phenomenal job in organizing this and giving these opportunities to all of these guys in whether it be in high school or college. And it's really cool to see this sort of opportunity given to these kids these days. And I guess I can say that now, kids, because I guess I'm old.
Yeah, old man. I'm gonna get you a cane after this.
Oh, that's okay. You don't have to do that. That's
oh man.
No.
Oh,
good.
I have to return some orders.
Well, it's not too late. Hope you kept the receipt.
Well, luckily, though, I can return the order. During our break, though, we're going to be setting things up for game number 3, and we get to see if Zacian can continue their streak of having 2 games in a row, plus all the other eliminations they've gotten. But we'll see you guys in a few minutes.
One of the greatest things is getting an email about how excited a parent is that their student is involved and is having a great time and wants to talk about their esports experience. I've always been a gamer. I usually wanted to play the single-player role-playing games and the WoW and StarCraft. I didn't really know a lot about esports. I didn't realize the extent of how large it was. Our athletic director walked into my office. He's like, just watch this video. It was a promo reel that said, esports is coming or something, games to be announced, and it was this hype video. And I was like, we have to do this. He's like, I don't have a coach. I was like, oh, when do we start? How do we do this? I would say that I'm actually stepping into the students' field. This was especially the case in season 0 and 1 with the seniors who had been playing for years. I was there to coach in the sense of be an organizer, be an encourager, be there to try and instill the elements of sportsmanship and athletic conduct. But I know and recognize that some of these players know more about these sports than I do. And I can let them be teachers as well to the new kids. And so having that relationship, that partnership with those students has been really important. It's been really exciting to be on the beginning of this program to say, let's see what happens and see where it goes and learn along the way and have an outlet for students who have many, many different interests, but maybe this one aspect of what they love doing hasn't really been given an outlet yet. And to say, we know you love all these other sports, but you're also really talented at this, or you want to be talented at this, and you can. And there's an avenue for that. The reception from parents has been fun in its own right. Parents say esports, like, what is this, video gaming? And the answer is, yeah, it is. That's the entry point. But I'd love for you to come to practice, or check out some of these videos and these stats, and let me show you the difference that we're trying to create here. When a parent comes and sees a game, specifically like League of Legends, from start to finish and goes, I had no idea that that's the level of intensity and the level of dedication that it takes to play one game, and the endurance that it takes to do this and to communicate as a team. Like, I had no idea. Seeing that reception and that flip is really exciting, because then they're all in. It's been interesting to see the elements of other traditional sports: communication skills, sportsmanship, conduct, planning, strategy, skill, and mental athleticism. All of these things feed into creating an esports program and creating students into athletes. It's just been really fun to watch them progress really, really fast by having that team dynamic to fall upon.
There is a stereotype for women.
Hi everybody, welcome back. We're going to be looking at the leaderboards really quickly. My name is Keg and we're joined by Caribou. Let's take a look at the leaderboards and see where these teams are standing at. This is the first time we've been seeing the leaderboards here, so we're going to all be discovering this together, and a whopping 90 points coming out from Team Zation. The Zation Nation, it seems, having 90. Now, I'm not much of a mathologist, Caribou. Neither are you, I don't think, but
Nope.
90 is a little interesting to see at the very least. In fact, all these scores kind of are.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm gonna whip out the abacus and do the real.
I know that they didn't get. They had 9 eliminations in the second game.
They did.
Maybe this is just. Maybe this explicitly is game number 1. Maybe this one's just for game 1. Either way.
Oh, it is. You look at it. It says game number 1.
I wholeheartedly expect Zation, regardless of what the total is, I wholeheartedly expect Zation to be on top because they won both round 1 and round number 2. Scrubberoonie, not surprised to see his squad up there because he was the one responsible for taking out the entire play versus trio in round number 2. We've seen Glass Widow, Smitty, and deal with Gary in the late game a lot as well. So a lot of these teams, you see the consistency to come through where they are always those teams that are in the top 5, top 10 in the in-game situation. Davis, Nikolai, and Zeno also there in that one. I mean, Nikolai was the one that was unfortunately back against the wall, one man against the world, but couldn't quite get. But I mean, still sitting in second place position. You're not going to complain about that.
That's pretty true. And even then, I feel like Carpe and Zation and Goated all have at least a small hand in eliminating those top 5 rosters in one way or another, if not just straight up eliminating all of them at once. And I think that's really interesting to see because their overall strategy we saw in the last 2 games, Caribou, weren't really that far off from a lot of other teams. It's just that, we haven't seen too much of them in the beginning of each round, but towards the late game, we do see this hyper-aggressive play going out and building up top and landing down on the same level as their opponents, being able to take them down when their backs are turned. And that's what's really separating them from the number 2 slot.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at 11 through 20, you see Fearlisha and company that dropping into Lazy Legs. I mean, and they uncontested really. There's not a lot there. They just have to be able to. I think it's a point of a decision making now because now that we've gone through round 1, round 2, the teams that have had subpar rounds of where they want to be versus their expectations, I think now have to kind of take it into overdrive. If you drop into a location like Lazy Lakes, and there's nobody there, sure, you have all of the loot, all the mats, all the chests that you could possibly ever want, and potentially could roll out of there with a really good loadout. But if you're dropping there uncontested, you're losing out on a lot of points. And by the time we get through, you see Zone 1 closing in, already 15, 20 players have been eliminated. So that's that many points that you're missing out on. So it's a point of these teams now going to have to start to strategize, okay, how do we recover? How do we start to make up some of these points that we've lost out on in the first couple of games? And is it worth looting the entire POI? Should we maybe leave a little bit earlier and try to go find some contested areas and pick up a few eliminations?
Well, let's see how that is all going to go down. We're going to be going to game number 3 now, see if things are going to continue on for the Zation Nation, see if their team's going to remain on top. Oh, maybe not.
Okay.
Caster's Curse, I guess. Zation's already gone down. I think that, yeah, that was interesting. Already gone away. So it seems like we're probably going to see a different number 1 spot this time. Now, history has been gone. That we've been seeing Nikolai, Zeno, and Davis really pull into that number 2 slot, or at least around that number quite a few times. The play versus and Go to King already going down as well, so it seems like it's a huge toss-up in this top 5 slot, already going mixed match of different ways.
Yeah, that's interesting to see Zation already dropping. I mean, based off of that, you can just imagine wherever the POI they went to, either they challenged the play versus trio, this one right here, where Blue is now under fire here in Misty. This is kind of what more I expected, is players to drop into Misty, a little more populated, for some reason, a popular place to go. He does have the AI that is outside the door. Potentially that was going to be the one that is being the problem for him, but the exclamation points means that there is somebody else here that is not just Blue, so he has to be cognizant of that and has to play this one a little bit safe, especially with no shields at all. You have the shotgun. Granted, your team already has 5 eliminations. That's great for you. But the problem is, you are not alone here. And sometimes those AI, they're literally bots. They will lock onto your target and lock onto you, and you're a goner. You don't stand a chance.
This is a scary position to be in right now if you're Blue. Sure, 5 eliminations across the board, but you have to rely on, whatever means of necessary you have for resources, and you can't escape. You gotta use the grappling gun a little bit to get some resources, but people are most definitely above you, like you mentioned. It may have rotated off right about now. It seems on the minimap we're not seeing anybody, but with being pretty much 1 of 2 left alive and no shields across the entire board, you have to do what you can at the moment to escape. You have to get with your teammate. You have to reconjoin yourselves and see if you can bring things back to the former glory. Play Versus, they had a great run in game number 1. Game number 2, they fell short really early on. And it seems like now they're on the cusp of repeating history for game number 2 if they're not able to come back together.
Yeah, and south side of the world, again, you see a few people on their rotations. This team pretty much... I mean, they were able to ping out. There's another team in front of them, but relatively isolated location. You see the first zone pulling to the north. Not sure how far that line goes, but the fact these teams are going to have to rotate at least a little bit. Granted, first zone, it is what it is. It's not a whole lot of damage you can make do with this, but already seeing a lot of these teams picking those up. Warrior, another name that we saw in the late game in the last round, picking up another one for his squad. So that's 2 for them now, and this is a start, kind of what you're looking for. You want a little bit of action at least to improve yourself, improve your standing on the leaderboard, as well as to make sure that you're going to be able to make it into the late game with a decent loadout.
You're absolutely right, Caribou. And right now we are seeing a bit of a slower draw into this game so far. Not a lot of downs being happening early on. In fact, in terms of looking at the leaderboard, this is probably the slowest game we've had so far. But there are some minor engagements going on at the moment. We do see Brandon having some contesting with another team. Not entirely sure who they are, but they are getting quite a bit of shots received inside of them. It's just a matter of who gets the aggression first. They're climbing on top of them, though. A lot of damage being brought down on Brandon, and he's gonna fall right to the sky. He may have able to land into safety, but he's not in a good spot right now. This BX Employee goes able to try to get some revenge, but he's not going to fare well either, losing all of his skills. It's only 10 health and a dream. Whoever these mystery people are, they've been doing so much work, and that's going to be Bucks, it seems, able to find another kill, or at least trying to loot some of the bodies. Well, the circle's coming, and that's not a good look for Exemplary. He's going to fall to Wet Willie. So he's going to go in and try to find another one. Can they eliminate the entire squad? They're trying to collapse down on them, but this last one just seems to be a bit of a mystery. They're able to find some shots, but it's the back and forth warrior. He's staying true to his name, but he's going to fall. Another one gone, a complete squad wipe right in the middle of the river. That's going to be Wet Willie, Spark, and Doc in such a good position early on. The combined 4 kills across the board, not quite as much as the Play Versus people we saw earlier in this matchup, but they won that so effectively and taking so little resources and damage. That was nothing but a win in their book.
Yeah, pretty good clean squad wipe right there. Able to get up one at a time. You're able to then also at the same time get the siphons out of it. So relatively not losing a lot of health, but curious little question mark that, I mean, granted, it's only 1 tick per second in this zone, but the fact that there's another, they're getting shot at from behind is a little bit of a problem. Just put the walls up and they keep going. I think those are just bots back there that were shooting at them. So they don't really have to worry about that too much. They can scot-free get into this next area. Unfortunately, I guess not unfortunately, all according to plan type of thing. They were able to get the eliminations and move, but they're not going to have a lot of health. I mean, you saw the 1 med kit. They're going to be able to use that once they do get into zone, but it's just not an ideal position for them to be in.
Oh, this is a tough position for Goated right now. Carp not too far behind, though. He might be able to find Zacian. There's definitely no way he wasn't spotted, but being in such a tough position right now, Goated's going to go for the Chug Jug. He's going to try maybe to aggress forwards on the #1 team so far in this tournament. Swimming on forwards, he has no choice but to meet up with them. If he can be able to skate on by relatively quickly, he might be able to do so. The sniper shots too far away are going to alert at least Zacian's team that there's someone nearby. But maybe not. He might be able to sneak around and go forwards. There's no way he's not going to be spotted, though. But what's most important right now is going to be that circle. He's got to get out, let alone swim his way out of victory. He is quite literally not a swimming duck right now, but a sitting duck in this position.
Yeah, I mean, this is the right play to do. Make the way to the side so that you break line of sight from the team that is trying to shoot you. Because, unfortunately, at this point, if one of those snipes hits, I mean, that a clean shot to the chest. Yeah, you're a goner. That's it. You're done for. And then your team's gonna have to pick you up, and it's just even more time wasted. So they played it right to make the rotation in to keep themselves out of harm's way, and they farm up some more resources because frankly they just don't have a lot here. And there is at least a little bit available in the Weeping Woods. Next zone, going to be going east northeast from where they're at. So looking to pull, not sure how far, but at least going to be including part the north of Hunter's Haven. A lot of the center part of the map, which is really something that we have not seen anything of at all.
Oh, but there seems to be a bit of a troll under the bridge right now. It's going to be Chicken having some damage being taken down, but the troll toll is going to be no longer, it seems. One going to fall, and that's going to be the boys, I believe, taken down. Furious Chicken able to find that elimination. It's going to be his first one of the game so far, and that was a pretty clean elimination at that. One thing I do want to touch upon, though, before we get ahead of ourselves, is that Goated, he was able to survive that entire ordeal of crossing the river in the storm while having the #1 team breathing down his neck. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, just kind of wild in the fact that, you make these moves and you have these players that are they're always kind of watching, Big Bird, it's always watching. You just never know where they're going to, everyone knows that birds are not real. So,
oh, yeah.
Birds in the trees
drones.
are always going to be spectating, exactly. And you can always expect that the other teams have hacked some of those drones, and they know exactly where you're at all times. Especially with this many trees around, how many birds are in the Weeping Woods? Who knows? But as they have to make their move out of this, going into this desert area that is the center of the map, not a lot of trees that they're going to have to deal with. Unfortunately, with that, though, there is a lot of open real estate where you can get tagged pretty easily if you are not able to build up at least some sort of cover.
Well, let's take a look now, going away from the birds. We're entering the desert now, where there's a distinct lack of birds, but instead salt crystals everywhere. There is a rift, I believe, nearby. It's going to be the car driving forwards. Now, you did mention a few games ago, even the car is like a sitting duck. You're going to make so much audio cues. You're able to go a little bit faster. If they encounter another squad, or what seems like now, maybe another player, things could be trouble for this lone player, or even the squad that they're about to encounter. And of course, they have encountered Villaging. That's not a good start. It's going to be one to fall. I believe that's going to be a bot as well. And even then, it is just absolute chaos in this desert.
Yeah, a few bots. Get these little hop rocks here so they can dash across. Of course, consuming these gives you a little bit of a double jump. You get a jump dash, a little extra mobility, assistance going across this desert, and a decent amount of the crystals they are breakable as well. They do give a good amount of resources for materials. They're even easier to break if you do build like a staircase through them. The whole thing just goes down and it breaks into the hop rocks. So it's a good area to kind of help out with the mobility to get across this. Of course, if you really want to, you can sink into this. But this squad, they're just ganging up here, and they're going to get this jetpack. And another thing that is available a decent amount, you just don't see a lot of teams really opt into using that jetpack. It is a good source of mobility. It is something that can help you. Preventing in fall damage and trying to rotate from one to the next, but really don't see a surprise for whatever reason, and they're just gonna leave it. But your players they don't use it.
I could definitely imagine maybe it just makes you too vulnerable in the sky. We did see a lot of those jump pads towards the very end of each circle, and sometimes we see the wave boards, but they're just easy targets for these young gunners to be able to shoot them down.
Yeah. They're always watching. Especially when you do get into this.
Like
you have
birds.
Players, exactly. You have players that are, building up in the high side. They have this palace that they are just sitting in and waiting. And anyone that takes a rift fish, or they take those launchers, or, somehow they expose themselves for half a second, anyone with the line of sight is just going to open fire. And it's a shooting gallery to try to get one more elimination for themselves. But you can always pretty much guarantee that, and you try to get to the ground level as fast as you possibly can. So, from what I presume, the jetpack's going to be left behind, but this zone in the center, it's pretty much completely in the center. Colossal Coliseum is going to be in part of this, and haven't really seen anyone, so I don't even know if anyone dropped here. I don't know if this loot's still there or not. I don't know the situation of what these guys are walking into at all, other than the fact that going across the desert, well, they're starting to run into each other.
Oh, running into each other might be a bit of a stretch there. It's actually like stretching the skin open of those people. It's giving Cage unable to fall. Looks like it's going to fall down next. Justspec is just on a tear right now. Wet Willie, of course, finding Furious Chicken as well. Too many battles going on at once. But looks like Gummy right now. He's going to be trying to make his way forward, trying to go aggressive on top. Can he find the shotgun shots? No, he misses. It's going to allow the other team member, the enemy, to go downwards. Nugent, though, able to try to find one, but it might be Justspec again, a triple kill, no less. able to find yet another one to fall. 8 kills in his favor, now 5 collected for Team Zuji. That is exactly what you want to see. The boss director is going to fall next. That's going to be a collective 6 kills. Keep in mind, too, they've been consistently around the they've been consistently number 7, at least for a few games we've seen. But a complete sniper shot's able to find Gummy-san. Going to slow things down quite a bit, especially as the turquoise team aggresses forward, able to find Gummy. He's going to fall.
Sensation.
Oh, we have not seen them in a position like this before, but yes, you're completely right, Caribou. It's Zacian, the hunter, the bounty hunter himself, able to find these important kills that completely mix up the entire game. Caribou, how did Zacian be able to do that?
They just caught him snoozing. Wasn't ready for the sniper shot to come in, and was able to get the line of sight. I mean, I was about to give all the credit in the world to Gummy and how well they just played the fight. I mean, Justbeck was hitting his shots and was just doing everything right. Gummy was building cones over the top of the other players that they couldn't continue to get height advantage. That trio did everything right, and then unfortunately just one angle uncovered, and Zacian took advantage of that with a single snipe.
Oh, but Zacian's not in a great position right now, already taking some damage, it seems. He's got to build his way across, not only to survive the shots coming in towards him, but also the circle. Snowy's not in a better position either, taking so much damage, having to rely on the wood. He has to fight the shots. He's able to through the chug jug. He's going to eliminate Wet Willy. We got DBNO. I believe Wet Willy's still alive, but no, it's not looking good either for Snowy. Cookie's there for the save, taking out Zuji. And Zacian and company still looking mighty fine as they enter into Colossal Coliseum. There's almost no contest going on that's directly in front of them. There are other teams nearby, but no one's going to appear themselves outwards right away. Never mind. All the looting needs to happen now, but gunshots aren't too far away.
Yeah, just knowing that, I mean, as everyone is collapsing in on the spot, you know that those people are going to be pretty much perched up on the corners of the Coliseum, just kind of watching everyone rotate in. The rest of it, you know, in the desert, a little bit of island, a little bit of the river across the way from where the zone is going. I mean, this trio, they've got all the materials realistically that they want. They have plenty of resources that are adjacent where they can continue to build up more mats. See if they're going to try to go down here and pick up some of that. I think it was a flopper that someone had dropped down there, but worked their way back up to the top level. I mean, this trio is in a position that they're fine. They don't have to worry about anything that's going on right now. They're going to stack up all of those resources on. It looks like Goated's going to be the chosen one. He's got 3 floppers, 3 med kits. Arpicha's got another 3. I mean, these guys are playing in a position where they're ready for a heal off, and I imagine that when it does come down to it, it's all going to get funneled. They're just going to drop all the floppers on one person who's going to be holed up in a box at the end game, and the other 2 are just going to go take care of business. I mean, they've done it twice already. There's nothing to say that they're not going to do it for a 3rd time.
I mean, the odds, you know, I'm not an 8-ball or anything, but the odds are looking pretty well in their favor right now, but there's still 40-ish or 30-ish other people alive besides them, and they have to make their way through in a very small circle. This has been, in terms of, you know, downs on the feed, not a lot of eliminations have we seen so far in this game.
Right.
By this point before, we were down to the 20s last game. Right now, look how many different teams are so close in proximity. Not a lot of happening right now on the feed. In fact, even Team Zacian, known for their aggressive plays, are playing so slow right now, waiting to get the drop towards the next circle. Well, oh, never mind. As soon as I speak, though, they're able to find some pop shots on a team nearby, having a little bit more of an elevated advantage compared to them. Trying to find some pop shots, not really landing too many, though. I'm wondering, with them seemingly surrounded right now, how they can make it out of there unless they go for the catapult.
At this point, you know, they roll the dice because of exactly that. Zone 5 going in, that 50-50 once again. You just fingers crossed you're in the right position, and they hit the nail on the head. And them and like 8 other squads that are already that are still in Coliseum and perched up on these walls are in a prime real estate where they don't have to go anywhere at all. The rest of the lobby has to come to them. The best part about Coliseum already being here, naturally, you get the elevation difference. You get that advantage to watch everyone else come in. As you see, it's all looking down on the rest of the team. But this trio here as well, making themselves known in the late game. But I'm inclined to agree. I mean, the fact this lobby's gone a little bit slower.
No.
Where this zone is gone, it's a lot of empty area. So, like, you just didn't have, like, you didn't have people stacking up in lazy legs to get those mid-game fights to take down half of these teams. So that's why we're still seeing these many numbers here this time around. And Nikolai, Zeno, and Davis sitting up here up top, they're just going to take pop shots all day long.
Well, it seems like the Fortnite deities in the sky heard our pleas, and now things are going to ramp to 11 in these final circles. Look at where it is right now, halfway into the storm already. Sniper shots going through, but Nikolai is missing everything right now. That's not going to help the other teams, though. They're walking straight into another team. Nikolai, though, trying to return shots on another team down below, is starting to build away. He's playing probably the most aggressive we've seen him before the final act. With that being said, though, look at how much building's going on all throughout. All these teams need to go back into the circle, and it's not going to be an easy situation for anybody. This is going to be fight or flight right now for a lot of these teams. And look, they have to storm the beaches. It's not a great position to be in. They have to drop below. They might have to go up. So much different things. The Just Spec goes down.
Wow, just turn the table just like that. Nikolai tried to protect himself because someone had tried to, challenge his position that he was in. So he's got to put these walls up. The snipes coming through. I mean, so many that he sent out, not a single one connecting. It's only a matter of time before one does hit. He at least gets an assist on that one. Davis picks that up, I do believe, so they get +1, but it doesn't even get credited to them. Someone else got the knock first before they get the elimination. So even though that they have the high ground, they have advantage on this, they have line of sight on everybody else in the lobby, they are just not able to capitalize in this position yet. And that is the dangerous thing. You talk about Nikolai being aggressive. They are being very aggressive in the sense that they are peeking these angles, and there's really not a lot of cover here for them outside of their own structure. So it's bound to happen. Either you're going to hit the shot or someone's going to hit a shot on you, and he's fortunate that was just a body shot.
This has been a game of complete disarray when it comes to these team placements. We have seen the top 3 teams placed time and time again in the same exact positions before, but slowly team members of each team are slowly going down, if not completely eliminated. They're throwing things completely in for a loop. We're going to keep an eye on Nikolai right now as he moves on forward. He's able to find a sniper shot at the very top there. He wasn't able to find too many shots before, but now he's going to have a lot of problems going in front and back of him. Bengals able to find Cookie. It's another one gone. Will that be enough, though? There's so many nearby him. It is just complete disarray, complete pandemonium all throughout. But Beanie, kind of an unknown that we haven't talked about too much, might be able to make some moves going forwards with some of these eliminations. He's going to go forwards, trying to build his way around, trying to find a way to trap in a player, but he's not having a whole lot of luck doing so. But there's almost no circle left. Time is ticking down now for all these teams, and for the complete disarray everywhere. I hope those are your teammates because you're in a heap of trouble if they're not. Nikolai, though, able to return back still, holding on tight, having that elevated advantage somewhat still, needs to find these shots with the sniper rifle. It's his purple gun. He needs to hold on to the 40 bullets he has left and not a lot of time to really use them. He has to keep his distance. He has to maintain the advantage. It's getting tougher and tougher to do so as the enemies come closing in.
Yeah, and at this point, this sniper rifle is becoming less and less useful in your inventory. A lot of it's going to rely on that AR and that purple shotty, and that shotgun is going to do an immaculate amount of work for you if you're able to get those up close and personal fights, especially maintaining the high ground. Like, you've got 4 minis, you've got the chug splashes. It's probably smart to use those now, especially with Xeno being at half health. It's going to get the full shield back at least. So these guys, they're all in position where it's fine. That quick scope, though, a quick 110. I thought the sniper was going to be worthless, but never mind.
No cover at all. Nikolai getting that chunk down just to get shot away. He's in a big problem right now. He's got to go for it again. Get like a 25 on the chug jug. It is complete man pandemonium everywhere. Every which way you look, there's just shots everywhere. Fighting for scholarships right now. Someone's got to survive all of this. But the entire team, at the very least, for Nikolai, are still alive. They're all huddled together, waiting to outbeat the storm, the biggest enemy of all, while making sure they can stay away from all the gunshots. Wooden structures being destroyed everywhere they look, everywhere they go. They have to keep building forwards or they can't build back. If they do, gunshots. Forwards, maybe gunshots. Everywhere they look, it's just not a great place to be. Either they go up or they continue to go down. They have to fall. It seems like they don't have a choice here. Back and forth though, Nikolai trying to find out whatever he can. It's a matter of survival now. It's not about getting killed. He's got his one. He doesn't need to get any more in his eyes. 13 left alive though. 10 if you don't include the team we're watching. Everyone's trying to make a name for themselves here, but the gunshots go down. Can they find it in time? No one's able to secure a kill. Trading the chug jug will be more important than life or death itself.
Oh no.
Down now. It's all down to this Caribou. What's going to happen next? Can we see the next scholarship champion come through from Play Versus in this round? Can this Nation get knocked down to their first place slot? So many gunshots going down. Nikolai falls! But with that being said, Hugo might be able to bring it back. Can he hold on? Can he avenge Nikolai? No! Caribou, he goes straight into the shadows, into the storms.
Shockwave's coming back to help him out right there, so at least able to hold on a little bit longer after Nikolai dropped Goated with the perfect angle. That edit right there was good enough, but that's not going to be a good enough time. Xeno's going to take the launcher, go straight through, and that is not much more you can do about that. Davis does get one, get that final shot to get the siphon, so staying alive a little bit longer. The 2 chug splashes, you got the shield pot and the mini. So if you have the opportunity, yep, take the mini now. If you have a chance, take the full shield pot, but moving zone's going to make that a little bit more difficult. I don't even know if you have the time to warrant that. With 5 other players left alive here, you are in a 1-on-2-on-3 situation potentially, and this is just not a great spot for you to be in. Striker doesn't have any more heals, especially when you get shot from the back right there. Not going to be great. The chug splash is the last hope for Davis. Down to this firefight, if you hit your shots, you're going to win it, but you're not going to be able to do that. Or Picho gets the first shot to connect, and they did it once, they did it twice, they've done it thrice. Zacian on top, this time with 12 eliminations. They're putting on a clinic.
Keep in mind, one of the first eliminations we saw in the entirety of that round was Zacian being DBNO. He was able to be revived, and while we didn't see much of him that entire game, they were able to stay alive until the very end. He did get eliminated after the Victory Royale, of course, but the entirety of the team stayed alive together, connected the entirety of the game. Another close team was Nikolai's that we did keep an eye on for a very long time, and while they came close, it's just the raw aggression and being able to maintain their resources all throughout is what elevates Zacian and Carpaccio and Goated all the way to the top in these last 3 games.
Yeah, and they do the thing. They did it in round 2. They did it this round 2. They just come out of nowhere. Like, they did not have high ground the whole time. It was, the other trio that was up there the whole time was just sitting in position, a little concerned about what had happened from that, because of the fact that, they started to run out of the metal. They had to resort to the wood. They put a cone down. The floor didn't get put down in time. Someone else had taken the cone out. So then you got 1 drop, and then you have 2 drop, and you got all 3 of them end up, down in the trenches, if you will. So it's just not a position where they're able to maintain the high ground. And that's kind of what happens sometimes, where someone tries to assert themselves, take control of the high side a little bit earlier than they really need to in these zones. And then they just don't get the free fire. None of the shots were hitting. They weren't able to get any extra eliminations just from trying to get the people that were maneuvering down below them. So it just unfortunately didn't work out for them. But again, Zacian, they stepped up and they did it again. And I don't know how they're doing it, but they're doing everything they need to do.
3 in a row now for the Zacian Nation Carpaccio Goated King saga, it seems. But on top of the 3 wins that we've seen, that's a collective 18 points right off the rip there. Think about all the eliminations they've had too. But my main question is, and it's going to be a bit of a cliffhanger here, can they do it for a 4th time? Yeah, we're going to have to find out, though, while we go to a small little break, while we get things set up for game number 4. And let's see in the chat if Zacian's team, if they can bring it back yet again for a 4th time in a row. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
There is a stereotype for women in video games. A lot of people tend to think that we're not very good. Sometimes the male players get a little snarky, and sometimes I do have to put them in their place. 1v1 me, bruh. Come at me. I was bullied relentlessly in school, so video games became my escape. And eventually I started entering tournaments and making a name for myself. A lot of people thought it was a joke, but I was really excited. I went before our Board of Education and presented the case for esports. We talked about the benefits of playing video games. You build teamwork, critical thinking skills, problem-solving skills, communication. These are skills that companies are now looking for. And also, I brought up the child that won $3 million in Fortnite and discussed how students had a future with esports if they could win money and go to college on scholarships. We made an announcement 2 days after the board approved, and I had about 450 students show up, and it was a little overwhelming to think about how am I going to teach students how to play this very complex game. There are a lot of different types of students in my program, and I have a lot of students who say, they come to school for esports. They know that they need to do well in class. Otherwise, their teacher will call me and I will come up to their classroom and sit in that class and make sure that they're doing what they need to do. A lot of them are now maybe at B's when earlier they were C's or D's. I had a student graduate last year. He told me that he was going to drop out, that he didn't like school. School wasn't for him. And then we announced esports, and that's kind of what saved him. And he graduated, and now he's in college. That meant a lot to me. I tear up a little bit every time I think about that child. Every school really does need an esports program, simply because, in my personal experience, a lot of these kids that play esports, for various reasons, they can't play a physical sport. But esports is just, it's online, it's at the school. It gives students a place where they can feel safe and they belong, because back in the day when esports and video games weren't mainstream, you were bullied relentlessly for it. And a lot of my students talk about how they feel safe in the esports program, and that's their family, that's their community. Being an esports coach means to me that I have a huge responsibility to these 65 children that are in this program. Despite the fact that I have no idea what I'm doing half the time, they are counting on me to give them guidance in this game so they can win and go to playoffs. It's more than just being a coach, it's being there for students who might not have anybody who's normally there for them. It's about encouraging them, loving them, and showing them that you can do something like this and be good at it and go off and have a future.
I think a lot of students have just gotten another sense of how to belong and how to create relationships outside of what were the traditional avenues.
And a lot of my students talk about how they feel safe in the esports program, and that's their family, that's their community. And I think that esports gives kids a future that they might otherwise not have.
Man, I wish that had been available when I was in high school.
I told you it wouldn't be too much longer until we would be back. My name is Keg, and we're joined by Caribou once again for another round of the amazing Play versus Fortnite championship that we have right now. Of course, this is being produced by the Nerd Street Gamers, helping us out here today. And Caribou, Zacian has been crazy so far.
That's, I guess, an understatement, because I don't know what is going on. I don't know what they had for breakfast. I don't know what they had for lunch. I mean, East Coast, I don't know what they've had for dinner in between games. But, I mean, those guys are doing everything that they need to do. They're getting the eliminations. 3 victories in a row. There is nothing that they have to complain about.
Fair enough. I mean, I'm surprised West Coast, it's like 3 p.m. for you, right?
Yes, it's still early.
The sun's already gone where I am.
I got like an hour left, maybe.
Lucky you.
Yeah.
But with all that being said and done, though, I really love these ending circles that we've been seeing these last 2 games. They're complete chaos, and there's something I haven't seen before, especially with all the water that we saw in game number 2. Game number 3 had the circle fight for everybody's lives towards the very end. It really does seem like it's anybody's game, but somehow Zacian just always comes out on top.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at what they have done, time and time again, I mean, we could take a look at the scoreboard as it pops up here. I mean, there's a decent reason. If you have an average placement across 3 games of 1, yeah, you can expect to be on the top of the leaderboard. And the fact that they're averaging 10 eliminations as well, just to add on to it. I mean, those guys, front to back, top to bottom, they've done everything that they need to do. Nikolai Zeno and Davis as well. I mean, the in position virtually every single game where they are, in the final 3 squads, they're in a spot where they have the high ground. Unfortunate, just ran out of mats a little bit there in game number 3. had to drop down to the trenches level and then start to really get scrappy with everything. Then at that point where you use all your materials on the high side to try to maintain high ground, you don't have anything left when you do drop down to try to put any walls up between you and anyone else is trying to get a shot off on you. So it's just unfortunate positioning they find themselves in time and time again. But it's the names that we see in the end game. It's not surprising to see where they're at on the leaderboard, especially when you look at what Play versus Trio has done, in the first game. And then they dropped down a little early in the second game, but they still made a good recovery there in the third one. But again, Zacian, I mean, he was like the first name we saw drop in game 3.
Yeah.
And they still won.
What happened there? Yeah, exactly. The DB went down. They managed to bring him back up, and they still won. It was funny. The first name we saw go down was Zacian. The last name from the storm we saw at the very end by the Victory Royale was Zacian. But let's see how the top 3 performers do this time. We have game number 4 ready to go right now. I want to see Nikolai succeed here. I want to see what they can do in their very last engagements, because it's always those final 20, 30 seconds where they just kind of fumble the ball a little bit.
Yeah, definitely have a little bit of room for improvement there. Interesting to see this change up. We've seen this trio go to Lazy Lakes to off the rip, but this time around Caddy Corner. And there's a decent amount of something to work with here, but for where they're at, what's going on, you're going to try to shield up a little bit, get that something. I mean, the blue tack, and the sniper rifle, not a lot of ammo to work with on this, but just the positioning that they're in, I mean, it's good enough to get in, get out scot-free. You don't have to worry about taking any firefights that you're not confident you can win in the time being with this loadout. So I like this play just to at least take the money and run for what it's worth. It's not a lot of money in consideration of their loadout, but at least get out alive.
Very true. And yeah, even with the shotgun, you don't want to face that long-range angle, which is not going to work out too well. But at least you have 7 shots of your sniper. But if there's anything we've seen so far in these tournaments, is that the sniper shots have been a little inaccurate for just about everybody.
Yep. Which is heartbreaking to me. I've been, over my 10 years of Fortnite caster, I've been spoiled with a decent amount. And that's another thing, in one of my personal complaints of Fortnite, is just that everything else, every other weapon is so viable, I don't get treated as much to all of these insane sniper montage clips in the gameplay anymore. And it's a little disheartening for me, but I guess if we get to see these sick edits with these tack shotties, or with the lever shotties, then I guess I can deal with that too.
You know what that means, right?
I want more.
You gotta be the one to bring it back. You gotta bring it back.
Oh no.
Yes.
I lost that when they vaulted the hunting rifles. It was over for me. There's nothing. I mean, I can't use a sniper rifle. I can only do the hunting.
Oh no, but I hope whoever's above dating can use the sniper rifle. They're all going down. True DBNOs right now.
Oh no.
Jaden's the last one alive. He's gotta make something work.
Oh no.
A holy rampage coming through. How do you say his name? Colanzo, able to find that kill without any real trouble at all. The entire team kind of got rolled over there, and that was really eclectic to see. I'm surprised there wasn't as much of a fight. We're not really sure what happened to the other 2 teammates that Jaden had, but him just kind of hiding in a corner. There wasn't really much you could do in a 2v1 scenario like that. They just kind of came by and did what they had to do.
Yeah, and that's just the way it goes. Nature of the beast. I mean, you find yourselves back against the wall like that. I mean, your other teammates already being down. I mean, there's really not a lot you can do except for maybe try to take one with you, I guess, optimistically. But the fact that you have 3 knocking on the door, I mean, a blue tack SMG here is going to be more than enough to shred through your wall, especially if it's not even done constructing yet. And Calgary Lara is a name, one of the squads that we see getting into the late game, top 10 pretty consistently. So not really surprised at all to see them come out of this. First time we've seen Sweaty Sands at all, I think, tonight. So
yes.
This is at least good to know that there's a couple people that do go up here, and the fact that this squad has gone up here and they're able to win out on that and able to come out on top in that contestation of this area. So now they're going to get all of this league to themselves. Granted, they have time before they do need to rotate, but with the vehicles being available, I mean, they're fine to get 3 points for eliminations and then make their next move.
Ooh, but there's another squad not too far away from Sweaty Sands, it seems. And I'm wondering if there's going to be a bit of a battle before they do go to that first circle. not too far behind. They're going to be in the stands. Neither team has really an opportunity to nose each other unless they're audio cues. Definitely not Calanzo. He hasn't seen anybody just yet. But just even a sneak peek from the back of his eye, the peripheral vision might be able to give at least somebody away. Oh, and there they are,
no.
right on the skate park, it seems. Building everything up they see. No fall damage going to be in place. It's going to be an absolute decimation again. We've seen how aggressive they can be in the early game. We very well might see that again with Elliot and company. Yes, we do. That's going to be the boss to go down. Another one to fall. And no, that's going to be a second one. No, that's just going to be the... But there we go. Wham. Moz goes down next. They are so aggressive in the early game. We have not seen a team go for these 2v1s like them yet. But there is always a downside to it as well. Riley not faring too well, going to be shot into oblivion, it seems, from another team. Not entirely sure who it is, but Lito has been able to get quite a few kills on the feed so far this game. Okay. But Riley able to get up at the very least. No shield, limited health, able to... Oh, got taken down from a bot.
Bots down. Hey, sometimes those bots are deceptively strong. You never know. This is another thing I was looking at, you know, on the tail end of this engagement here in Sweaty Sands, you know, player in the truck just trying to get out alive is not going to happen. Yeah, that's going to go out in a blaze of glory there, and careful on the truck coming back down. But, you know, you see the two arrows up to the northwest as well. So there's a third party potentially was coming in there, but didn't show up in time to play spoiler to that. But now that trio is not done yet in Sweaty.
Can't wait to see what the Sweaty team can do as they make their way towards the first. But right now, we're going to be focusing on Franco, able to get some top shots onto a pickup truck. The pickup truck is not doing too well. It's going to completely go away. It's going to destroy an entire tree along with it. That being said, though, one left alive, still in the tree area, trying to build their way through, but it's getting aggressive plays, suddenly finding themselves surrounded. Franco's going to go in for the flash jog. Can he find any kind of work? It's already going to be a DBNO, it seems, through the bushes. The Bushman's still going to stay alive a little bit longer. It's gonna be enjoying their kill. It seems like a lion hunting a gazelle.
Give him the shakedown.
Shakedown's gonna be in place, finding a little bit of info on the rest of the team. That's gonna be a legendary pickup as well. I don't think they do pick it up, but at least it's dropped. And I'm wondering what's gonna happen with the other two members of that team.
Yeah, it'd be curious to see if they continue this. I mean, with the shakedown, you're gonna now know the location of where the rest of the team is, so they're gonna be able to just pretty much W key straight forward, especially knowing you have a numbers advantage. Not surprised at all they didn't take that thermal fish because thermal fish is just not good. Nobody really ever uses those unless you just want to look at black and white thermals for the rest of the game. And no, thank you. It gives myself a headache spectating, observing, casting. I can only imagine what more it would do to a player that has to then do that for the game. Nope. Leave it there.
Definitely not ideal. It's a bit of a slower lull right now, though. We are seeing weeping a little bit as we approach the circle, but a lot of teams are still surrounding Franco. They managed to get out of that last contest pretty handedly. They were able to find a lot of eliminations out of it. It's be a total, actually, 0. Oh no, we're on a new team now. It's gonna be Tonic, who we haven't quite seen before. They're a little lower on the scoreboard in total. And they're stuck between what seems like 2 or 3 different teams right now, trying to fight for their lives while trying to escape the circle. Ethan's gonna go down, not quite a 200 IQ move, it seems, but he's gonna fall completely. Tonic stays alive. He's gonna be up top, trying to find some action wherever he can. It's gonna be him and Jen, able to stay alive a little bit longer, but they're surrounded inside the storm. Even if it's not a lot of ticks of damage each time, it's still whittling away their health that they have to reclaim later.
Yeah, but storm fight's always weird. Just a nuisance for everyone involved. I mean, it's just, you know, everyone is agreed that, okay, we're gonna take this unnecessary damage one tick at a time. And it's obnoxious, but I mean, they're able to at least rotate out of this one and get in the car, and they're gonna be okay. Blue, I don't know what Blue's doing, but
oh my
good
God.
lord,
He
buddy.
is on a tear. Was that a whole squad wipe?
That might have been a whole squad wipe. I saw his name like 5 times, so it very well could have been.
Something got wiped away.
Yeah, car's gone, but you know they're close enough to zone. It's okay. That's not.
Yeah, someone else got wiped away too. That's gonna be Sammy. Unfortunately, gonna go down as well. Intel being given by Shy, and there we go. No, never mind. It wasn't Shy. It's Squishy Fishy. We've been seeing a lot of fish lately in Fortnite. Just wanted to point that out.
Good pass time.
Oh no! But
there's the last
fish,
one.
He's gonna be sleeping with the fishes now. It's gonna be aliens to fall now into the the sea. As Nikolai and company, perfectly fine and health, still alive. We haven't really talked about them much this game. They seem to be doing pretty well.
Yeah, and where we started out this whole thing in Sweaty, way up there up north, the fact that first zone came all the way to the middle of the map tells me, I mean, this zone is going to be pulling way south, and we're going to be going down towards the Misty Meadows, Caddy Corner area. Not sure exactly how far we're going in that direction, but a lot of those players are already down there. But people, especially how fast that zone's moving, yeah, we're going to continue to move pretty good distance south here. As you got it. This is the smart play. Heal up as much as you can for now. Get those minis, get the hop rocks, a little extra mobility, and make your move across this desert because this is you got a ways to go.
And keep in mind too that we see Tonic and Jen already down a player as well. They're not in a great position, so they have to heal up as much as they can. And the storm is going to hurt a little bit more. They're trying to skedaddle their way out of there, but it's too fast. Is the bow really going to help that much? They're such on a predefined path. They have to really get out of there. Oh, mainly through the stands. They're going in the wrong direction. Oh no! Thank God. I'm curious to see if this is going to work out for them, but they're kind of going the wrong direction. They beached themselves, and this is not a good place for Tonic right now. Ethan's already gone. Jen and Tonic right now are just trying to survive. This isn't even about gunfights anymore. It's more about just plain old survival.
Yeah, and that zone's still moving. They have to go all the way south of Lazy Lake. That's a move. And I honestly, I mean, they have the med kit there, so at least one of them's going to get out of that, but they got a ways to go here.
HP Cookie, though, able to find some pop shots, not able to connect any of them, though. He's able to destroy some of the buildings, able to find one there. Oh, and Justbag apparently seemed to have quit the matchup. That's not very good, but everybody going around everywhere, building up, trying to go for the aggressive maneuvers once again. It's a battle being locked out, it seems, going up top. Cookie, we're looking around to see what's going to happen next. Takes a bunch of damage from a single shotgun, but even then, everyone's getting shot up. No one knows exactly where from, and so he's trying to escape the stage built. Though gonna fall, it's gonna be Every able to do so. Blue is gonna team up as well, fighting Flusher and Cookie. Only one left alive now. It's gonna be down to Dreamless. Can he survive though? He's completely stuck in the storm. This is not a great position to be in. He's gonna have to build up his way to the top and try to skedaddle out of there, launch pad his way out. But it's not gonna stop the rest of Playverse, so they're gonna go in for the hunt. Blue's able to find that final elimination that is going to be a complete squad wipe again. And I would love to focus on Play Versus right now. Here they are, a total of 8 eliminations this game. I think that is almost rivaling what Zacian brought out in game number 2, where they got 12, I believe.
Yeah. If not game number 1. Because I know they definitely came out swinging there in game number 1, but I mean, what they've done here in Lazy to, pretty clean sweep right there of that squad, and just continuing to accent themselves here into the late game. Top 15 squads here, still 40 players left alive, but again starting to close around where there's going to be a little more Aqua in play than I personally like, but looks like a lot of players have made their rotation, at least for the time being, where they're safe out of the zone. They do have a little bit of this elevation. The problem with this one is you see how just much of a drop off. I mean, it's just a sheer cliff that is on this riverbed, and the elevation changes from the geography is such a pain, because if it does come down into where you're in zone 8, 9, and those zones are moving up and down a mountainside, it's just a disaster for everybody, especially when materials are starting to run out. You can't waterfall anymore. Players dropping the fall damage. It makes for great content, but it's not exactly what the players want.
We were talking about Cowgirl, Lara, and the rest of their squad much earlier on. Lara's going to go deep in. No, if not completely eliminated, I'm not entirely sure from the feed. But with all that being said and done, they're not going to be making it too healthily into the end game here. But what I do like, and you might disagree with me a little bit here, Caribou, is that I like this circle. All the different elevations, the convex of the water, all of which separating people. There's a lot of potential for crazy builds to go throughout the entirety here of these final teams. There's a lot that could happen, and a lot of not only high elevated action that we have been seeing, there's also a lot of potential for lower action that we have seen a little bit, but only in the very final circle.
Yeah, that is at least something that does, make things a little more interesting about this positioning, in the sense that you do get those more dynamic builds, because you're going to get people. I mean, you saw those 3 wide arrows on the southeast side. They're going to just post up on that mountain because they're in the zone. They don't have to go anywhere. They're going to post up on that mountain and just see what happens. And you have players that are just on the elevation, naturally going to take control of a high ground and just watch everything that's going on and watch all the players rotating around below them. And because of that, in the sense that you're also now on top of a mountain, you're going to have to waterfall down to try to get yourself to a safe position if that zone does pull away from you. This is not a great position for this player to be in. At least they get the rift out, but that is a lot of damage.
Yeah, a lot of damage, 45 left. They do have 2 med kits and a chug jug to work with, though, but they have to make sure they can survive in the sky. Anyone that looks up right now has a really easy opportunity to take down Nithix. Oh, and speaking of which, they're able to heal up just a little bit, but even then they get shot up in the midst of being in the air. They're able to build up a little bit more. Most of the shots do miss, thankfully for Nith. But in the meanwhile, they're completely in the middle of barren land. They are surrounded by enemies, of course, but even then, there's no natural cover for them to hide away at all.
Well, Tonic survived, and
that's true.
Safely in a 1-by-1.
Jen didn't.
So, yeah, Jen struggling.
Jen's not in a good place. Not in a good place. They survived though the desert. I'm a little surprised about that, to be honest with you. But you have to rely now on Tonic almost entirely unless they're able to get the revive. But he's locked away completely.
Yeah, at that point, that's just Jen playing recon. Like, hey, by the way, there's a whole trio that's like right here. So there's just not a lot more that we can do about this. But you can try.
Sticks out.
Just not gonna make. I mean, and that was the point. Coming out of the desert, where you just like, okay, fingers crossed, maybe one of us are gonna make this. But at the end, both of them, they at least get out of the desert, but just can't do anything. And on the flip side of that coin, granted, Jen was able to provide some information to his teammate that's sitting in the box, but it's also basically a front door delivery of any ammo and materials that Jen was holding on to for the team that was right next to them in that box.
Yeah, and especially going through the desert, Jen had so much other building materials they could have worked with, but now completely lost. You have to rely on a one-man army to not only build around like crazy, like most Fortnite players do, but also survive gunshots and survive and get eliminations all at once in a 3v1 at best scenario, if not 6v1, 9v1s, or at very worst, 14v1s at the last circle. But things are looking good for this team here as we see it. It's going to be Bucks and Mythic and, of course, Hidden as well. They're hiding away towards the bottom, making sure no one discovers them, but they're looking probably a lot more solid than most of the other teams we have seen in this position.
Yeah, I mean, message received, try to get a little more resources off of the trees, get one tap down to 45 health, and okay, I will retreat back to my teammates now. I understand, thank you, have a nice day. Not surprising at all to see these 3 pretty much stuck together. Pick up another one. Good shots there from Blue. And just continue through this window. I mean, they're in prime position. They don't have a whole lot of mats here. You can imagine they probably wish he had a little bit more AR ammo. But, I mean, from where they're at, this is all they have to do. Just continue to team fire and pick a target, pick a wall, and everyone just get rid of that wall. Just take it down.
This is such a safe position right now for all of play versus. This is the most comfy, cushy position I think we've seen this entire tournament. They're able to just knock away everything that they see. This whole structure might go crumbling momentarily depending on how things get destroyed. With that being said though, so many players building up and they're all so exposed, and probably from an angle they're not really considering either. Look at all these shots going through, one down below, not entirely sure who that is either, but they might be able to find those top shots. They're going to be forced out into the sea if they're not careful. Oh, top shots now connecting. Body shots going through. Not going to be a down just yet, but momentarily that could change. Completely right through here, though. A lot of ammo being running out as well. Able to trade off a little bit more, as I say, that triple the ammo count. But still, not a lot of fruition when it comes to these shots either. They're mostly being a nuisance more than anything else.
Yeah, and at that point, it's just a matter of, trying to fight for the damage here. And this is the interesting point about this one is, inventory slot number 1, this Firefly Jar. Curious to see what's going to come out of that one because, I mean, even with 25 health, yeet it. Just throw it. At this point, just send it. There's no reason that otherwise you really need to hold on to it. Maybe you get something out of it, but for the time being, I mean, that Firefly Jar is not going to do anything for you. Just continue to try to break through the wall. That's easy. 2-tap right there. Glass Widow had no idea who was coming. And just easy with that charge shotty. Done and done.
Yeah, A very clean elimination there coming out from Play versus side. The matter now is seeing who the other 4 teams will go down. That was the first elimination I believe we've seen in a few minutes, and given how close the end of this game is, that's quite something. But with all that being said and done, though, we're looking around and see Play versus if they're able to hold on a little bit longer. I'm not entirely sure what happened to Zuji's team or Zacian's, but I can only assume that either they've been eliminated or maybe they've already lost some of the players. But now, at least the full, fairly healthy squad we're looking at now, this is looking really good for them, and this might be able to break this streak that Zacian has brought together as well, especially with a combined 10 kills across the board. But it might not end there. There might be an 11th one coming up soon, if not 12. All being destroyed away, trying to find those shots, destroying fashion so they can build it. Seems everyone's trying to build as much as they can or clap back. No one's able to find any shots on Play versus. They seem to have things super solid figured out, but they're going to skedaddle out of there. They're going to go completely up to the other side. They're going to go right in the middle of the storm, trying to find someone nearby, trying to find them by supplies and build their way up. But no one's able to find any luck. Going through now, not having a lot of action going into their favor. Look at his game. Whoa, almost a popped up. They're able to find a second one. That's going to be a down, knocking down Squishy Fishy, who is going to be, I believe, eliminated. No, now eliminated. Squishy Fishy's going to go down. I think their teammates had already left as well. Not entirely sure about that either. Play versus, they're looking more and more solid by the minute as the unicorns fly through.
Yeah, this is good positioning. I mean, what's going on here? Play versus. I would not be surprised to see them pick up a handful more.
A handful more. It's going to be as good as Bucks going down yet again. 4 players being slowly eliminated. This is the Chaos Realm, everybody. This is where things start getting really heated up. Mythics, we watched earlier, hide away for so long. Gets eliminated by Colonzo. The last team played previously in the last game. Wet Willie's still alive. Might be able to allow things to go through a little bit quicker. Meanwhile, while all this is going on, 10pox gets eliminated. He's the second highest fragger for Play versus the team. And he's going to fall already. He's going to leave us with Boom and Every to see if they can get this victory royale. Station goes down. He's being to the ground. There's no way he can survive this one. The Blue doesn't either. It's going to be fun. You know, Station getting the refrag coming in. A 1-for-1 coming out everywhere. Every's the last one alive. Can he make it count? Can he destroy the streak happening? Right now, everyone going back and forth. One of the last ones alive, going down. Members go down to 17. There's still so many left. Caribou seems to have some technical difficulties. Not entirely sure there. That's done. We're going to see what happens next. Every's still running around, shotgun in hand. Only a Blue, not a lot of weapons left. He's got to make the most of what he can. 16 players left though. Timer's still ticking down. That storm's not going to stop for anybody. Franco gets eliminated. Drop back. Small next. Still hiding away. Still editing. Your teammates now completely gone. Well, was one for top fragger. Now every only 1 kill in a dream. Needs to be able to rift his way to the top along with 4 other players. They're all rifting down. This is going to be a very do or die scenario for so many different players. The reindeers, the gliders, everywhere, everything all at once. Waiting to see what's going to happen next as the final eye shrinks on down. So many different people trying to stay alive as long as they can. Still being eliminated. Cowgirl Mara's down. But everyone's trying to escape as much as they can. It's not even about the gunshots anymore. It's about survival. Alonzo out of shields now, trying to figure out what he can do. Can he get the elevator going up? Can he find any kind of action? 38 health in a dream. He flies all the way into the sky. Tries to get the landing spot. Not able to find any. No fall damage, luckily, though, for them. But even then, with all that being said and done, it's going to be his final dog. A little mini might be able to pull him through. 2 minis to through. Drink as much as he can. He needs to survive. Good enough for Alonzo. He's able to stay alive a little bit longer. He has to make the drop. So many different names calling Carpacino and Nikolai Fall. This is not going to be the same #1 team as before. This could be a new champion here for game #4, but who is it going to be? There's only 3 on the line. 3 different teams. All these 1v1s, v1s. Someone needs to come out on top. But who is it going to be? That's the big question. In a 1v1, Circle's still going to stay alive a little bit longer. Can Alonzo find it? He's up between the board. We may never know who has a chance of doing it. If you die this round, you had a 30 chance of being killed by Play VS. That's going to be Every coming out on top this time. We've said so many times they had the potential to do it, and now they've finally proven themselves. It took 4 games, a bunch of high up placements, but it's going to be them coming out on #1 this time. Caribou, hello. I believe we're having some technical difficulties with Caribou. Oh, no, he's just straight up frozen. He's in Carbonite right now. Well, with all that being said and done, we did see an amazing performance coming up from Play versus. That was so cool to see. But what happened to Zation? We don't really know because we didn't spectate them too much there. We didn't see them too much. But with all that done, we do see a new champion for game number 4. Now, we're going to have to look at the stats after this break that's coming up soon to see whether or not they can overtake that number 1 spot, or at the very least, and well, more realistically, maybe take number 2. Maintaining some... Oh.
I was always told growing up, it's gonna rot your brains, it's a waste of time, and then like now I see where esports is at, and my family and I at home, we watch the League of Legends Championship. One of the students here at BC, he came to me and said, hey, we're really interested in starting an esports team. Like BC needs an esports team, and can you help us? I was a little bit apprehensive because I did not play video games and I wasn't sure what it would all entail. But then that same student came to my door almost every day the first week of school and said, have you talked to the principal? What's going on with the esports team? It's really because of the students. They were the ones that I felt like, because they're so interested, I think I can do this. My team, they never played League of Legends before, and them going from starting out just at the basic beginnings to now they're in the 30s and seeing how their team work, they're strategizing, and they've basically taken ownership of our team and run with it. It's been fantastic. At our school, leadership is really encouraged and admired among the students. With esports, my students get an opportunity in a different way than what maybe traditionally would be thought of as this is a leadership role you would have. So we have a team captain, we also have a team coach, and they really work really well with the students to kind of bring them together, and they are the ones that outside of school, they're practicing. We get 3 hours of practice a day. They come in at 7 a.m. in the morning, and they're waiting for me. They're like, hey, we're ready to go. Can we come in? Can we practice? Originally, we were practicing 3 days a week, and they were like concerned they weren't getting enough practice. They were like, can we do more? Can we squeeze in another day? So they wanted to do 5 days a week, but I was like, let's start with 3, let's build up to 4, and if we make it to playoffs, then we'll go to 5. They are just so motivated to kind of like take ownership of it. They basically decide beforehand what their bands are, who's doing what position, because I really would not have that kind of knowledge. And even though I don't play as much as they do, you know, you have to admire somebody who's built up their skill set. They've had to put in a lot of time and energy in order to be so good. And then when I play, I go like, wow, this is a lot harder than it looks. It has been wonderful watching how good my students have gotten in such a short amount of time.
Hey, we're back, and no technical difficulties anymore. We are free from that in Caribou.
It's all my fault.
No, it's the internet's fault. It was those birds you talked about. They came for revenge.
Yeah.
But hey, at the very least, we saw a really cool ending to that 4th game. We saw Play Versus finally come through and get a win over the Zation Nation. That whole team had such an iron fist over everything. At the very end, it was an individual 1v3. No, I'm sorry. A 1 versus 1 versus 1. With the circle slowly encroaching on by. It was super close at the very end. But let's talk about the mid game. Well, something that we both saw. What was the aggression looking like from the teams we saw, and how did they move forward to that circle to the final engagement?
I mean, the way this zone was going, it was kind of interesting in the sense that you still have a lot of real estate to work with, you know, with the elevation coming in, you know, to play a little bit of a difference maker on this one. It's a matter of material control, you know, making sure that you're not wasting those resources that you have. And I'm looking forward to see, you know, if it does come down into something like that, you know, fingers crossed, I don't miss out on it. We're already getting into the next game here. So
beautiful.
I mean, I'm not going to complain about that at all, but you know, if it does come down into a situation where I do happen to miss out on that, I'd like to see something like that again, where we have sort of that, because that does introduce all of a sudden a new aspect of strategy to come into this, because when we saw some of the teams that were posting up on the mountainside and just kind of hanging out there, but when it comes down into, the zone's got to move, all those players had to move too, and it's a bit more problematic in the sense if you don't have the materials to waterfall down safely on a cliffside, well, fall damage has claimed more than a few victims in its day.
Very true. Plus, it sets a precedent for the rest of these games. We need to see amazing eliminations like that at the very end. So we're both going to stick around for this one. Make sure no drone from birds action happens yet again. But we're starting things off in Retail Road. Nope, now Craggy Cliffs, it seems, as we see Astra, a team that we haven't really looked at before, go through a lot of eliminations, it seems. Holy moly! That's be Tonic already gone down.
Okay.
Tonic and Cowgirl, you gotta feel bad for them, Caribou. They have just not had the best luck in this tournament.
And they keep changing their drop too. Like, so they're trying to adapt, they're trying to move from one place to the next, but it's just wherever they go, unfortunately, they're just not finding what they want. And already, kind of surprising to see Nuggets go down here. This is not the start for this game at all. All three of them going to be 1, 2, 3 clean swept because, well, it's going to be the play versus squad that they're going up against. And yeah, you earned that one.
I can't believe we've gone this far without seeing a taunt or a dance.
Yeah, it is impressive in the sense that it's not really, you don't see a lot. Usually it is that the BM, the casual banter of just, yeah, I'm better than you. I won that fight, and you're gonna have to deal with that. And it's infuriating to be on the receiving side of that, but.
True, but you gotta keep in mind too, Blue is right hot off the heels of getting that game-winning kill or elimination against the other team at the very, very end. Maybe it wasn't Blue specifically, but it was Team Play Versus who got that final elimination and won the last game. So they're still hot off the trails of that. They're still feeling really good about it. But I'm wondering if they're able to keep that aggression up going into this fifth round. Because so far, we saw, oh, hi, stats. Okay, so we, speaking of them, exactly, we saw Zacian, Carpuccino, and Goda King do the same exact thing for 3 games in a row. Game number 4, things changed up completely. It was Play Versus now in 3rd place overall, able to sneak out a 1st place win. That's going to leave an awkward spot right now for Nikolai, Zeno, and Davis because they have not been able to win a single game, but they're almost consistently in that 2nd, 3rd place, but it's their eliminations that have been able to hold them tight.
And the interesting aspect about, where this is, you look at the average eliminations versus average placement. I mean, almost 9 there for the 1st place, almost 7, and then just over 9. Tenpox, Blue, and Every have the highest average eliminations, but their average placement's 9th place. And because of the fact that they play so aggressive, they're such W key warriors, they go straight for every elimination point that they can find. And sometimes it's just kind of turn around to bite them, and they don't get the placement that they want. Granted, they're still getting they're getting the same placement points on average that Nikolai, Zeno, and Davis are getting, but because of the fact the other squad that's in 1st place has won 3 of the 4 rounds, well, that's enough to kind of cement yourself there at the top of the leaderboard.
Fair enough, too. I mean, they've been doing probably the most consistent work out of everybody we've seen in this game so far. The only thing holding them back is just those final placements. Nikolai, though, speaking of them exactly, they were able to eliminate yet another one. That was impressive to see all the items they don't want floating down the river. There's another one not too far behind. I'm not sure what was going on there, but Nikolai able to find another one up on top in the trees. He's able to find alien attacks, too. I'm not sure if that was the same person from the river or a second one, but he's just been on a tear this round.
And looking to pick up +1 more snipe. Oh,
this is not good.
They're doing at least good enough. Slick's doing a pretty good job here to get some return damage back, and just kind of negate this aggressive push that they're trying to do. But in the meanwhile, on this push up, you're also taking a lot of damage. Zeno able to get a couple shots to connect, plus that shotty right there. So all of a sudden, no, Zeno with the 1-on-2 situation, this is not exactly the best place to be. You got to wait for your teammates to come back in and save the day, and Davis does just that.
Yep, that's going to be Tyler and his squad already gone partially. At least one more to deal with. And up there, a few shotgun shots are going to be bursted out throughout. But no, he's going to hide away relatively quickly yet again. Looking around to see where he's at. He's getting trapped inside, trying to edit away. But no!
Oh, no.
Melee kill. Trash Jaden's going to fall. That's an entire squad wipe. Flicks is going to fall as well, and that's another team we haven't really seen on the top 10 either. They've been struggling a lot in these early games against the aggressors like Nikolai, like Zeno, like Davis, because they're just getting straight attacked right off the rip, and they can't build the resources or really fight back with the weaponry they have.
Yeah, and that's just insult to injury too. I mean, the pickaxe kill, that's a heartbreaker right there. But I mean, good for Zeno, Nikolai, and Davis, who are still trying to get themselves up to a position where they can contest. I mean, right now they're the only team that is relatively close to the squad that is picking up a couple more eliminations. Carpicho getting 2 more. Stark and Doc going down, so that's at least plus 2 more. You do one thing, and the team that is in first place above you does the exact same thing the other side of the map. So not quite getting exactly what they want out of that to be able to make up any ground between them and the first place in the standings. But, just from where they're at now, it's at least a decent enough start. This zone, as you see, relatively central, a little bit of a pull to the south side. Curious to see where it does go from here, because we have seen a lot of attention paid down into that Misty Meadows, Lazy Lake area. I'd love to pull away from that. I've seen enough of that. I don't need any more. That's okay. We can find somewhere else to play in the map.
I really want to see a new location just like you. I mean, Colossal Coliseum was really cool to see, I think, 2 games ago now. I really want to see it come back again because I think it had a lot of potential. At least it was Colossal Coliseum for a little bit. It kind of deviated out of way towards the very last circle. But it was still nice to see overall. But now what's also nice is Scrubbaroonie able to find some top shots off of Twitch. I believe that's Love you. And even then, they're struggling a little bit. They're able to build some resources, but even then, they have to find some ways of getting on through. They heal their teammate too. That's not a great position to be in. At least I think it's one of them. No, we'll actually find Every instead. Every's gonna fall. That's one of the play versus trapped by themselves. Not sure how that happened, how they caught a wild Every out of nowhere. Jud's gonna take advantage of that and try to move on in while they have their defenses down. Judge trying to move on in, trying to find out wherever he can. Not going to have a whole lot of action going through, though. Everyone else is surrounding them. This is not a good position for Judd right now. He either has to leave now or try to fight to the very bitter end. Caribou, how is he going to escape when he's fighting not only the water, but various teammates as well?
I mean, the fact that they had Every down, like, right next to them would give you the idea, and they have another one right there. Blue's down. They just gave Blue the shakedown, so they're going to know where the number 3 teammate is. So now, all of a sudden, a turn of events where they have the numbers here. They're able to get the shakedown. They're going to know. They're going to send the emote right back. I mean, Blue's the one that's been doing it. Yeah, go ahead, give up on that one. And this is almost like the Kryptonite. Play versus, they play so aggressively with that trio, and it usually pans out for them. But this is the second time now out of 5 games, twice that Scrubbaroonie and his team have taken out the play versus trio. At some point, you got to wonder, okay, maybe this is a fight we shouldn't take.
Yeah, it's interesting how the same squad is able to eliminate, what was a champion team last round twice in a row, and that seems to be their kryptonite right now, but they just cannot seem to get around this team when they get engaged. Luckily for them, though, we don't see that team also really get too far beyond taking down play versus in a lot of these rounds. So it just might be, taken from the FGC, it's kind of like a bracket demon, almost. Where they don't necessarily win every game, but it's just that one player or that one team they just cannot hurdle over.
For some reason, it just works out. See if Snowy's going to find one. I mean, breaking down the wall, they do get at least the wall replacement, but can't get the edit off before he's able to put a few more layers between. I mean, this is just a matter of time here. It seems like they have the numbers advantage and just trying to find the angle. Edits, aim. I mean, as I mentioned, accuracy is the most important thing about a shooter game. You got to hit your shots. It's that simple. It doesn't matter how good of an editor you are. If you can't hit your shots, it doesn't matter. You could have the fastest reflexes in the world to replace that corner, but it's just not going to do it if you can't point and click. And I mean, Snowy, probably a little closer than you really want, especially with the siphon. You're at 56 health. I mean, that's a little. I'm a little uncomfortable. It's a sigh of relief there if I'm Snowy, but at least you won out. And, well, that's not bad. A nice little upgrade on that sniper if you want it. I mean, someone in the squad's got to take it, right?
Ooh, I hope so. I want to see some legendary weapons come out. We haven't really seen a whole lot yet. And just having the ability to use the legendary weapons could skyrocket your potential for being number 1 in this game. but they have to be able to hit the shots, and that's another struggle we've been seeing for some of these teams.
Really, I mean, yeah, I'm thinking about it, and I really haven't seen a lot of those legendaries.
No, not a one.
Everyone's pretty much gotten by with just the blue or the purple of whatever weapon variation that they're using. That is curious. I mean, granted, you know, with Mythics coming out, you know, Mythics were the rage. Everybody, you had to have the Mythic. You wanted to win the game, you had to have a Mythic, and that was it. And that's why pretty much everybody went to kits and got kits items out of the caddy corner, and that was it. You get the mobility, and you get the drum gun, and that's it. Game over at that point. But now you do away with that in, you know, a couple seasons ago, so it makes more sense. You don't really have to rely on those legendary and epic items where, I mean, you can get by with the loadout just like what Davis has. As far as weapons go, granted, you probably want maybe a med kit or some bandages in there or something, but, I mean, a purple scar and a green tack, it'll get the job done. It's not anything flashy, but it works.
Hey, I mean, it's worked for the last 4 games. But we're looking at the Haven right now. Not a lot of action happening at the moment. It's going to be a very elevated setup coming up from Davis at the moment. We are not really used to seeing such a really high elevated setup, especially with it not being contested too well. But there's other similar ones popping up as well. And it's going to be a matter of whether or not who can win this sniper tower fight. Sure, there are beings down below. That's going to be a huge issue later on. But right now, it's a matter of making sure this sniper tower can stay alive just at least a little bit longer and keep building it up to make sure at least they have the elevation advantage, as we've seen it be so popular and so necessary for a lot of these teams in the late game, especially being so entrenched into the circle. That is such a good position for Davis and company to have right now.
Yeah, only problem I see is to what, you know, Davis, I mean, if this is a lot of idle time. I mean, there's a lot of resources around you. Granted, Xeno's relatively close to maxed out on mats. Davis, a little bit lesser. Yeah, I think he had like 120. Nikolai, virtually maxed out, just a little bit of what he's got. But this is just a lot of idle time where, you know, Davis taking a couple of pop shots, but until the zone really starts to compact and come in around them, these guys, they're just not really doing anything. And if they're in a position where the mentality is we want to win, I mean, who doesn't want to win? Who doesn't want to get first place?
I want to win.
You got to do more. If you're in second place and you're down, you got to do more than just sit back and watch.
It's probably the best advice I've ever gotten. Just do more. Forehead.
Exactly. Duh. It's not hard. Can't be that hard.
You stupid idiot! That's all you gotta do. But here we go. Though we are seeing Scrubberoonie now. He did get some pop shots on another person down below on the mountain. There we go. It's gonna be the conclusion here. It seems. Oh, not able to catch the ledge as they're building up. Being able to use the giant uplifter though. It was here through the building. It's gonna be instead not gonna do a whole lot more damage. Maybe land behind yet another person. Not able to find too much. It's gonna be the brakes going up. Not enough to shoot him down. Judd might be able to get some damage in as well, but no, instead they relegate themselves to hiding near the storm barrier. That's okay though, they're gonna go near the mountains. They're gonna land very quickly. That could have been a close call. But now effectively, Scrubberoonie finds themselves in an odd spot. They have to climb up now, be exposed very clearly towards a lot of people as they move forwards out of the circle. And they have to get to the top of the mountain again.
Yeah, I mean, good shots there from Scrub to be able to, you know, help his teammate out, get that elimination there in the build. You know, a couple to get the shield break in, get the damage down. So his teammate really just one more, and that was it. But as you mentioned, this is an awkward position because, I mean, you're at the bottom of this. I mean, the dam's right above you, and you just, this is horrible. I mean, you hate going up a cliffside because then you have to allocate all of those mats to go up the cliffside, and those are incredibly valuable, especially in the late game, and that's just a lot that you have to use to build the staircase up the side. And you, at this point, I guess just fingers crossed that it pulls far enough towards you, but I mean, these guys are not done.
Whoa. Things are heating up now. Whoa, that was really impressive. Ryan's gonna go down. We still see Scrubberoonie effectively stuck at the bottom of this waterfall here. I really want to see what they can do to get out. It's definitely not impossible, but given how things are and how things are heating up at the top of the mountain, you're not only safe, but you're too safe to the point where you're harming yourself in your chances to win, because that storm comes through. You're a little safe, but even then, it's not Not a great position to be in here. But with that being said, though, we are going to be seeing the rest of the team, though. We are seeing Judd try to fight up the mountain. And there's so many other players now nearby trying to contest this as well. It's just not a great position for anybody. But they are trying their best. They are fighting it through. Secretly, God's going to fall as well.
Okay.
And it's only 12 teams left alive.
Yeah, they do have. There's another solo that is to their east that looks like is just staring them down here, potentially looking for any angle that they can. They have a good collection of loot here, really. I mean, they're virtually, most of them are maxed out. I think Scrub actually was the one that just had virtually no metal at all to work with, so potentially problematic, but that's a future me problem kind of thing. I'm not going to worry about that right now, because as long as the trio's together, they're just going to try to survive. They're just going to try to laser this one down. So now you know, because of the fact that you took those walls out, and the walls got rebuilt, someone's in there. And that is that lone player that is off to the side. So these three are just going to light up this structure, and this player's going to have a bad time. And they got zoned.
They did. Okay.
Wow.
Ooh. This is tough, but I really like the audacity of what we're seeing this team go through.
Yeah,
they
they
are
gotta
going
go
through all the trials and tribulations right now. What they were doing before, I like to call it the doorbell, because they were just trying to knock on the door of the enemy team, knocking down the walls, and that's pretty much all you can really do here. But look at all this parkour that we're seeing coming up from Law. That was really impressive to watch. But again, you come to the very top of the mountain, you're still being surrounded by not only materials, but also different players not too far away from you. They're just right above, so you have to not only edit very stealthily, but play as cool as a cucumber as you can be to make sure that you can survive getting on top and not be completely caught off guard. Lucky and Lux, though, he might be able to find some shots going up. That's going to reveal their position if they haven't been revealed already. But keep in mind, they have such a huge disadvantage going into this fight.
And this is, you know, in the position that they're in, they did exactly what they needed to do. The fact that as soon as zone started to pull their way, or they knew that they were going to have zone pulling their way, all of them immediately went up the cliff. And that's exactly what they have to do, because if zone continues to go that way, that is going to be something that they are going to have to deal with, and rather get up sooner rather than later, because it is going to be a pain in the redacted to be able to get up if you are under fire from 17 different directions from 30 different players. So they made the right call to get up here as fast as they possibly can. Unfortunately, there's already other players that are up here that they kind of have to be cognizant of now, so they weren't able to get all the way up, but for the most part, they're in a relatively safe position where they can work with this.
Keep in mind, position 2 that we see this team in, it's not like they have to get any more eliminations this round. They already have a collective, 7 eliminations? I mean, they're already pretty close to getting a whole round wins worth of round or eliminations in their favor. So it's already looking pretty good. They can play a little bit safe. They can afford to do so. Obviously, if they get more eliminations by playing aggressive, that would be great. But as it stands right now, they are probably the most comfortably safe team in the entire lobby as it stands. They're able to find some shots down below, and the Waterfall team that was struggling, you know, they were struggling before, but now another team's doing the same exact maneuver. But they're cognizant enough to know that at least this time they can take down whoever tries to do the same maneuver as them. A whole structure is just going to fall right across the other side of the mountain range. A whole bunch of teams are going to fall down below. A rift is going to be employed as well. That's going to give them a great opportunity to move out of their safe location into a much more aggressive position for them to get some more eliminations and potentially end the game a lot quicker.
And that is incredibly convenient that they're able to cross the river and stay on the high ground.
Ooh, maybe this was a mistake. Judd's gonna fall. Law
I'm not
go
convinced.
over. I don't know. The verdict's down for this one right now. Law's gonna have to go for the mini. He gets a second one down. River Rooney's still being nice and fine though, but with that being said and done, Hughes Anderson is going in for the murder on everybody. It's a matter of life or death right now between all these teams. Rooney's able to find another one, I believe, but no, look at the feed. It is just going absolute mayhem mode now. Smitty from up above, looking to see what he can find. He's kind of clearing himself out with his own materials. Rain, that's not rain, Caribou. That's going to be bullets raining down above him. He needs to survive a little bit longer here. Bridges being built, something to help him get out. The storm's on its way. People falling left and right. Luck still alive, playing the lower position again. This is such a unique position. We haven't really seen from a team in such a dominant position at the same time as well, but they're able to make it work, at least as of now. In fact, they're going to go lower. They're going to be hiding in a box down below. Another member! Who is that? Who's able to down him? It's going to be Smitty! Smitty has been such an unknown this game so far. He's able to completely eliminate Lark, Goated, we'll find Shark as well. He's still in the game. He's holding the team on his back, it seems. On their back, can we Scrubberoonie? That last one alive here. Can they pull it through, Caribou?
Best case scenario right now, Scrub's able to get an elimination, get that siphon to get him back up to that full 100 health, and then he's got the flopper on top of that. This loadout is virtually picture perfect. I mean, the sniper rifle is questionable at this point because everything is close quarters now, but I mean, the gold scar, gold shotty, this is everything that you could want in this scenario. And you got a decent amount of mats still.
Tough position to be in. There we go. Shotgun's galore. Able to find another one. Not enough to go for a full DB, and it seems Scrubberoonie taking down Zeno. That's be one of the winners down. It's really good. Zeno's gonna fall. David's gonna fall next. 10 possibility in the game. Golden is as well. Only 6 left alive now. It's gonna be make or break for everybody. Scrubberoonie still holding on tight. He needs to revive Judd before, but it might be too little too late at this point. Things are too aggressive. Things are too heated, Caribou.
Yeah, at this point, it's just going to be Scrubberoonie against the world. He's just getting lit up from the high side. You got to keep that roof up. Try to get a siphon out of this. Great 92. Quick, easy shield break. Got to take out Smitty KC after doing so much work, and as soon as you get one, there's another one knocking on the door. And just trying to trade these shots, keep these walls up, and good little end around. Almost got the victory, but Goated King is going to be able to come out on top of that one. And, well, they were able to lose one, but they came back in the next one. Round number 5, Zation Nation's back. That's
4 out of 5 Caribou so far. And these games have been getting closer and closer across the board. We are seeing each teams, a whole bunch of different teams in fact, especially in the top 4 or 5, be able to come closer and closer to the victory royale every single time. Those last 3 rounds I think we've seen have ended quite literally in a single shot difference of a shotgun.
I mean, yeah, it comes down... I think it's a tall order for Scrub to take on that 1v3 when it comes down to it. Granted,
he came close.
Maybe you get one more, maybe another elimination point for yourself. But, I mean, for what it was worth, that team, they were poised to be in a great position, assuming all 3 of them got out. I still think the Rift Fish across the river was probably the best play available. I think in the midst of the chaos, there's probably a little bit of a miscommunication where they probably should have stayed together, and they probably should have all landed together, but they just couldn't quite get that all coordinated. And if they were able to, then that's a completely different end game. I think all 3 of them make it. They had a lot of material still. They had a phenomenal loadout. Scrub almost got away with it, but Zation and company, I mean, when you're fighting 1-on-3 all the time, Zation, they just make sure that they're alive. They are nothing if not consistent, and there's a reason that they've won 4 or 5.
Absolutely. They have been dominating so much of these last games. But at the very least, if you're not in the top 5, top 3, even the top 1, it's not too late. It's not the end of the world for all of these teams. There's still the spring sign up going until March 1st for you to sign up for something just like this for playing versus. So if you want to go into the competition for Fortnite, if you think you have what it takes to take down the #1 slot that we've been seeing these past few games, sign up at playversus.com. Enter to win. Maybe you have a chance of getting a scholarship and decimating all these teams. You could be the dark horse that this game might need. We've seen a lot of teams so far go crazy mode on everybody else, but we're going to be setting up for another game as well and see it yet again if Zation...
One more.
Oh, one more. Only one more game. This is it. You're right, Caribou. Only one more game left. Can Zation pull through one more time, or are we going to see one of those top 2 or 3 teams pull through at #1? Or are we going to see a completely unknown team, one of the ones that haven't done well in the beginning rounds or circles, come through at the very top? Well, there's only one way to find out, guys. We're going to see you guys in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere, because we're going to have a more amazing Fortnite action for our final matchup.
think a lot of students have just gotten another sense of how to belong and how to create relationships outside of what were the traditional avenues.
And a lot of my students talk about how they feel safe in the esports program, and that's their family, that's their community. And I think that esports gives kids a future that they might otherwise not have.
Man, I wish that had been available when I was in high school.
I sure hope you didn't think that was the end of us there. No, we are back once again. My name is Keg, joined by Caribou. Not so confused anymore. You have been one of the best color casters I have ever worked with so far for Fortnite. You have been amazing. But we have to ask you one of the most important questions. What the heck happened in that last game, especially with the team down inside the waterfall?
They split up. Strength in numbers is basically what it comes down to, and they didn't do it, and they should have. And had they done that, then they probably would have been the team that had at least a significantly better chance to come out on top. You know, when it comes down to you just only have 2 players left, all of a sudden Smitty gets one picked off, through the wall. Just wasn't quite expecting it to come through. So unfortunately, all of a sudden your entire approach to the game plan changes in the late game win. You just lose one player. And after that, it's just everything's in shambles, play to survive. Smitty got a lucky shot off when no one was looking, able to pick one up, and then it's just a 1-on-3. And Zacian, of course, when they win, I don't know where they come. They just appear and like, hey, by the way, we're here and we just won. Okay, next.
They're like ghosts.
But then they also got like 10 eliminations. So it's not like they were just ghosting for the whole time until the end of the game. They're putting in work and they're still coming away with the victories. And it's just completely under the radar. I don't know how they're doing it, but I'm impressed.
Well, we might not know necessarily, but the statistics will help back up what we do see. So let's take a look at the stats up until now and see where Zacian especially is at in the number 1 spot. 211 points. An elimination average of 8.6 across the 5 games we've seen so far. Their average placement is 1.6, Caribou. That's pretty dang good.
Yeah, that's not too bad. You're only not winning one game. I guess that's okay. Nikolai, Zeno, and Davis, another team, their average placement really high as well. The surprising thing is sitting in that 4th place slot right there. Secretly God, Kung Fu Kenny, and Sunny Boy. 115 points in 4th place, a small margin there over 5th place. They're only averaging 2 eliminations, but they are guaranteeing themselves those placement points every single round. And that consistency is good enough to put you in 4th place, and that's impressive in its own rights, in the sense that you're sitting in a top 5 position and you only have to pick up 2 elims per round. That's all in a day's work.
Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned that too, because Kung Fu Kenny and Mr. Sunny Boy, we haven't really seen on the feed at all so far, but we have seen Secret God quite a few different times, whether it be spectating him, whether it be seeing him on the elimination feed as well, being able to put in the work for his team. So maybe it's just two people going in for the recon and then making sure they get the placements and having Secretly just go in and do what he does best.
Another interesting factor to look at is the team in 3rd place and the team in 5th place. Both of them relatively lower average finish compared to everyone else around them in this leaderboard, but their elimination count is a little bit higher because they all play so aggressively. And coincidentally, it's also the fact that Scrubberoonie and his trio are the team that are just the bane of the existence for Tenpox, Blue, and Every. And every time that they come across them, Scrubberoonie and his trio manage to come out on top. And that's why they have yet to try to breach into that 2nd place slot. I mean, they're so close to it, but early exit that last round because of Scrubberoonie and company. Had they avoided that firefight, won that fight, completely different story potentially, where Tenpox, Blue, and Every might be the team that is pushing in 2nd place right now. But a pretty close competition there between 2nd and 3rd.
No, you're completely right.
Wow.
Yeah. That's a ways ahead. So I guess going into this final game, what we want to look at the most is see if the 2nd and 3rd place slots are going to reverse or not. And that's really going to come down to who gets eliminated first. Of course, there's other micro factors like who gets more eliminations, the placements, all that. But it really comes down to whether or not those 2 teams can reverse themselves. But don't worry, Caribou, we don't have to wait much longer. We're going to be going into the final game tonight for the Play versus Championship Series, of course, produced by Nursery Gamers. We're going to be seeing how it all ends up being and whether or not those top 3 placements are going to change it all going into this.
Yeah, looking at see what happens between 2nd and 3rd and also 4th and 5th. I think there's only about a 6-point disparity between those two. So it's going to be real close between that and the teams to be looking out for then, Scrubberoony and his team, and then as well as the Play versus Trio. At this point, barring any miracles, it would be something that, you know, Carpincho, Zation, and Goated would, I mean, they would have to drop like right now with 0. And Nikolai, Zeno, and Davis would have to pick up 30 elims and a win. It's far-fetched. It is possible. It's not. It's not out of the question, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done for those 2nd and 3rd place teams, and they need some favors from the rest.
It's definitely going to be tough for any team to take away the #1 spot. You'd have to have quite literally a miracle to happen. But another thing to consider too is that you would have to have Zation and the rest of his crew completely fall in the beginning. I believe you mentioned this too. Just fall right off the rip. And we just have not seen that position, except for Zation himself falling. But even then, he was revived, and they won the game. That was the closest we've really seen for them in that tough position, besides getting straight up eliminated in the very end 1v1s. So we're going to have to see again if, you know, maybe luck can be on literally any other team's side here, or if the Zation team can just keep on going to the very end.
Yeah, I like to see this trio right here. We've seen Cowgirl Laura, Elegant Elliot, and Colazo here a few times, but, you know, I like go back to the roots. You know, their last couple of drops haven't worked out so well, so back to Sweaty. But Holly Hedges apparently is another pretty popular location, and this is not where these, I mean, I don't know if this trio has dropped in the same place twice this entire competition.
Yeah, Pure Leash is not having a good time right now. Shotgun shot's gonna DB and those flicks. He's gonna fall somewhat quickly, but instead get the intel first. Gotta get what matters most. Then the elimination. Ooh, I'm glad he hurried up while he could. Seems like someone's not too far behind, but it's gonna be his teammate team, which is good. Oh wait, maybe it's not. No, it's just gonna be like Robert fast all throughout. It's gonna be a Tyler to fall once again. I think that might be a squad wipe. Jaden's gonna fall. Tyler's gonna go down. QC Sinister not too far behind. That was already an early squad wipe, and it was. Ooh. Riley not too far behind. It's going to be a teammate not too far away, though, getting some shots done on Tonic. Yeah, hasn't had that great of an opening game so far, but Tonic at least going to survive a little bit with some shield health. It's going to be a matter of whether or not he can survive this onslaught from Ty and company down below. And no, Ty's going to go down instead. Overly aggressive play, going to be punished for it completely. A 1-for-1, it seems. But what's going to happen with Chai's teammate?
Yeah, curious to see what the move over there is. After, you know, we watched this trio come out on top in this one. Troy going to get the reboot there from the van, and Holly, a good amount of people out there in Lazy, and seeing where the zone's going to go to the northeast side of the world. First time we're going to go up there as far as the zone is going to force us, but still a decent amount of action potential around Lazy Lake. See a few bots there off to the side on the east side, but looks like there's a +1 somewhere in the mix here that might have something to say about this. Might be caught off guard in the middle, but Dirty Docks pretty much unpopulated. You see a couple people that are just coasting by. Looks like they would have taken a rift or a launcher or something to be floating over, but
yeah, definitely not a lot of action happening here. At least a lot of resources can be built, which is nice. But I mean, the resources are good. You're close to the circle, but just not a lot of elimination potential. And sure, getting that #1 spot's important, but you have to get more than just the elimination. That's why, you know, we see Goated in that 2nd place slot, because they're not getting those. Actually, no, I'm sorry, it's not Goated. He's #1. It's that 2nd place slot. We're just not seeing them move forwards because those eliminations just have been a little less compared to other teams. But we are seeing our first instance, at least on stream, of fishing right now, and I just love watching this. It's cathartic.
Just a nice way to pass time. Fishing Simulator 2021. I mean, this is ideally like the best time that you can do something like this is just try to you min-max everything, and you try to get that. I mean, yeah, that thermal fish, just leave that one behind. Don't need that because it's just in its own right. I understand the premise of it, but it's just not ideal to utilize, especially in a place like this. Blue,
Oh.
way up high on the zip line, and this team has no idea. It's just a matter of time before he gets this angle that he wants.
He's very exposed too. If anyone were to just look up for a second, he could have been in big trouble. But nope, he gets away just in time. Still that team down below. To be Lux's team, it seems like single sniper shot could decimate and ruin this whole plan that they have for the attack down below. And there we go. It's going to hit 105. And we mode all the shields gone. Every not too far behind either. Able to find the eyes of Scrubberoonie. Is this going to be a huge play or not? It seems like everyone's sparsed out completely. Tenpox coming in from the side. They have a complete military team, or complete military figure out here. Let's go in and see what happens next. Going in from below. Everything's a bunch of damage. 27 health, or 27 shield health still. And Minnie's going to be popped. They're able to get a little bit more, but Tenpox all by himself, surrounded by the enemies. He's got to have a teammate come and help out.
Like I said, of course it's these two teams. Scrubberoonie is always the trio that is responsible for this play versus trio to go down. And you know, it's poetic in nature that both of these are fighting for position. Great 100 there. Tenpox got down. Blue on the other side won his 1v1. So now all of a sudden, turn the tables, flip the script. They did it last time. They're doing it this time. Now it's all up to the Scrubberoonie. He's down too. That's a whole squad. The whole squad's down, and they're gone. So they've done it twice where they lost that fight to Scrubberoonie and his team. This time around, they were able to come out on top. So Scrubberoonie not going to be able to make themselves up into that 4th place spot, but definitely looking better there for play versus to try to secure themselves into a number 2 position.
Keep in mind too, it was the complete coordination being brought out by that team that was just able to hold things down very well from play versus. You had Blue in the sky getting the initial intel. Yep. Heard a siren outside. From the intel up above, there was the coordination down below, but so much is going on now. There's no coordination here. This is raw gunfire. Nikolai trying to hold on as long as he can. Second place team right now is in some trouble. No shields. You have to get them relatively quickly. Nikolai's able to get some rogue shotgun shots going throughout. Not able to find a lot though. Have to skirt down the mountains, but everyone's above. Separated away from the rest of his team. Still gunfire's going on. Out Dino might be able to find the shots. It only takes one. Down by a single shot. The boss director having trapped Dino in. The boss director is going to go down as well. Davis, one left alive, may be able to get the revive as well. Xeno seems to be okay. Boss Director's going to go down completely. We still got to worry about Lucas from above.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point they know where it is. They're just trying to make sure that they can get something. See the angle coming in on the wall. They're going to drop right into this one, and that's going to be enough up close and personal. To 114, quick elimination there to get the Siphon on top of that. It looked like they might have been trying to save the Siphon for Xeno when they do pick Xeno up, but as soon as someone just drops in like that, there's just nothing else that you can do. You have to finish that fight now.
Yeah, there was a lot of pressure being put on Nikolai and the rest of his team there. They had no choice, but even then, the teammates that were trying to attack Nikolai's side, they had no shield. They had nothing. They had to go for the most desperate play they could, because if they were to leave there without their teammates, or even at least having them in this kind of vulnerable position, that was all they could really do. We're seeing another squad completely wiped away, but even then, this has been one of the most intense games I think we've seen, and of course, it has to be very fitting for it to be the final round.
Yeah, and it's all been leading up to this. You know, we've had the warm-up games. Everyone got a feel for each other. They know how the lobby's going to play out. And, of course, it comes down into this position here in this final game on the East. And, you know, I said, coming to the point of living on the West Side, you know, there's a lot of conversation that goes between players on the East and players on West. And, well, these guys, they have not disappointed. I'll give them that.
Has not been a disappointing match either. You know, we mentioned in the pre-show way back now about how the more entertaining teams are the one that typically wins. And it's pretty true, especially for the top 3. This is a team that we haven't really looked at too much, but they've been able to have secretly get a lot of the eliminations. But the rest of them just kind of play a much more passive game to make sure at least they can stay alive in the placement. Dako, maybe going for the aggressive plays, looking to see if he can find Beanie. On's already DB&O. He's not going to go for it because it's going to waste more time to not take down Beanie. Beanie, though, running down on materials and walkways to go at the very least, has to relegate themselves to the water. That's going to be free real estate for Dog to be able to take down the shields. But now on top of the water, Beanie needs to fight or flight right now inside his small little house. But it's too late. Taking down so many shots. Now those brick walls are going away. And now being up above, his fate has seemingly been sealed. That's going to be Beanie to go down. There it is. Doc is able to find it. And this is the last place team in the top 10 able to find these eliminations, and they've been progressively doing a lot better with these frags as we keep going in this game.
Ooh. Yeah, Smitty, another one that he played spoiler there in that last game here up on top. Just taking some shots down here. Jen, Ethan, and Tonic all in this position now, trying to regroup, regather themselves, but you know, both of these very capable teams looking to see what they can do. Jen is just getting lit up from behind, down to 20 health here. No shield to speak of, nothing to gain back either. No minis or shield pods, so this is just a matter of maybe get a trade back, but you just can't even do that. Ethan, 28 health, got to take the shockwaves out of there. Try to use the river. Unfortunately, it's a whole other team right there. You just got to hope that they don't turn right for half a second. But I imagine they're going to hear you. This is not a great position to be in. Another shockwave surprisingly gets out of that one.
Yeah, I'm surprised he was able to escape. I really thought that would have been the end right there, especially with 20 health in a dream, going through like a fish in the desert rivers. You have to do whatever you can, but now healing up at least a little bit more. Ethan's finding themselves not in the worst position possible, but pretty dang close to the absolute worst. 48 health, now getting a med kit. Both teammates completely gone from the matchup, it seems. Davis is going to fall, though, on the feed, and that's been one of the top teammates going down from Cowgirl Lara. This is another team we haven't really seen a whole lot of either. It's going to be Zimmy, Shark, and Astra. And while they've been doing pretty well in the early game, it's just in the late game gunfights we just have not seen them show up.
Yeah, it's just been curious in the sense of, you know, what the move's going to be. Because, I mean, you do see them in the mid-game where they are taking firefights, and unfortunately find themselves in a position where those fights that they take are, like, against those top 2-3 teams, which, unfortunately, is nature of the beast sometimes, where every time you find yourself in a spot, you find yourself in a build battle against a team that's in first place and already has 14 eliminations, and they're solid gold logos. So
Nikolai.
Heartbreaking there, but yeah, Nikolai on the run.
Oh no. Now Kalanza, we have seen him time and time again play super aggressive, almost at times like maybe this too aggressive. 8 health and a dream. Well, that 8 health is very quickly going to go to -8. He gets decimated down in this mountain. He had a great attempt, had an elevated point of view, but he just did not have the proper intel to know where exactly the rest of Zeno, Nikolai, and company were. Had he at least had the knowledge of maybe one instant exactly, he could have maybe taken him down, maybe not even a full elimination. But the rest of the teammates are going to come in for the revenge, it seems. Able to find another one, a complete squad wipe except for Zeno. He's going to fall as well. Franco is going to fall as well. So many teams on the feed now eliminated away very quickly. Davis and Nikolai, though, have to bring it to the top. They are the team that needs to take that #2 spot.
Yeah, and Cowgirl Lara popping up again there in the feed, picking up a couple more. The fact is, Zeno's down here, you know, looking to see if you can. I mean, you got your health back, you got your shield back, so for the time being, you know, if you can regroup, you got the shield cost in these minis to give Nikolai if you can, but at least good enough to be able to get out of this. Use a launcher to get across once more. Try to regroup with your teammates here, and I mean, they're able to get out of that for the time being. Craggy Cliffs, I mean, with the elevation changes, it's got that namesake for a reason.
Yeah, a pretty craggy maneuver if you ask me, but at least they survived. They did lose one teammate, but you know, it's not the worst scenario to be in. It's just pretty close. Though, that might be the worst scenario. He's already going to go down. Doc trying to revive his teammate. He's never been slaughtered again. They're slowly approaching forward. It's going to be another one to go down. Smitty's able to find the double kill. That's going to help with the eliminations for their team so much on the board. This is a very different game, and one team, again, we haven't really looked at in this game so far has been Zacian. They usually show up at the very end, but they've been playing a quiet game up until now.
Yeah, and they do it all the time. Every single time they're under the radar. They're just non-existent, and it's like
them on the feed.
Yeah, it's like, are they alive? Are they still there? I don't know. We're gonna find out eventually, sooner or later. But it's like even the observers are like, it's a secret. Don't tell the casters. We can't let them know that Zacian's still alive. And you know, it comes down to the game, and it's all of a sudden it's like, hello. Whoever's in second place just got eliminated. Who was it that got the elimination? It was Zacian. Okay, yeah. That surprise. It's just a matter of time before he pops up.
4 out of 6 times. No, 5 out of 6 times.
Yeah. So, well, look, there they are.
Oh, hey,
still alive and kicking.
Oh, right, there we go. In the sky, almost finding Dreamless. That would have been huge if Zacian was able to find it. But the rest of his team now kind of sparse throughout top here. Not the best position to be in for Zacia, but he's able to maneuver himself well enough that at least hitting him with those bullets would be a bit of a challenge in of itself, though. He's able to build up a little bit more, add up a barrier of defense. I'm worried, though, that maybe just being on the outskirts of the circle could pose, especially with a bunch of fortified barriers around him, could be a bit of a scary maneuver for him to move forwards.
Yeah, at the point, just obviously making the rotation. I mean, they're relatively aggressive enough, and it makes sense. They only got the one elimination, but they're good enough where they can just kind of go up to someone else's build and win the firefight if they absolutely need to. At the point, they're just checking the angles, making sure everything is free and clear before they do move over. It looks like they are now encountering something, but I see 4 people on screen. I see 7 people on the screen, which means there's 3 different teams plus the trio of Zacian coming into this one, so things could be getting a little bit interesting here in this area.
Arbitro's able to find Mythics and go to King's able to clobber him up in the retaliation there. A lot of very secret hidings going on all throughout. Every, though, is going to be trying to find Elliot, able to find the DBNO, but not able to solidify the kill just yet. Bucks goes down 2 from Zacian. You got to keep in mind there, too, in case there's a refrag or a 1-for-1 Elegant at least. Now going to have to deal with a lot of other things beyond just the intel gathered, and that is going to be such a huge play coming out from Every and the rest of Play Versus. Speaking of which, though, those top 2 teams still able to hold on for a long time. They know they're on stream.
Yeah. It's about sending a message right there, and coming out on top of that. So good for them. They pick up a quick 3 or 4 right there. But I mean, the fact that all these teams are just stacking up on top of each other right now, this is making for absolute chaos. Fear Alicia just trying to keep the walls up, but unfortunately under fire from like 4 people, 4 different directions. And Zacian's going to be one that gets credit for that at the end of the day. And I mean, I mentioned, these guys, they're just clinically checking their corners, make sure everything's clear. And they're playing this one right.
Yeah, it's been going pretty well so far for them. Now, Tenpox, the rest of the team completely almost healed up besides Tenpox, able to get some more resources. They're maxed out completely, which is a really good thing to see for the late game. They have so many bounce pads as well. Things are looking up highly for them to maybe take this #1 spot for another game. But Zacian, he has been on a tear by himself for the rest of the team. Carp has been able to get 1 as well. But I just want to see how many eliminations he's gotten in this game alone, because it's got to be at least 5.
It went from 0 to like 5 real quick. I think when we started watching him, they only had 1 across all 3 of them. And then as soon as we started watching them, they pick up like 5, 6, 7, rope back to back to back to back to back. And now they're not slowing down anytime soon. Play Versus doing alright too. They got 6.
Ooh, but missing the shot right away. Maybe not. He might be able to find it. No, Alien's able to stay alive a little bit longer. They're running for his life. I think he's by himself too. Definitely not the place you want to be in right there, but Tenpox having a great field of view of almost every single team left alive. A sniper to boot too is a great position to be in. Go to those, able to find another one. That's going to be another one gone. It's going to be Ethan 200 IQ. Not going to be quite 200 anymore though. 21 members left alive, 10 teams to boot. A lot could possibly happen in the next few minutes as that circle goes down to the 5th one.
Yeah, and what we've seen in a couple of those middle games, number 3, number 4, there was 30, 40 players left alive at this point. And now we only have 20 players, 10 teams here in the mix. And
ooh, that might be 20 now.
Now, man, go to King, got to make sure that we get down to that 20. So 10 and a 20 in between. Sinister under fire on this, but I mean, significantly less population here as the players are going to start to rotate back up and around, trying to move up this hill. Every is just not slowing down at all. That's why this team averages like 9 eliminations, but finished like 12th place on average. There was no hesitation whatsoever in that push.
Yeah, their positioning's always been kind of interesting, but at least they're able to get the frags out of it. And that's the most important thing besides, the 6 points you need to get #1. But their aggression this game seems to have worked out super well up until now at the very least. They're able to bounce out of there right at the most opportune time. And the flick that we saw Every get was beyond impressive.
I mean, good team coordination. This is really interesting now. If they're taking this fight against the first place team, Carpincho is going to be in there against Blue. I think they were able to put some walls up in between them here, but Davis we saw get knocked earlier and eliminated, got rebooted at a van somewhere along the line. But high ground looks like for the time being is going to be going between these 2 teams. I mean, 2 separate branches of high ground where this trio play versus on top. And I've seen this episode before with Glass Widow just trying to survive, unfortunately being shot at from above. But on the other side, you have Zacian and company that are up there on the high side, already waiting.
Oh man, if you're 10 bucks and company, you gotta ask yourself right now, what can I do next? Who can I eliminate next? It's not a great position to be in. They're all by themselves. There's no backup for either of these players. Any of them alive. Every made the mistake of the game right there. Able to lose all that shield, 46 health in a dream. He might be able to stay alive, but he's gonna start himself back out. DBNO, but no, Caribou, he puts himself closer to at least his teammates if they're able to get to him.
Blue has a rocket launcher?
Blue has a rocket launcher. Okay, 5 in a dream. That could be huge for the late game push. Only 12 left alive now. He might be able to revive his team. Never mind, they're completely eliminated. But it's a 2v versus the world now. No chance in high heaven. That's why they might be going if they're not able to play their cards right for these next few minutes, though. Rocket still in hand. Davis able to lay the ground fire from above. Not able to find anything just yet. So many players down below. They're hiding in the snow. Everyone's looking around. Smitty's in a bad spot right now. He has to skirt out of the way, but so many players have eyes on him now. They might be able to find him in the hidey holes, but he managed to build his way into the conflict of death, it seems. Carpe's not in a great position either. Everyone's falling back and forth. Davis might be able to build his way to victory, being able to elevate himself, trying to look forward for these shots, not able to find anybody, just yet secretly got it, hiding himself away. Everyone's doing the same exact thing, but all these small little holes in the defense is not able to be penetrated just yet, except for Zacian, the #1 player in the lobby so far. Might be able to contest on #1 pretty close, not quite #1, but Davis is coming up there. He wants to get this murder. He knows exactly what's up. But Caribou, it's not going to end just yet. Carpe is able to find Nikolai. That's another one gone. The second, third, and first teams all going, attacking each other. And there's a few extras too. But Zacian, the one to look out for, is able to find Davis.
Okay, Blue.
Sure, no, it's going to fall instead. Davis still remains alive for a little bit longer. Everyone's looking around. Blue coming up to find Zacian. He wants that blood. He wants that victory royale. And he's got a rocket launcher to do it. Could he do it? Is he going to go for the play? He's going to skirt out of there. Display there. He's going to be relocating himself at least a little bit safer for now, but no one's safe here. Everyone's looking around as the battle whale goes down to 3 teams left. Caribou, he's able to find another one. Blue's going to fall. Astra falls next. This is it. Everyone's going to fall. Jason's still 100 health in a dream.
They did it again!
Royale, the final kill. 10pox falls, and that's going to be 5 out of 6 of the games, Caribou, right there. All in the favor of play versus. What can you even say after that?
So the play versus trio was in a great spot. So I'm wondering what the comms was like in a team, because you have to invest time to get the rocket launcher. You can only get the rocket launcher from fishing. That's the only way you get the rocket launcher anymore. And so they invested time to get that. Maybe it was just sheer happenstance. Like they were trying to get floppers and rocket launcher. All right, we're sticking with the rocket launcher now. Blue had a great loadout. And at 50-50 flip the coin, I'm inclined to agree with you in the sense of how that trio plays. I think Blue probably should have gone to try to take high ground. And of course, looking at it, I can't tell. I don't know how many mats he had. I think he should have challenged high ground and just full send it with that rocket, because by the time Zacian hits his bouncer to go back into zone, he's full 100 shield, full 100 health, and he's got a full trio again. All 3 of them still alive, and it's only a matter of time before they walk away with the victory, which is exactly what happened. I think maybe a little bit of a different story if they're able to get that elimination on the Zacian, the rocket. I mean, even if you take yourself out with the rocket, you take Zacian with you. And then maybe it's a different story. Maybe the lobby doesn't, but I mean, just the chaos of what unfolded. I don't know how that would have turned out. I'm not a fortune teller. I can't tell. But
oh, what? You're not?
I'm sorry. I'm not that good. I'm still working on it. That's one of my the talents I'm working on now. But
after all the beautiful analysis I've seen from you, I would be completely confused if you weren't. I would be mistake. Like, I would definitely think you were one.
I'm working on it. I'm trying. That's my next. I'll be the caster formerly known as Caribou. I'll be the fortune teller known as Caribou.
That's kind of a really awesome name.
Some people probably won't understand that. They're too young for that too. Oh,
I'd be too.
Can we talk about something else? Sure. I'm tired of feeling old.
Sure, absolutely.
Awful.
So I mean, overall, I want to mention too what we saw was Zacian, very final kill, takes down 10pox, the end of the game, right? Full health, full shield. How does he do it? Did he get shot at all in that final incursion?
Yeah, it's I mean, there was some because he had to take some damage from the storm, and with the elimination, he gets the siphon, so back up to the full 200. But he was the full 200 by the time he went back in. So I'm wondering if someone had to have like dropped from storm damage, and then he got the siphon health back. But I mean, the fact that he just went straight in, it just nothing held back at all, and then he was able to get that. And then Goated was able to pick up the other one. Goated got blue, he got 10 pucks, and at that point, Every had already dropped down, and it was just like 2 or 3 stragglers in there because there was like. As soon as we saw Blue and Zacian go from the high ground over to where everyone else was on the beach, there were still like 6 players left alive, and then all of a sudden, they're gone. Just like that. And the game's over.
I mean, overall, it was just amazing to watch them play. I think the top 3, maybe even 4 teams have just been stellar to watch. They have done their own unique playstyles almost every single game, and while there were some commonalities, obviously, but they were able to micromanage and adapt around themselves each time a circle came by that was new. Each adaptation that came by when they were into a gunfight, all of that was so unbelievable to watch, and there's a reason why they're the top teams. But it's not too late. We'll have to see if they can run it back, though, when the Spring Championship comes around. Starting on March 1st is when the signups end. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes.
Yeah, of course, you can have a whole new crop of challengers at that point as well. Yeah. So it'd be interesting to see. But as it all comes down, as I would expect, the biggest question we had going into round number 6 was the battle between 2nd and 3rd place. There was about 13-point disparity between them. And then 4th and 5th place, I think 6 points in between that going in there. So based off that, that was the question mark that we're looking at. I can imagine number 1 is going to be Zacian and team by 1 point.
Holy
2nd place.
Moly. That's not even I mean, that's insane to me. 1 point. But even, 6 and 7, 1 point difference. 4 and 5, 3 points of a difference. Yeah. This was a surprisingly close call, except for number 1. Everything else was neck and neck all throughout 2 to 10.
The craziest thing about that was Judd and Scrubberoonie were in 5th, 6 points out of 4th place, and they dropped to 7th. So Smitty was a name that we saw very frequently towards the end game in the last few rounds that was just with the shotgun wreaking havoc on players that were just minding their own business. Kung Fu Kenny and Sonny Boy, we talked about, how we really didn't see their names a lot. Zacian, unfortunately, was the one that claimed them in that last game, but they were able to get themselves consistently. I mean, averaging a 5th place finish roughly every single round. That's why they're in 4th place overall. So, I mean, huge shout out to them to be able to, Smitty able to play spoiler at the end game with a shotgun, and then Secretly God, Kung Fu Kenny, and Sonny Boy just for surviving and put themselves in the conversation.
Absolutely. Those top 3 teams we mentioned before, just able to have their own unique play style, whether it be going eclectic with those frags and be able to get all those eliminations, or huddling close and getting those, those placements at the very end. All of it has had their own unique style, and it was so cool to see them go head to head with each other. But one team did come out on top, and that was Zacian, Carp, and I believe that was Goated, the 3rd player, being able to come at the very end and really get the best of all 3 of those styles into play and win almost all the games here tonight.
An impressive shot. I mean, the fact that you can roll up to this. I mean, in any other events I've done, I mean, you look at, in the collegiate, high school, whatever level it is, even the professional level, the fact that you can have 6 rounds of competition and one team wins 5 of them is unheard of. It just does not happen. And they set the bar. I'm not going to say they set the bar in round number 1, because I think Blue, Every, and Tenpox were the ones that really came out swinging, but still didn't get the victory. And was like, okay, well, maybe this is the trio that we're going to watch. They didn't win, but they got a lot of eliminations. And then after that, it was Zacian and Goated and Carpincho that was just like, no, we are the team to watch, and we're going to show you something. And boy, did they show us something.
And with all that being said and done, if this is your first time watching competitive Fortnite, or you want to have a redemption arc, or maybe if you're Zacian, you want to go and run it back and get it twice in a row here, make sure you sign up, ending on March 1st for the Spring Championship 2021 for playversus.com, and have a beautiful time, just like what you saw here today. A lot of scholarship opportunities, a lot of opportunities for amazing things, and to get your own name out there too, whether it be just you or your team. A lot of opportunities here for the youth, as you see on screen here. Caribou, it's going to be an amazing opportunity for a lot of these players, especially the returning ones from today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the fact that you have these players coming back time and time again, I mean, this is just a reliable source of A, entertainment, and B, if you're good and you keep winning, you get that little extra pocket change, a little extra scholarship money, and it's just a good time. And then you also get the exposure. You get your name out there, players recognize. I mean, you look at all the other Fortnite competitions, the FNCS that they do, the Cash Cups, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's just ways to get the publicity, to get teams to recognize you. And if this is a pursuit that you want, if you want a career in esports, to be a professional Fortnite player, it's no better way than just to play.
Absolutely. It's the grind that pays off for a lot of these teams, especially the top 3, especially the number 1 slot. But with that being said, we are going to be going to a small break while we get things set up for something special, I believe, after this, but we'll see you guys in a few minutes.
My name is Justin St. Pierre. I'm the team captain for Malhar Disruptors. My coach is one of my biggest supporters and helps me make sure I'm on top of my schoolwork and improving my grades.
If one kid gets excited, the other kids are going to follow. And I think that's contagious.
Being able to play at a level where it's very competitive and stuff like that has been good for me and all of the players.
It's really helped students become re-engaged in school.
D's and F's to A's and B's. Phenomenal. That in itself is worth for any school.
Now we're able, through Play Versus and through esports, bring those kids' passions.
So why would you not want to just jump in, support that student, and take it for as far as it'll go?
I think a lot of students have just gotten another sense of how to belong and how to create relationships outside of what were the traditional avenues.
And a lot of my students talk about how they feel safe in the esports program, and that's their family, that's their community. And I think that esports gives kids a future that they might otherwise not have.
Man, I wish that had been available when I was in high school.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Play versus High School Championship. Of course, assist coming in from Nerd Street Gaming. My name's Trevor Caribou, and alongside me, because it's the West Coast, Best Coast, I had to do the introduction. Okay,
Yes.
coming in. We're halfway home. We had the East Coast come through. They were okay, I guess. I'm biased to the West side, though, so I gotta say, I have higher expectations for this competition now.
Fair enough. I mean, we're moving away from the East Coast, which is normally the best coast when it comes to esports. You know, whatever, I guess. Whatever, okay. But with that being said, though, I'm really curious to see how much different the overall play styles will be for all of these teams being put together. Now, we don't have a lot about info about these teams, but we can take the knowledge that we learned from the East Coast and apply it here. Remember, we saw Zacian win 5 out of the 6 games from the last time around. Now, I'm wondering personally going into this, Caribou, are we going to see another team go that dominant again, or is it going to be more even?
I would be thoroughly impressed, surprised, shocked, and awed if we saw another team do something like that. I mean, maybe I could see 3-4 wins out of 6, but to get 5 and nearly coming away with all 6, honestly. I mean, it's
Yeah,
be
very
real.
close.
No, I there's no reason that I can expect that to happen. I don't think it will. If it does, I will be pleasantly surprised.
If it does happen, I'd love to see both of those teams go for like an individual 3v3 and see who the real winner is. Six times in a row. Just put them in a small little box and let's see what happens. But I also know that from the East Coast, we did see a lot of elevated aggressive play going forwards. A lot of the teams, especially towards the very end, went way up high into the air, went down over time, and tried to find those kills. And while that's not a region-specific thing at all, I'm still curious to see if we're going to see more or less of that going from the East to West Coast.
Yeah, and this is a thing because of the fact of normally when you this is a first in my set. I mean, I've been casting Fortnite for a couple years, and this is a first where I'm able to see both like the same skill level on East Coast and on West Coast in the same day back to back. So then this is like the pure, most raw comparison I can get between the two servers because I'll have an idea of what to expect between one and the other. And I mean, what we saw from East Coast, really not a lot of heal offs. I think it came down to a heal off like once. And it was just like one player in a 1v1 that was just doing his own thing, and then he just got blasted in the face with a shotgun. So I guess you could call that kind of a heal off, but the other two players weren't going to allow it because it was Zacian, and the entire trio was all alive. So the other two players just went to make sure that one player was not going to be able to heal. But the rest of the time, it was all aggressive. And I'm curious to see if that sort of, I guess, approach is going to translate over to the West Coast, if it's going to be as aggressive, or if it is going to be a lot more passive where, yeah, I'm going to stay in this box on the high side. I'm just going to use some floppers and chug splashes. Good luck.
And we did see some teams do that as well, but they didn't quite hit that number one spot. It was very sparse, and it was usually for those make or break kind of plays that we did see towards the very, last circle or maybe the circle before, going across the entire estate or villa, whatever you want to call it, that all the teams made. It's a matter of now seeing if that can be recreated yet again. Now, keep in mind, this is still the Play Versus tournament, so nothing has changed once it comes to March 1st. Having to be able to sign up for the spring tournament as well if you guys want to go for that, whether you're new to Fortnite competitive or want to go for a redemption arc in these right now. You have until March 1st to sign up for more scholarship opportunities with playversus.com to have a chance to show off what you can do in Fortnite. It's such a great opportunity, and I'm really hoping a lot of these teams on the East Coast come back, and I'm sure we'll be saying the same thing about West Coast once we're done with these games.
And that's honestly one of my favorite things about doing a lot of these events, because then, from a casting perspective, as well as, you got to also think in the point of where some of these esports organizations are. They're watching these things because these are the up-and-coming players. These are the ones that, got to keep an eye on them because when they get into college, if we're looking for some players to fill in our Fortnite roster, maybe the next, whatever esports org you want to play for, one of the players could be right here, right now, especially with a lot of being LA-based. I mean, West Coast, you're already here. Just slide over to the one more state and you're good to go.
And I mean, Caribou and you and I have been commentating for a long time now. We have seen so many players come from collegiate, high school, and even, tier 3 plus leagues that have risen to the top and become pro players that they are today. It's a hard grind. Not everyone makes it, but there's always a starting place, and places like Play Versus, maybe it's not even a starting place for you. It's a part of the journey that it takes to get to the very top, and we want to be a part of you guys on that journey as well. All the players around you as well, part of the journey. It's up to you guys, though, to make that final step and go all the way to Tier 1 and make not only us proud, make yourselves proud in the process of doing it. But it's all going to start again with playversus.com and see how game number 1's going to go. I think we're just about ready to get started with game number 1. We haven't heard word yet from the producers, but again, if you want to have an opportunity to join this long array of legacies of various pro players, sign up until March 1st for the spring lead for playversus.com, and we'll be just about ready to get started with another matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, something like this, the opportunity, we covered it briefly there before on the preface of the East competition. I mean, it was just something like this, even if you're not getting the scholarship out of it, you're getting at least the recognition, you're getting the publicity from it. If not, if you do end up winning, you get the scholarship money. If you play in other competitions, then you're getting some pocket change. I mean, this is opportunities that just, frankly, when I was going through high school, did not exist. It was not a thing. Same. It was all online game battles. And that was it. I mean, you just got online with your friends and then played competitive, and that was it. And that's nothing more to it. I mean, you don't get really those chances unless you're driving hours to go play at a LAN somewhere to win $100, and that's just going to cover the gas to get there and back. And that's really about it. So the fact that these opportunities do pop up where not only do you get something where you could win straight cold hard cash, but you also could then do something to give you a little further education, a little money towards college, get in esports scholastic program at college, get a scholarship for that too. I mean, you just start racking them up.
It's a snowball effect.
Easy money.
Easy money. But luckily for you guys, everyone here that we've seen, at least on the East Coast so far, has been pretty talented. Now, I don't know about the West Coast, but maybe they can match up to the East Coast at least a little bit.
Yeah, they'll match a little bit. I think the only region they're going to match is like the bottom half, because I think everyone else is going to be so far surpassed it. East is not going to match at all. They're just going to leave the East in the dust. Sorry about that. I mean, they're all going to bed now anyways. It's like 9 o'clock over there almost. So here we are, 5:30 p.m. We are going strong.
It's almost my bedtime, Caribou.
I know. I'm going strong.
But you know what? That's okay, because we'll have to wait and see once this game gets started. We were told 1.5 minutes ago, I think over 1.5 minutes ago, so we are slowly getting our way back in. That's right. It's like a rocket ship going off. We don't know exactly when it's going to go, but it's going to be, right now. Let's get into the game and see what the West Coast can bring into the area here for playversus.com. It's gonna be game number 1 here, and I'm really excited to see what teams can bring out. Now, keep in mind, it was like the beginning of the East Coast. We don't really have a lot of info on these teams. We're going to be kind of going in blind for this first game, but the storylines being brought out here for the West Coast are going to slowly develop over time. So take a seat with us, take a seat with Caribou and I, and together we're going to go on a magical journey called the West Coast of Fortnite.
I hope you brought a snack, because this is going to be well worth. And we got a lot. I mean, 6 games ahead of us, 1 point per elimination plus placement points. I mean, obviously first place gets more. And there's a cutoff where you get half of that. I think it's top 12 is half of the victory royale. And then beyond that, it trickles down, I think, to like +2 or +1 for placement. Either way, as you mentioned, kind of flying blind in this one. Going into this, we're going to find out exactly where the pecking order is going to fall. There's a lot of arrows going towards Dirty Docks. That's already interesting enough. A couple people going into retail. Looks like a little bit of attention at Steamy. But I'm kind of surprised you're seeing that much attention at Dirty Docks, because Lazy's untouched, Hunter's Haven's untouched, nobody at Coliseum. Curious as to the drops, but, those teams, I imagine, they're going to be there now. If this 50-50 doesn't work early in game, then they're probably not going to be there in game number 2.
Yeah, and Caribou, you mentioned this too. I think it was in the last game for the East Coast side, was that we don't see a lot of Dirty Dock action really happen at all. Even midway into the round, maybe early mid, there was just no people there at all for the majority of the games. It was just full of resources for everyone to grab, but it does seem like, though, young Alex might be able to have a great early start here, being able to grab as many resources as possible as well. Not too sure on the map, though. We are going to be looking around to see if there's anyone nearby. Dirty Docks again. We'll have a whole bunch of different teams, but they're all kind of scattered, or, well, scattered as you can be in such a small area.
Right. Yeah, having 3 teams drop here, I mean, the fact that you are at least able to keep that distance in between A, B, and C. I mean, there's already 1 elimination that's been picked up here by Cheesy, so imagine he was able to pick up a freebie somewhere along the line. But just the sense of, you have 3 teams here, you have the opportunity to pick up a few eliminations, and kind of the same principle of what we saw from the East Coast on NA East. I expect you're going to see 1, maybe 2 squads in this lobby in round number 1 absolutely pop off. They will be top fragging hardcore, and they're going to pretty much draw the attention to themselves. Like, this is going to be the team to beat, and it might not carry over into game number 2, but beyond that, I mean, this is all just kind of everybody getting a feel for each other, kind of understand how this lobby is going to play out.
That's right. We have to expect this to be a little bit of a slower game. We did see that for map number 1 for the east side as well. But there was one team that did really get a lot of eliminations. But here's the thing, though. They're able to get eliminations every single game and only lost 1. So that is really the big thing I think we're looking at as commentators here, is to see if we can see utter dominance like we did before, or whether or not it's going to be a much more even competition. And really, we can look at the player placements at the end of the game, but I'm really curious to see where the stats are going to be after this one as well.
Yeah, and, looking to see what's going to happen. Obviously, there's going to be a few less players on this one. I think we were pushing 65 or 70 by the time we got into game number 2, game number 3. But, you know, starting out with 54, I mean, you've had 3 players go down, so but no full squads yet. So still have 18 teams that are left alive in this one zone. Just a little bit outside of Dirty Dog, so most of the eastern side of the map still going to be in contention for this one. Those players that did go over there into Slurpee, into the woods, going to have to make a little bit of a trek across the desert. That is the center of the map here, but you know, these guys that are in Dirty Docks, they don't have a whole lot of distance to cover. They can pretty much do whatever they want. And this is kind of curious in the sense of looking at Cheesy here, opting to go for the gray tack over the green lever shotgun. I know the green lever just got added relatively recently, but for some reason, I still think you have the firing capability that's fast enough to opt into taking the lever shotgun over the gray tack.
I could definitely see some reasoning to not go for it. I mean, we don't really know what's going in the mind of, you know, that player, but
true.
All things considered, I think maybe having a much more automatic shotgun could be a bit of a benefit, especially what we've seen end game. And maybe they're just kind of holding out for better artillery. You know, if you pick up the green lever, it's gonna be that instance where, even if it was gray, we needed that other automatic shotgun. So maybe they just don't want to fall into that kind of that trap that a lot of players like us fall into. But this is an interesting situation. Look at Lax City right now, able to find at least one player. They'd be building around, it seems. The rest of the teammates probably trying to go in for a revenge run, it seems. Not entirely sure what the situation had to offer. One teammate already down, able to find another one. It's the Avenger gone. I guess we can't be calling them anymore, but all things considered, still the teammate down might be able to get revived. I'm curious to see if we're able to follow up and get another one. This could be a squad fight.
It's just a heartbreaker one by one. They're just funneling in, filing in to be able to get knocked one in after another. Try to go around for the flank. Almost got it. Lax almost got dropped there. A sliver of health. Kind of wish that it probably would have gone to Lax right there to get that siphon back, but they're able to pick that up. Polo is able to get a couple as well. So, you know, a good engagement for them to be able to pick up that squad wipe and starting this one off. And a little skirmish here in the mountains as well. See if any of these sniper shots are going to hit. Didn't see a whole lot of success with the sniper on the east side, so maybe the west is going to give us a little bit more to look at.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more action going on through. It definitely seems to be a little bit more consistent paced after seeing this first game so far. There was a lot of slowness on the East Coast in the beginnings, but this time around it seems like at least teams want to go for a much more aggressive loadout here. Speaking of which, Sage trying to get the shots onto the rock, being down below. Is he able to find the shots? No. He's not able to. Trajectory must be pretty difficult for him. They're going to be landing in the beaches now, so they're a little stuck, at least going to, I believe it's their east side. But these shots are all missing. There's no way these players don't know. They're trying to build up the defenses. They're kind of sitting ducks now. Either they have to push into the storm, directly where the Sage raindrop, where that sniper is, or they're going to have to fight for their lives, but these shots are just not connecting terribly.
Yeah, I mean, it's already hard enough when you have Peter Cottontail running across the prairie on the beach. As soon as they get in the water and they just start, you know, swimming through, it's even more difficult. So, yeah, at that point, I agree. Just, you know, make your move on to the next. Keep getting your resources. When you only had 3 snipes as well left, so at that point, it's just all right, we'll find something else. Find a different engagement. That one's not going to be the one that pans out. The prey got away. As they continue on over here, Salty Towers haven't. Even in all 6 games, really didn't see a lot of attention paid to Salty Towers either. So we'll see if, you know, at least players going to make a stop there. You know, go through, see what's good, see if there's any good loot, maybe any upgrades. They're going to find a team there that is already sitting in this position. See if they're going to take this fight, though.
Yeah, this will be an interesting engagement here. We do see some elevated action coming on through from the pink team. That's going to be Stormzy especially hopping through the roofs. But it seems like the other team has just no idea just yet. Oh, and beyond that, it seems like it's not only just 2 teams going up against each other. It's going to be another one as well. And I want to keep note, too, about Oogway Cheesy up above. He's able to find at least one elimination from before. We kept an eye on him early on. He was getting a lot of resources, so it seems to be coming in handy. But now it's Salty Towers. It's just mayhem going through. Ooh. Kink is going to go down. Will that be enough? It seems to be yes. It will be enough. Completely trapped away. They could go for the shakedown, but there might not be enough time. Juanito, though, looking around to see if they can find that elevation, get the drop down on the other team. No, with the battle inside the tower. Schmidt is trying to survive as long as possible. Storm barely getting away with no shields with 45 health. You gotta dig through. You gotta pull Telltale Heart and go down below. You gotta escape while you can and join up with Juanito. Kink is already gone well beyond the bounds of being helped now. It's the turquoise team from above, especially Noisy, who be able to have the drop here, but it's all about destroying the materials.
I think at that point, Storm, just weapon swap to anything else point blank. I mean, you were one shot away from getting that elimination, but just couldn't finish it off. And now, find yourself in a position. A little bit of fall damage, too. Nothing you can do about that when you're already knocked, but just unfortunate that you're in a position where you could have won that firefight, and then you just don't. And now Juanito, on the lonesome, is going to have to try to get out of this, but one shockwave, and that's the end of the mobility. Now it's just try to get as much damage as you can, maybe take an elimination with you. This is going to be a tough fight to win.
This is a tough position to be in if you're Juanito right now. Storm has gone down as well. He was supposed to be your savior, but that's not going to be the case anymore. You got to wonder now, what is the plan for Juanito? No real shield potential there. There isn't one mini in their possession, but even then, you have to go from a flop. You have to play the elevated game, and sure, it's hard to shoot shots going forward, but Stardust is not too far behind. They might be able to catch up to it very quickly. You drop down 2 more, are going to find you, and it's going to be Outcast instead, able to find Juanito, and that's going to be a squad wipe there again. The third team to go down, rotating down to Seagull. We're going to be seeing if they're able to find some of the people down by the river, but having some of those pop shots have just not been a common occurrence to see.
Okay. So we got one snipe to hit. A little bit there, 110. Not a headshot, but I'm not going to complain about that. Just wish you could have had the follow there to try to get that, but a good shot nonetheless through the trees. Get in the back of the truck and then move on, but this is somewhere along the lines of Firefly Jar's gone down, so this whole structure is currently burning down, and this, between these two, just trying to find the angles on it, try to survive, try to get out of the fire, first and foremost.
Oh, able to redeem some of his teammates a little bit. Dev King is able to fall down, but he's able to get a double kill out of it. That's going to be another one to fall. Can also bring this back. No shield in his dream. A 1v2. He might be able to find yet another one. What's going to happen? Is it going to happen? Alex coming in for the clutch down below. Might be able to take out the foundation, but it's still a 2v1. Able to get away. 2 minis in his possession. Only having a very few, a limited amount of weaponry, and not a lot of ammo to boot. There's still some potential to bring this back, but there's no automatic healing. You got to keep in mind, he's got to make do with what he has left, and essentially, that's nothing. And as I say that, a blast to the chest is going to take him down. That's Bink. All-Star, another squad wipe happening faster than you can say eucalyptus. So much going on in a burning building.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaking scenario right there. Great little flank here from Yellow. Be able to come in on the side. Had no idea it was coming at all. Just too distracted on the wall in front of him, and able to get the quick shotgun shots there. The green tack coming through. Chug splashes. Everybody's sitting really healthy here. And a little bit of an upgrade to the weapon cache, so pretty good position that they're in right now. See what they can continue. I mean, that's only one elimination between their trio here, so looking to continue to add on to it. And they know that there's a team below them. They are on the hunt.
They are on the hunt. They're trying to go in for the elimination there. They're able to find one. Can that be a DB? No. Can that stay that way? It very well might be. Strix able to find Raw. Sure, that's going to be another one gone. The Storm not too far away either. Those crystals, though, will give him a bit of a small boost as he tries to escape and let the rest of the teams kind of figure it out for themselves, I suppose. That's Yellow skirting away. Strix, though, wants to go in for the hunt instead, trying to find out whatever he can. He left his teammates behind, and there's really not a lot you can do besides go into the circle. You're kind of in a bad position now, but we're returning again to Seagull and company. Still on the road, it seems. Able to find a team not too far behind on top of a castle here, Kagemusha style. They have to put the defenses while they can. Yeah, the tower, it's going to be Lexity trying to get these pressure shots down. They have to go down and up, and you said it yourself, Caribou, the elevated high position always wins.
Yeah, looking at, where they were, it's unfortunate. It looks like the comms were a little bit off. The driver got out of that truck and then just left the other two just sitting in it, especially Squash that was in the back. And at that point, just free fire on them, but now they are forced to take this counter engage where potentially might be at a disadvantage. They're at a relatively even on health, but you see they're plotting. There's something going on here that they're plotting. They have 2 shockwaves here in Squash's inventory. They might push their luck if they are feeling brave on it, but for the time being, at a stalemate.
That's right. We see Captain Nimble now, though. The stalemate has gone still probably longer. We are seeing Strix able to take down one. That may have been the redemption from from what we had seen before with that stalemate. But here we are now, looking at a whole new engagement. Look at where they are, right in between of Colossal Coliseum. The Storm not too far away. The big issue, though, is that they have to push up at some point, and they're being stalled out by another team not too far away. Squash, though, from the team
Still
from
there.
before, still stalled out a little bit more. I'm trying to figure out how that's going to end up being. Oogway Cheesy, though, going to be in the Salty Spittoons itself, trying to figure out what else is going to be going on. You got to wonder, all these teams kind of getting to the point where they're so bloated, they have to make a move, but almost everyone's afraid to make the aggression. Someone's got to make that move. Someone's got to make that 35-player count go down.
Sooner or later, someone's going to be a little impatient, going to feel brave. They're going to do something to try to do this. And
Good way of putting it.
Rotation around. I mean, you got some bots nearby that they're not going to have to deal with at least too soon, but not going to get a lot of elevation off that, not a lot of ground that they were able to cover. Cheesy so far responsible for all the eliminations as well. I like the attempt, you know, the prediction on the snipe. A little too close. I mean, you're out in the wide open. You don't have a wall left or right, and you're just peeking ground level. It's dangerous. It's provocative.
Ooh.
And I respect it.
It's a dirty peek, I suppose. But hey, I don't mind that. It was a good pre-fire. Didn't connect to anything, but the attempt was there. However, this storm is getting a lot smaller, and the big concern besides the fishing capabilities could be here about what happens next. Again, 35 players left. This has been a solid 2 or 3 minutes without a single elimination across the board. Not even a DBNO, but we are seeing what seems to be some road rage going on down below. Not sure where they're going to enter beam, but the audio cues, at least for Tony, are going to be clear now, and they just smack themselves right in the middle of everybody.
Yeah, the way this zone is going, too, I mean, you're out in the middle of the desert. The only cover that's going to be there are the crystals that are pre-existing, and then whatever you build. Yeah, maybe a couple cacti. Yeah, who knows? But there's really just nothing out here. I mean, a couple shacks. I think there's a couple trailers out as well. But there's not a lot that isn't pre-existing, whereas, you know, we've seen some of the other zones go into lazy lakes, and there's, you know, all kinds of towers and buildings and stuff that you get to work around. This is 100% all up to you to make your own cover.
That's right. You have to use literally sticks and stones right now to build up your defenses. This will be a really interesting end to the circle here, and I think this entire game. We're only 3 circles in, going on 4 now. I really want to see how things are going to evolve, because we've seen some players already with some nasty gadgetry in their possession, especially some rockets, and the burn off away from all that in these wooden structures could be nasty. But we need to see it happen first. And right now, again, these teams waiting for someone to make a move. And as the circle gets closer, a lot of those circle teams on the outer rim now need to push on in directly into the line of fire of many.
Yeah, this is a point where you're going to see all these players really stack up on the edge of zone, because zone number 5, again, still that 50-50 where, you know, roll the dice and hope that you get the luck the zone's going to pull to you. You'll see some of these players moving in. There's really not a lot of contestation. I mean, it's still been another 3, 4, 5 minutes now where there's been a few pop shots, some exchange of ammo, but I haven't had a single elimination. Actually, the number's gone up. We're at 36 now. We were at 35. Now we're at 36. So we're actually going in the opposite direction.
Okay, interesting. I guess there was a revive that went on down. Not entirely sure who was revived there, but interesting. Quantum player playing through. But I really do like these fortifications we do see being made. There's definitely a lot of, I guess they're assuming that they will be in the circle for the entirety of the game, just kind of fortifying themselves a little bit more. However, we have been watching Seagull and company for quite a while now, and they fortify themselves equally as much. But the thing is, though, eventually someone's going to get that elevated drop that we've seen so much on the East Coast. You have to wonder how well these integrities, how these fortifications will stand. With wood and maybe some steel, probably not as much as a fully brick building that's entirely the same material.
This is an interesting... whatever this is. I mean, obviously they're trying to get the ceiling replacement, but all 3 of them are sitting there with their edits out.
There's a team on top.
And they keep trying to get through this roof, but they just can't get it. And they're just I mean, I respect it because they're just wasting the materials of the teams below. And they do get the ceiling. So Phoenix is actually able to get that ceiling replacement for a very brief time. But it's just, they're trying to do something here, and that's a pretty good consummation of everything that we've been watching for like the last 10 minutes. It's just No, you do it. No, you. No, you. And then no one does anything.
First. You hang up first. You hang up first.
And nobody's hanging up the phone.
Come on, man, I just want to go to sleep. But without, in all seriousness, though, with what we're seeing is that the circle is going to be throwing everybody in for a loop. It's going to be going in a very awry direction. We've been seeing that a lot on the East Coast games as well. And I'm wondering how a lot of these very fortified teams, like Edgar that we see here, are going to adapt around that. They have to go out of their safety zone. They have to move on in. And we're already seeing some teams move into the circle already. They're playing it really smart, especially the turquoise team. If we can take a look at them, I think are in probably the best position out of any team right now in the entire game, despite not having any eliminations.
Yeah, zone's starting to move over here, so we'll see what the move's going to be. We just saw those orange arrows going across. Unfortunately, they lost one of their teammates along the way. Kind of got sent off to the side. They do get a knock, I mean, at least, and that's going to be Yellow that did get that one. So that's at least his second knock. Looking for the full. Strick's able to pick one up, but now all of a sudden, that timer hits 0. That zone's moving, and the rest of the lobby's moving too. Every single arrow is now stacking up inside of where that's going to be. And things are about to get interesting.
This is heck in a cell right now for a whole lot of different teams. Everyone's going to build on up, and whoever made those defenses beforehand might be a little bit lucky. But look at the Pico. It's going to be lighting up like a Christmas tree of doom for a lot of different teams. I'm really excited to see what Savage Pro and the rest of their team can do. But let's take a look at Seagull now and see if they're able to run and gun their way into one of these defenses and maybe take them over. Looks like from below, though, they're able to find a little bit of those defenses, able to find a hole in it as well, maybe able to even find potentially an elimination. There's a rain of bullets from above! Savage, though, looking around to see what he can find, not a whole lot, but they can relegate themselves to a newer position and try to escape or go from below. All these teams are just firing away at all these defenses. There's not a lot really to go off of. Storm is going to shrink once again. Some people getting eliminated once more, but still, not a lot has really gone down, not even a team wipe up until now. Control nade does go down again. It's looking good for Luca's team. They're able to find all these frags, even now when it's, seemingly barren on the kill feed. But Trauma Boy and others holding onto these defenses. It's these elevated teams that need to go down and find these eliminations like that!
Okay.
Oh, Wings coming out of nowhere! It's gonna be another team. Strix is able to find one. The Western team cleans up the house. Strix, the last one alive, Caribou needs to figure out how he can do to preserve his legacy and keep himself in the placements of this game and not be in the top 12. At the very least, top 10. Be on the scoreboard at least once, able to find one coming in from below. No, Ninja might be able to find a whole squad wipe, but no, he flies out of the building instead. That could be a squad wipe right there. That was impressive to see. That's going to put him almost in the top 10. It's now the battle for the 11th spot. Caribou, can he make it out?
Gonna see, I mean, you got the shockwaves to make the move across. It's just unfortunately back against the wall. Last person alive in your squad. I mean, still a lot of mats that he has available as well. Phoenix here taking a lot of storm damage, has to take this bouncer in, and is frankly, I mean, a little bit behind the curve. That's going to be problematic here, looking to get some siphon back out of this. But
Seagull,
very quickly, these players going down, and these shockwaves and bouncers are everything for these moves here. And especially where there's really nothing to stop you coming from one spot to the next. You have all the open area that you possibly need to be able to use these bouncers and shockwaves. And some of it is just sending these players awry. They're taking a little bit too much storm damage.
oh man, Strix though still alive, bouncing around everywhere like you mentioned, Caribou. It's a great idea, but the thing is the execution might now be his doom. He's gonna do it again. Oh, so I guess we won't be seeing how that goes down, but that is okay. Elite Outcast though, trying to break his way out. The storm's gonna hurt so much if he's not able to get away in time. He's able to barely make his way out, but even then, surrounded by the darkness of everywhere it seems, Strix still keeping alive a little bit longer. 5 eliminations in his pocket now, able to keep himself at least number 8. But if he can keep on going, this could be huge for a 1v13 across the entirety of the world. He's looking around right now to see what he can possibly find. Outcast not too far different too, in the same exact boat, has med kits at the very least. The weaponry though, the ammo that he has, not a lot. Snake still has a legendary AK. That could be huge for the leverage to keep himself into the game. Only 6 left alive, 6 different teams. He's going to make it possibly into the top 5. Eric, though, is going to land out somewhere. He gets shot out into the storm. And Strix, not much better. We're coming close to the final top 10, though, Caribou. Can Strix make it? Yes, he can. But what else can happen next?
That's a great move by Strix, able to get up, keep himself in the zone, or like in the circle, so he doesn't take any storm damage. Has a couple floppers as well, has some minis. I mean, but Tropics right there is the name that is currently
He
up
drops
at the top.
legendary!
And goes all the way down. Strix is just finding himself in between one after another in the firefights, and he's still picking up elimination. Starting to run a little bit lower on Matt here, but with the minis and the flopper, going to be relatively okay. You got another shockwave to keep yourself in. Some med kit right there too. I'm sure he's probably going to try to go back and find that, but I think that one at this point is now going to be gone. But Strix in a really good position here, minus the mats.
I've left the line now. 3 teams left. It's gonna be a whole bunch of different people off finally trying to find Strix.
Oh, Strix. Strix.
Around and can he survive? No, he doesn't. Tony though was able to find it though. Hefe Diego was able to find another one, and no, there we go. A double from above though. It seems like Edgar might come to save the day. One left alive now. It's a battle. Who's gonna be in first place? Tropics able to find another one. That's the battle royale. Another one. Tropics able to come in clutch seemingly out of nowhere. A team that we had not mentioned before up until now, able to steal away a victory for the first West Coast game tonight. I just dropped my phone. But overall, that was an amazing matchup, and we got to talk about Strix.
Yeah, great positioning, great movement, great awareness of what's happening around you. It's just unfortunate that when it comes down to it, you find yourself surrounded by 3 people, and you're not even in a position where you can put a wall up. You can't even put a cone up. They're all just on top of you, and that's it. I give a lot of credit to Strix because I thought he was in a good position. He was moving very well across and was not taking damage from the storm, was using the shockwaves efficiently. Just unfortunate it comes down to a numbers game. I got to give credit, though, as well to Tropics, who was just kind of lurking there at the top, had height the whole time. Teammate was able to come in clutch there at the end as well. They're able to clean up house, clean up shop, take care of business, come away with the victory, and that's really all you can ask for.
It's as simple as that. You make it sound a lot more simple than it really seemed like. I was having anxiety just watching Strix. Like, he drops the legendary, he misses the med kits and all of that. And I mean, you're processing so much at once if you're in his situation. You got to keep in mind too, there was he was in a 1vx, right? He was the only one left in his team when it was still top 15. He brought it down to the number 3 slot, I believe, in a 1v20. At one point, he was able to keep himself alive and not just ghost away either, Caribou. He was finding those frags. He was finding eliminations while doing it, but he played probably the stealthiest I've ever seen an aggressive Fortnite player play.
Yeah, and I mean, even when you had the angles, I mean, just taking a blindside couple of shots with the shotgun, and then you get another elimination, just stacking them up. I mean, it started at 0 in the midst of all that chaos. I think he ended up with, to Strix's name, 5 at least, maybe if not 6. A good mark to set to start this one off, where you pick up a lot of those eliminations. I still think that in the premise of this round, it's still going to be kind of the same of like everyone's kind of getting a feel for each other. There was a long period where it was just, what is going on? Is someone gonna do anything? Someone gonna do something? And
no,
I don't
had
think
someone get revived instead.
Yeah, instead of any elimination, someone actually got revived, and the number went up. And I don't think we're gonna see that again. I think now people are gonna kind of get a feel for it. I don't think we're gonna see 3 squads go to Dirty Docks again. I think it's gonna have a little bit of recognition. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go somewhere else. We're not gonna go for this sort of early contestation. So I think coming into Game 2, Game 3, you're gonna see a few changes, but I mean, you can't give enough credit to the people at the end. Strix able to survive for a long time. Tropics maintaining high ground to come away with the victory. Can't complain about that.
That was a pretty good matchup for it being West Coast. But if you want to see more amazing Fortnite action like that, be sure to, at least until March 1st, sign up for the Spring Championship for PlayVersus.com. It's going to be huge. It's going to have a lot of competition, and it might have some, pretty good casters. But with all that being said and done, if you want to start making a legacy for yourself in competitive Fortnite, go and sign up at playversus.com. You have until March 1st to do it, so there's no excuse not to. Until then, though, while we get things set up for game number 2, we'll see you guys in a few minutes, and we can't wait to see what happens next. We'll see you in a little bit.
Overwhelmingly, the support has been there with, man, I wish that had been available when I was in high school. I guess it was last fall, some of the students were starting to go, hey, can we get a gaming club going? But then word came down that our athletic director was looking for someone to coach esports. And I said, This is something that's right up my alley. You know, I've always been in tune with the geek kids, you know, the geeks, the nerds, whatever. That's my scene. That's what I was in high school. I mean, I've done it all. I've done computer-based stuff. I played World of Warcraft for about 10 years. 360's in the house right now. The main thing that I did to help find interested students is I told all of my classes, if you have friends who are interested, please send them this way, that anybody can join. I'm not going to limit this. For our first season playing, we have come in at approximately 23 kids. I've got one full League of Legends team. I've got 3 Rocket League teams. That's where we started at, and I'm looking forward to it growing. To get started in this, it was let me learn about the games that are out there. Let me see what I need to figure out, and then I figured out that the kids are going to know more than I ever will. The opportunity for any kid to be skilled at something and be able to have the chance to pass that knowledge on, to look at somebody else and go, hey, I realize I'm not going to be here for more than a couple of years, and we want this team to keep doing well. Let's get your skill up so that you can take my spot. Absolutely, that's part of giving the kids that bit of ownership in the sport. This is the first time we've done this at our school. How much of a legacy do you want to leave? Do you want to be the guy that's helping bring the next generation here at the school along, or are you going to be the one who's like, no, I'm the best and I don't want anybody else to challenge me? When I've got my lead for League of Legends going, okay, we're invading here, I'm marking the point, everybody get here, they're learning how to really work together and develop their skills that they're going to be able to use the rest of their lives. Here's your place where you can come in and be part of a team. Esports gives that kid who is a gamer that chance to be involved in the school and maybe help them develop more school pride than what they've had. They can say, hey, I was part of this, and that they now have the opportunity to letter in it gives them a reason to go out and say, hey, you know, maybe I do want to buy that Letterman's jacket. Maybe I do want to build some memories about high school that will last and be worthwhile. Ultimately, being a coach is opening doors for students to find their way to belong in a school that they don't have through any other means. So let's grow it. Let's make the school a more welcoming place for everybody.
One of the greatest things is getting an email about how excited a parent is that they're
An amazing close call for a lot of teammates inside that first game on the West Coast here. But Caribou, what happened with Tropics? What happened all in the final 40 seconds of that first game?
A lot more than what happened in the middle 12 minutes. I can promise you that. It just came down to Strix, unfortunately, just got focused from about 17 different angles by 5 different players. And the Cinderella story that Strix had to survive that long came to an end. Tropics was just on the high side. And then when it came down to it, they just found the perfect time to strike, dropped in, hit the shots, came away with the victory.
It sounds like a picture-perfect story right there, but it was definitely not as picture-perfect from what we saw, especially all the defenses being built up in the desert. What happened with that, too? That's not something we've seen before.
Yeah, that zone, I mean, out of the first 6, it was like we didn't see any desert endings, like, at all. And then this time around, it's like the first one. So I'm okay to see something new. You know, with it being in the desert, you get a little bit more where you just have to make your own cover. You get any mobility you can from the hop rocks, which really didn't see a lot of use of those either. So that's kind of surprising as well, in the sense that because they're so abundant there, I would have expected a little bit more mobility to come through with that. On the same side, you know, the zone kind of bounced around the same area. It went across a river and then it came back and then it ended up over the river. So kind of really relegated to a small area once you got into that last zone as it was moving around. Fingers crossed that all I ask that the Fortnite controllers, whoever's in charge of the script, don't send the zone to Coral Castle, and I'm happy. That's it.
Oh, now I'm curious to see what Coral Castle is going to look like at the... No?
No.
Oh. I'm sorry, guys. He said no.
We don't do the water levels here, okay?
Oh, man.
We don't do water levels.
But what we do show are the stats from the previous game. I really want to see how things go there. Let's see how it all played out, especially for Strix. How far did he really get? Second place! From all of that, of course, the eliminations helped quite a bit, but making their way into number 3 helped quite a bit as well. Look how close number 2 and 3 are right now, Caribou. That's insane to me.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, anyone on this leaderboard, I mean, only one game in, you know, people are starting to get their warm-up. You know, I mentioned you're probably going to see 2 or 3 squads potentially really accent themselves at the top as far as the elimination count goes. That's going to be for the one that goes to Cheesy, Strix, and Manny, you know, 7, 8, and 8, respectively, from 1, 2, and 4th place. But, you know, where it starts there, now you kind of have an idea, okay, these are the guys that are going to be a little bit more aggressive. Granted, what we saw on the east side, the team that ended up 7th place ended up with like the highest average amount of eliminations. So you can't explicitly go off of eliminations. You can play aggressive, and certainly, don't get me wrong, those elimination points really help, but you have to play consistently. The reason that the team ended up winning the East was because their average placement was 1.6, and they won 5 of the 6 rounds. I don't expect it to happen again. I don't think Manny, Tropics, and Pika are going to be able to do that, but prove me wrong. Go ahead.
What do you mean? We're not going to see 250 points again for a single team?
Probably not.
No?
I wouldn't get your hopes up.
They've been crushed. But with all that being said and done, we are getting ready for game number 2 of the West Coast. Let's see if we can see a 250 by the end of this series. That's going to require that number 1 team to win not once, not twice, not thrice, but 5 times out of the 6 here today. And here we go. This is their first time seeing the battle bus. Hello.
Well, a nice pleasant entrance to see where these players are going to be going. Nice public transportation for all 63 players in this lobby. So we gained a few between game number 1 and game number 2. It's like the move over here to the west side into Slurpee. It's not too surprising, especially where it is. And it looks like it's going to be the move for like 3, maybe more. If there's anyone lurking behind, there's at least 3 squads going here though, so they know that they're not going to be alone.
That's right. This is going to be a very dangerous Slurpee swamp here. We're going to have to wait and see how things play out here. It's the early aggression. Wow.
Oh, jeez, Key.
The first limbs going out already. It's going to be a whole, almost a squad wipe, I want to say. It's going to be Angel, though, trying to revive his teammates. That is a very awkward opening for both of these teams, pretty much. Angel, though, has to go for the double revive right off the rip. That's going to be a huge blunder when it comes to health for both of those teammates that have gone down. And it doesn't end there either. Or maybe it does. Oh, no, that wasn't a teammate. That was a bad guy. They were able to find the info on the other members of that team as well. So it's going to be still 1 DBNO. But not all is lost for Loco.
Yeah, and you said he got tagged there on the fringe. See what it's going to be. Alex here in a firefight with the shotgun over the peak is going to be able to get that. The green tack coming through. Fortunately, try to pick him up right there. I guess looking to see if they can, but the edits coming through from the teammates down below to drop Drummer Boy into safety. And meanwhile, on the other side, teammates coming through for young Alex to be able to pick up the clean 3-piece squad wipe. For the time being, they're safe inside.
Slurpee Swamp seems to be the place to go for this matchup. Everyone is just falling.
Yeah, this is... I mean, Key gets the health back. Loco ended up dropping, actually. So after the pickup coming through, they lose 1 more. Key's alive. So, gotta see what Angel's gonna do here. See what the move is. If they have the reboot card, see if that's... I mean, it's the smart play. Get your teammate back. I mean, it's still early. Not gonna be a lot of not a lot of contestation on the reboot vans. So, if you can, you might as well.
I'm really curious to see what Keen Company can do here. You already lost Loco. Actually, did they get a revive on Loco?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Still waiting. Yeah, they gotta.
Oh, there's no red
They
X.
gotta go outside. Yeah.
Okay. But with all that being said, though, you did trade out one for another. You were able to get down one member. But here's the thing. At least the revive came out for Key, and now he's fully kitted up back and again. And their equipment, you know, at this time of the game, isn't that bad either. Captain Nimble has to be Captain Quick pretty soon, though. He's surrounded by a whole bunch of different people, and that just being Angel and Key. He does have two other members of the team, though. One gone for the other side of the enemies, though. I'm really curious to see what this team can bring to the table for Slurpee. They have the man advantage.
Yeah, and now that the pressure's on here, I mean, to see what the move is, because, you know, there was a brief opportunity where you could go to that reboot ban right there, but now the fact that this trio's outside and pretty much right on top of it, you don't have any opportunity now to try to sneak in that reboot there. You're going to be able to just completely be given away by the audio using it. And especially if you get caught, Snoop, I mean, that's not ideal. Phenomenal, it's great across the board. And he's got no health, no utility out of any of this. But not a lot you can do except try to upgrade by taking any of these other players out and hope that they have a better loadout than you do, which, based off of grays across the board, they do. I promise you they do.
Yeah, I mean, look, given how aggressive Phenomenal is being right now, this is a really scary situation for him, but he has so much confidence, and it's like, it's almost radiating the charisma of him trying to go after Key yet again, and Dell, he knows exactly that he has that positional advantage. He has the aim to go for it, and he's been able to take down the armor on not one, but almost 3 different enemies in the span of maybe 30 seconds there. Not able to take down anyone in particular, but Strix again. Oh, he's got a story building up now. He was able to solo carry the rest of his team to the #2 slot last game. It's him going, oh, it seems to be almost solo with his team a little lacking behind against Galactic Couch in the yellow team. I'm curious to see if he's able to win this 1v2.
Oh, it's a long corner. There's no way they didn't see him, but apparently they didn't. Got a few pop shots there, but not much more than that. Now it's just the harpoon gun. You gotta put that away. Get your shotgun out.
Oh no, my Strix able to find these shots. That's gonna be one gone. That's boxing completely down, but there's still 2 more to deal with. That's gonna be the 51st member completely gone, but there's still plenty of others to deal with as well in this small little cavern. Look at Yellow right now. He might be able to climb his way in, find Strix, but he's also gonna be pretty much in his lonesome. Oh wait, no, Strix, they're on the same team. That's my mistake, but up above, those aren't the same team. That's gonna be Galactic and another one. Trying to find out what he possibly can. Shooting at his own teammate, it feels like. No, they're not the same teammates, they're enemies. It's confusing at times, but there we go. Able to try to make their way another one. The Galactic Couch, unfortunately, going to go back down into a planet in a fiery blaze. Able to go down as well. You have to look out and see where that final member of the team is, because it's not quite a white just yet.
Yeah, I mean, I like what they've done so far, and the fact, you know, Strix is able to get up there, up close and personal, relatively unscathed. You know, took a quick second there before he was able to switch off the harpoon gun. I respect it, try to get him up close, you know, even closer than where you're at. Maybe guarantee your shotgun shot to connect, but able to get out of that one, all of them relatively healthy. Could use a little bit more shield on his 2 teammates here, but, you know, picking up an early 2 and making their move across to Caddy, I mean, Zone's going a little further to the west, not sure how far west. See if they have to go through, I mean, Lazy Lake's on the fringe. I would imagine maybe Hunter's Haven could be somewhere, because I still don't see the edge of the circle, but it's obviously the angle that they want to take. I mean, Lazy's going to be the move if they see if they can find any extra loot there.
Ooh, it's Thy Danny now, looking to see through those small little cracks and nooks, see if they can find anything. Oh, that would have been a great headshot on the Captain Nimble. I don't think he was able to go for the shot, though. That might be control nade as well. Not entirely sure there. They're on top of each other. Danny, though, is going to go down a little bit more. Just try to gather some resources, see if he can build up his repertoire a little bit more for the late game run. And looking at the, you know, inventory and all the artillery, at least he's bringing out along with this team, this is a really good setup for a post game or even maybe a mid game gunfight. They're able to keep the blue team on a little bit of a mainstay now, able to hold them off a little bit more. They're just inside the realms of the circle. If they can keep this one team from getting any more resources and expend their materials and bullets, this is going to be fantastic for them.
Yeah, and they have decent. I mean, they're already in zone as to where they're at. See if they can, engage in this one. They have Danny. I mean, with the 2 Rift Fish, they got the mobility if they need to move. When the zone does end up coming in. It's got another minute before that happens, but they certainly have options if they want to take the fight or not.
Oh, here we go again.
Taking the fight. Great shots. Wow. Difficult to hit those shots on the boat, but yeah, Buttery just didn't stand a chance. Got blasted himself.
Yeah, hopefully Silky smoothly buttering himself because he's running across trying to survive as long as he can. He's seemingly by himself in his position. The single
just one
appearance
shot
of himself from above. He's literally one shot. Any weapon at all will take him down. But he managed to survive the ordeal. He's able to get away at least for now. It seems like Strix moves on to another target because there's also a squad of 3 chasing down the tails of Buttery as well. But with that being said, Strix is in an odd position. He does have his teammates this time around, but they're not really too far away from him or too close, and they have to team up at some point. Looking at Falcon saying, we haven't looked at this team just yet. They're going to be in a really interesting and intriguing battle with the rest of Guano's team. This is not a great position from the BM. Spider's going to go down. Avenger's still alive. Falcon saying needs to relocate himself and try to get to a better position to take down the other team.
Yeah, and with zone coming in, this is the thing I'm most interested about as to all these players making these rotations, because when you're just being chased down by the AI, car no go in water.
What? Are you sure? I'm watching it go. No, go back to the car.
Car's not supposed to go in water.
Oh, but he gets blasted.
Why is that still working? What?
The car. Look at the mini map. They're just going.
Car do go zoom in water.
They're being Magellan right now. They're going across the whole world except in a car in the ocean. They're making it to land.
Simulator. Yeah.
Wait,
I'm done.
Go to the car.
I'm done.
They made it. They made it to the land. What? There's just
things
no way.
That shouldn't work for 400, Alex.
Oh.
Even that's dated. A lot of these high schoolers probably wouldn't even know that. Who? What? What does that mean? I'm old. Leave me alone.
With all that being said and done, though, it's going to be a victory, a very, very good victory coming out for a lot of these teams, especially the ones that got away via car. Strix, though, still trying to be alive, playing a little bit more of an aggressive game compared to Yellow and Bobby as well, trying to see, at least at the very least, if they can scout anything. Now, he does have a sniper. He's able to make these plays work. He's not able to find the shot immediately, but no! I corrected a headshot, knocked down OG player.
Yes!
That was a crazy shot. Holy moly, Neon Switch now needs to get the revive, and they can't! They fall! They both fall!
The full damage too!
Right the floor is lava, apparently. We are now Guitars completely confused about what just happened. Now it's a revive. Don't even go for the shakedown. You know where the last one is. They're going to fall as well. It is beautiful. Yellow play, standing back a little bit more, making sure the defenses are good. Zoom is in a bad spot. He's just got to get away. Don't even go for it.
I mean, granted, this snipe is stationary. The player's not moving. It's a freebie. Player probably should have put the walls up, but still able to just know when to pull the trigger and be able to get the elimination. On top of that, I love the exclamation point, the icing on the cake, the extra candle at the end of it. It's just the fall damage, full elimination, plus the second knock. That is content.
It is insane to watch, and this has been a great showing for a lot of teams. Zoom Guitars, after what just happened, a very interesting experience with him. He has to hide in the bushes. Like, at that point, there's so many different teams coming nearby. You have your eyes on one to your immediate left, but not too far away is another team chasing them. You have to hide in the bushes. We've seen this work kind of before, but not really to full fruition. Especially in a 1v3, it's a dangerous place to be in. Bobby, too, is just sprinting as far as he can. He's going to be part of those teams to make sure they get into the circle in time, and maybe try to find the Bushman Guitars as well. They're still on the hunt for that final one to get that squad wipe, but they just can't look in that right bush.
And all you're playing for is placement at that point. Maybe try to get a couple eliminations along the way, catch someone sleeping, but at that point, that's all you really can do. Just try to make your way through. Strace goes down. Not sure where he got tagged from. Control nade is going to be... Oh, he's got a sniper rifle on the side. Strix has no cover at all, and he is a goner. Too little, too late.
We've seen Strix be an absolute workhorse for this team. We haven't really seen Bobby and Yellow do too much aggressively or try to go for these frags. However, that doesn't mean they're, useless or anything like that. It just shows how aggressive Strix was, and he was just able to stay alive at the end of that last game. That means we haven't really seen a showing from either of those two other players, and I'm wondering if they can take up the mantle of Strix and play just as aggressively yet passive at the same time in those final moments as he was able to.
I respect what's going on here. Juanito throwing in all of the mushrooms and the utility in the zone. At this point, based off where the zone's going to pull, they have to realize and recognize they can't juggle the inventory of like that much for that amount of distance that they have to cover. Especially when you have another team direct to them, a solo player directly in front of them, and then two more that is near them. They just can't handle all of that, but this interesting little convergence here between these 5 squads where they're all just kind of looking at each other and watching each other move across the prairie here. Surprised no one's really taking any pop shots.
It's beautiful to watch, honestly, going through the flowers.
Strix is coming back.
Oh, is this the redemption arc we didn't know we needed? He's able to be revived once again. No longer human, now a machine. Coming in, wanting nothing but revenge.
Well, he's got the health.
We have
he
the
just
money.
Doesn't have any.
We have the technology.
Anything.
We can revive Strix.
Even that might be a little dated.
Oh. Yeah, that's after my time too. That's before my time. But with all that being said and done, though, Strix is back alive. He's been revived completely. He's been revived completely. And so with that being said, not only is that team going to be a full squad once again, still a bit of a slower mid-game here. With 43 left alive, this might somehow be even slower than last game. And while there's nothing wrong with that, no one's really fortifying everything. It's the matter of now Strix being revived, playing just as aggressive as before, but only having grays.
Yeah, and I imagine, teammate help me out here, pick up an elimination, upgrade the inventory at the very least, try to get some utility out of it. Granted, you don't even have a lot of materials either, so...
Is he able to get
some shots?
There's just no way.
The lobby's helping him out here because Falcon is under fire from like 4 directions.
Oh, man.
Maybe Avenger here is here to help Falcon and keep him alive a little bit longer, but this is going to be a tough fight here for Strix to win.
You mentioned before about the lever shotgun. Let's see if that can go into full fruition instead of the automatic from way back like 3 games ago. The lever shotgun not going to do a whole lot. No more steal. This Strix going to make the redemption arc.
Ooh, good swap.
He's able to get one. He's going to throw them to the side. Maybe able to find some intel. Yes, he does. Where's that other one at? And he's going to go for the takedown. Yes, he does. The lever shot. He comes in clutch. Teammates there for the side. The redemption arc. Out for blood. Out for revenge. Strix though going to maintain his way going forward. Falcon is going to go down. Bobby's got the murder. Can he find another one? Yes, he does. There we go. That's going to be, I believe, a squad wipe. I don't think there was anyone else left alive besides Falcon and company. I think that squad is completely gone now. Oh, no!
Oh, hello. Coming around the corner. Didn't even see Phenomenal there. Third party coming in to ruin the day. While they're trying to return fire, got that purple scar on the outside, but now zone is going to be a problem they have to deal with. Try to get some teammate back, but you see Yellow still trying to exchange fire on the other side, and now they find themselves in a position where they either have to pick up their teammate if they can, or try to take this firefight. Everything's on fire as well, so also something they might have to deal with here soon.
Oh yeah, no biggie. Everything's on fire. This is like an actual like fire rescue right now, like doing like the carry, the fireman's carry. But his control's not too far behind either. They're trying to break their way in. They want to make sure Strix does not get revived for a second time. They want to make sure it can't happen anymore. Now, with all that being said and done, we're not seeing a lot more aggression anymore. They might be able to go for the revive now. Time is running out. Unless there's a few more shots. They're making their way in. The revive seemingly on its way, I believe.
It's a matter of time.
Oh, there we go. He's back in action yet again. The man who just won't be eliminated goes up once again. Chug Jug's in hand, full health galore, still the Grays. This is a very, very interesting squad to watch. Oh, Captain Nibble, Captain Be Quick. He's got to go with a pogo stick. He's got to go away. Oh, no. Oh, the mountains.
Strix took it again. I mean, this is all of his match. And, you know, Peace Control just trying to keep this wall up. But, I mean, there's 3 people shooting at that wall. It's only a matter of time before that's going to go down there. He's going to get the finish. And now, at that point, it was just, yeah, you knew it was coming. Strix able to pick up 2 more. This is, I don't know what the difference maker was. Obviously, Strix is the top fragger of that squad. And for good reason that they brought him back to be able to come into this one. And he's not disappointing at all.
Oh, I am just in shock by what we're seeing with that squad right now. No shields and a dream. Yeah, just keep an eye on this squad for a while, right? Oh man, I love this. But Mello is having a lot of heavy fire going on down. It's going to be a 3v3. El Jefe's going to go down, it seems. He's in the storm right now. El Jefe does not go down, but it takes so much damage at once. It's a 6v6, it seems. There are so many numbers that go beyond what I can humanly count. And even from there, the purple side that's trying to take them down, there's an onslaught from the back. This is where it all goes down, apparently. It's only 5 out of 9.
Strix again.
The ball, the health still 100% in possession, but he's going to be TVNO. Yellow's got to go up and go for the revive. Your playmaker now. They're trying to beat him down. They're trying to get him to safety. Will it be too late though? They're shooting him from below. Taking his body and just throw it to the side. The stairs, able to get the revive potentially. The bullets are coming down. They're raining on by. Only so little time to get this revive going down. The storm not too far away. They have to just beat him to the wall. They build around him. They pick him up again. Is it too late?
Oh, he killed him!
They sacrificed him. They sacrificed him to the Fortnite lords above. Was it worth
That was... Oh, Bobby, no. They were trying so hard to just, like, set him down to get the revive off. He threw him out in the open. Strix got shot, like, twice more. He picked him up again after they built the walls around him. He threw him into the storm.
I'm sorry,
Bobby, that's just cold-blooded. Your own teammate was eating you to the mercy of the storm. Heartbreaking.
This is a massacre right now. Everywhere we look, this is by far the most entertaining match we have seen so far. This is amazing.
West Coast.
Phoenix though could be running. Yeah, West Coast, apparently so. QT Phoenix is gonna be running as fast as he can. He's gonna be going down, trying to find these eliminations, but not able to do so. Tony not too far away. Might have the drop on him, but no, they're just gonna skip over him. They want to go to the crux of all the action. That's gonna be only so far away. Able to jump down, get some of the building done. Hello. Tony falls. I thought he was so far away before. Go down. Only one left alive. QT Phoenix needs to hold on tight. There's only 10 teams left. It's now the battle for the top 10. Whoever goes down next will be number 11 cut off from the scoreboards if they're not already cut off. Sweet Bobby trying to stay alive. Strix has fallen. Yellow TV not too far behind. Also heavily damaged. Where are the last ones at? He's gonna fall. So many people passing by him and nobody is able to find these shots. They reunite once again, Caribou. What the heck is going on?
Yellow surviving. Exactly what we saw Strix do in the last game. Just surviving at this point, just trying to pick up a few more eliminations along the way. Bobby trying to do the same, but unfortunately, they don't have the mats. I mean, neither one of them have any mats at all. Yellow literally is just waiting, hiding. Please, nobody notice me. I'm not here. I promise I'm not here. But it's only a matter of time. Someone's gonna see. He's just lurking down below. See if he can get some shots up. But I mean, 77 health, like you even like one shot, well, less than that now because you took a 6 storm damage. Yeah, as soon as you move, you're a goner. That's it.
There is just no surviving the outside. Everyone having to turn into hermits now, building on the inside, hitting you up in the sky. If you can breathe oxygen, there's a good chance you'll be shot down from oblivion. It's gonna be QT Phoenix now going in, trying to see what he can find, looking around through the blueprints to see if he can find anybody. It's just an absolute massacre wherever they go. 7 now plays. 15 left alive. It is a battle of the duos, it seems. 6th place now in fruition. It's a battle of the duos still. With all that being said and done, it is just a massacre. Someone's got to go. Spider-Man nowhere's able to find one, maybe 2. That's going to be an elimination right there. The Dev King, though, able to his way all the way to victory. Might be able to just clutch out a victory.
He's got 9 health.
All-Star holding on tight. Dev King, 9 health in a dream. Minus the shield, able to hold on tight. His weaponry's not even that great, but it's the best that you can do in this position. 8 members left alive, Caribou.
Yeah, at this point, Dev King literally just has to try to stay high. Maybe try to get a siphon out of this. That's gonna hurt a lot. Yep, that's gonna do it.
He's
got another.
Another one.
Great.
Mark 2?
It could be. See if All-Star's gonna fare any better. Dev King went down and he's gone. So now it's all up to All-Star. This Iron Man is the one, the chosen one. 4 players, 3 teams, 2 on 1-on-1. All-Star's gonna take 1 tick. Doug Flash gonna keep him alive a little bit, but gotta shoot back! Shoot back!
Where's the lever? Oh, so much going on at once. AI, no robot McGee comes down.
Okay.
Eric the android, a literal robot himself, programmed from the best scientist in the world to clench out this victory for the West Coast tonight in game number 2. Wow, there's just so much to talk about here. I feel like we could write a novel on this round.
So I almost got to give credit. Granted, it was hard because there's a 2-on-1 there at the end of it. I almost got to give credit because they had the angle there on Eric, but unfortunately, with the siphon coming from the elimination on All-Star, there was just the health advantage was too much. There's not really a lot you can do to fight back against that. So, good acknowledgement for Eric to kind of prioritize the targets, take the one out. You get the siphon, move to the second. Plus, I mean, he had at least 75, 85 shields, so was no threat whatsoever to be dropped down compared to like the 50 combined. I mean, it's like 15 shield and 40 health. Not a lot on the other side. So a good victory there for Eric, just to get the 1 elimination, flick to the left, boom, second one done. And that's it. It's as easy as that. I mean, I'll water it down to that was the easiest victory that anybody could ever get. But I know it's not because it's just absolute chaos right there. But the storyline of that game belongs to the betrayal of Strix.
I'm sorry,
Yikes.
little one.
Yikes. That's because you're in a perfect position. If you revive Strix, you're just taking out one after another. He's still top fragging. You still got the whole trio. There wasn't anyone that had all 3 players still left alive. You get Strix back up. Maybe it's a completely different game, but instead you're just like, Strix, you're alive? No. See ya.
I really want to know what the comments were like for their team, because was that Strix's choice? Because if it's taking too long to revive him, they just say no, just forget it, just toss me away. Don't let anyone else get the victory. But instead, they just toss him away. They don't get any more limbs. They fall very quickly afterwards. They do have some luck, but even then, they're able to get a higher replacement, but there's just no eliminations. Eric the Android, just like Tropics from the first game, just comes out of nowhere and clutches out this victory. And now that's another player I really want to watch in this second and third game. Excuse me.
Yep. And I'm excited to see, when we do get the leaderboard all, shaken out, where it all is going to go, because of the fact that we didn't really see a lot of Manny, Pika, or Tropics there in that one. So I'm curious as to kind of where they went, where they ended up in that late game. Really didn't even see a lot, what we saw on the East Coast. There was a consistent amount of names that kept popping up. But we didn't even see that in the elimination feed this time around. There wasn't an absurd amount of okay, this person is popping off. I mean, Strix got 7 or 8, but I mean, besides that, it's not a lot of, there's one person you really have to look out for as a top fragger.
Yeah, it's a lot more evenly dispersed than I think the East Coast was. But the health kind of fleshed things out for us. We do have the leaderboard ready. Let's take a look at that and see what exactly is going on here across the whole board besides the number 1 slot, because I have no idea what to expect really going into this. Strix still maintaining the number 2 slot. Manny and Pika and Tropics still maintain number 1. They were able to make the top 4, I think, last game. But where's Eric? Eric the Elf is not Eric the Android. Maybe they are the same person. Not sure.
I'd have to cross check. I mean, I got a spreadsheet somewhere that has the names across the board, but really not surprised at all to see kind of those teams up there. I mean, Edgar was doing pretty good to get themselves late game. Strix, Bobby, and Yellow. I mean, yeah, of course, they're getting a good amount of eliminations. I mean, they're averaging the most between those 2 games already. But I like the consistency that Manny, Pika, and Tropics, because when it comes down to it, consistency is going to be the name of the game. That's going to be what keeps you at the top of the leaderboard. And as long as they keep that one up, obviously this one's going to be a little bit closer here. The top 3, 4 are a little more tight. But, I mean, this is, when it comes down into it, I mean, it's still, I mean, any one of these people on this page even, you have one good game, it's a completely different competition.
Yeah, because I'm not really sure what the point scoreline was for Eric the Android in the first game, but that victory must have skyrocketed them into the top 10. If they were already, they were low top 10, but now having those extra points, that's going to put them really high up. And if they're able to do that again, or at least get a lot of eliminations, it's going to be crazy to see how the latter half of the West Coast series is going to go. We're not going to be going to a break this time, I don't believe. We're actually going to be kind of waiting things out until we get to the next match started. Because I just want to see it happen. I just want to see what happens next with Strix. I haven't felt this emotionally invested in a storyline for a player in their squad in so long. It feels really refreshing. And I mean, quite literally, Caribou, anything can happen this next game.
Honestly, yeah. And the way that it's gone, I mean, I'd like to see what Manny, Tropics, and Pika do. I'm curious kind of where they're dropping as well, because of the fact that, you know, they got themselves into the late game at top 5 positioning for both of the first one. I mean, they got the victory in game number 1 and the top 5 game number 2. So I think that math checks out. Don't ask me to do math. But, you know, top 5, top 10 in game number 2. I'm curious to see kind of where they're dropping, you know, what the play is, what's going on there, because they're doing something right. They're still in first place.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can't complain about that.
They have to be. And we haven't really seen them on the kill feed either. Oh, there we go again, seeing this. Okay, Eric the Android. They just scooted their way to the number 1 slot from that victory.
Okay.
Huh.
There's the update. I was like, wait a second. We've already seen. But yeah, that makes sense.
Well, I mean, you're still right, though. I want to see where these top 2 teams are landing and how they play the majority of these games, because there are these like dark horse ascensions that we're seeing, and they just kind of come by like Zation from before, where they just win all of a sudden out of nowhere.
Yeah. And out of nowhere really is kind of the same thing that we had, you know, the East Coast. It was just like someone's always lurking, right? I mean, they're obviously getting eliminations because they're getting 4, 5, 6 eliminations per round, but able to then capitalize on that, because like it's different playing to get eliminations versus playing to finish out the game. Like the end game is just so much more difficult to maneuver around because you have just so much going on around you, keeping track of your own teammates, keeping track of your own builds, especially, you know, you don't want to take any damage from the zone. You have to, you know, utilizing the shockwaves, any bouncers that you have to keep yourself alive. Running out of mats, we saw it happen. It's a problem where it's so much more to deal with in the end game to pick those eliminations up and place well, if not to come out with the victory royale. So there's a lot more going into the equation. And I'm not good at math, so don't ask me to do the equations, because all I know is that there's a lot there, and it's not easy. I'm going to tell you it's easy, but I can promise you it's not.
Well, keep waiting while we do the calculations mentally, or just pretend that we do, while we go to a 5-minute break to get everything set up from our end. We'll see you guys in a little bit, and we cannot wait to see what happens in game number 3. At this point, I have no idea. I don't know.
One of the greatest things is getting an email about how excited a parent is that their student is involved and is having a great time and wants to talk about their esports experience. I've always been a gamer. I usually wanted to play the single-player role-playing games and the WoW and StarCraft. I didn't really know a lot about esports. I didn't realize the extent of how large it was. Our athletic director walked into my office. He's like, just watch this video. It was a promo reel that said, esports is coming or something, games to be announced, and it was this hype video. And I was like, we have to do this. He's like, I don't have a coach. I was like, oh, when do we start? How do we do this? I would say that I'm actually stepping into the students' field. This was especially the case in season 0 and 1 with the seniors who had been playing for years. I was there to coach in the sense of be an organizer, be an encourager, be there to try and instill the elements of sportsmanship and athletic conduct. But I know and recognize that some of these players know more about these sports than I do. And I can let them be teachers as well to the new kids. And so having that relationship, that partnership with those students has been really important. It's been really exciting to be on the beginning of this program, to say, let's see what happens and see where it goes and learn along the way, and have an outlet for students who have many, many different interests, but maybe this one aspect of what they love doing hasn't really been given an outlet yet. And to say, we know you love all these other sports, but you're also really talented at this, or you want to be talented at this, and you can. And there's an avenue for that. The reception from parents has been fun in its own right. Parents say esports, like, what is this, video gaming? And the answer is, yeah, it is. That's the entry point. But I'd love for you to come to practice or check out some of these videos and these stats and let me show you the difference that we're trying to create here. When a parent comes and sees a game, specifically like League of Legends, from start to finish and goes, I had no idea that that's the level of intensity and the level of dedication that it takes to play one game and the endurance that it takes to do this and to communicate as a team. Like, I had no idea. Seeing that reception and that flip is really exciting, because then they're all in. It's been interesting to see the elements of other traditional sports, communication skills, sportsmanship, conduct, planning, strategy, skill, and mental athleticism. All of these things feed into creating an esports program and creating students into athletes. It's just been really fun to watch them progress really, really fast by having that team dynamic to fall upon.
I can already tell you right now, that's probably one of the most entertaining Fortnite matches you have seen in a long time. My name is Keg, joined by, again, the wonderful and amazing Caribou, here to help translate exactly what the heck just happened last game, because that was probably a 1 in a million we haven't seen before, and I hope we get to see again.
Strix got team killed, and at the end of it, height wins, basically. That's always what it boils down to. Really, I am excited to not have to deal with heal-offs. Granted, knock on wood, we're probably gonna have a heal-off next round, but whatever. We'll find out, because next round is like happening, like now.
Whoa!
Surprise! But yeah, I'm very happy with what we've got so far out of the competition. You know, the end games have played out very well. I like what the teams have done. You know, the player that's just kind of lurking on the high side makes a good edit, gets a good shot to connect. That time around, you know, high ground really just at the end of it didn't even matter. It came down to Eric on Android, who was just able to get a couple cleanup eliminations at the end, get the siphon, keep himself really healthy. So when it boils down to that, you know, you're not going to complain about that finish. Eric doing everything right, keep himself alive, and come away with the victory. And, you know, put themselves, as you mentioned, would rocket themselves up, put him into first place.
Hey, and we get to see Eric the Android first. We saw him clutch out a victory at the very end of last round, and this is interesting to see where they start off. I don't know if they start off in Stealthy Stronghold last round, but it's really cool to see them gather these early materials super onwards, and this is actually not a sight we have seen at all from any of the matchups we've had so far. But we're going to go over to something a little bit more interesting. Tropics, the winners of game number 1, able to completely usually wipe out a team, it seems, and it might not even be finished just yet. One more still in there. It's going to be a golden robot taking down Tropics. That is not the start we thought we would be seeing from them. And the golden men will take them down, trying to find what they can.
Oh, no.
It's going to be up to back
Man,
to the Serenity.
The
It's like a movie where you're seeing two different storylines. Yeah. It's like completely contrasting. Oh no, we're back to complete carnage once again. Complete shots everywhere. It's gonna be a complete massacre. All throughout Launch is gonna go down. I don't even know who's coming out on top.
Oh man,
Squad Wave comes out, and that is going to be Spooky, who's able to get the revive on the Golden Man. Okay,
that's a lot of Spooky.
A lot of Spooky.
Do they know Halloween's over? Like that's not even close.
Well, it's not
Spooky.
over.
Hey, yo, Spooky.
We got 9 months.
Well, yeah, but like, they're living in the past or living in the future. Maybe they're time travelers. I don't know.
Well, if they're time travelers, you think they'd time travel their way to winning that gunfight?
Well, one of them came out alive.
That's true. I guess they can only have time travel. Have time travel.
Right. They just knew that they were setting themselves up. I do, fingers, I don't even know, realistically. Vanish, a pretty prominent esports organization, a lot of Fortnite players out there on the West Coast. I think they're a California-based org as well. And, I mean, they are immaculately good. I mean, you'll see a Vanish name on the cash cups all the time. So if he genuinely is in Vanish, it's not going to be surprising at all to see Spooky, not AO Spooky or just plain Spooky, but Vanish Spooky, doing very well here in this game. But haven't seen a lot in game number 1 or game number 2. Storm, good little fight there to make sure you win out on that one. Person just camping around the corner was not ready. Just kind of got turned on a little bit.
Ooh, what's going on with Bot over here? Kind of swimming in the ocean, waiting to see if he can build anything, and gonna be going farther out as well. Interesting, just swimming full on away. The rest of their teammates not in the best position either. It looks like one has already gone down. Storm, though, able to hold on a little bit more. Has Holly had just all to themselves, too, gathering those materials. This is really important still for the main game. We've seen it so many times now, where gathering these materials is going to be paramount to how these West Coast players play about halfway through. But they just love to build these facilities of defense, hunker themselves in until the storm passes by them or over them, or I guess much rather saying away from them, and being able to move on forwards. We're not seeing a lot of that elevated action this time, Caribou. We're seeing a lot more raw gunfights than we did on the East Coast.
Yeah, and yeah, you won't hear me complain about that at all, by any means. I'm all for a little more gunfight, a little more action. Especially early on, coming through 72 players. So kind of same thing that we saw, some players just in traditional Fortnite, and it doesn't matter.
Buttery Blaster
Juanito
has just had such a bad 2 games so far. He got sniped once by Trix with a gray sniper. No, a gray AK M4. And then this time around, he gets sniped by, I think, another maybe gray weapon, but still without any shields at all. There's just no saving Butter this time.
Oh, Juanito just did something dirty. Come on, man. He's just minding his own business out there. It's a purple sniper, too. Good lord. Yeah, no chance of survival in that one. Especially, he's just standing still. Plus, you get the slurpfish, the medkit, the minis. I mean, this is pretty good. Chug Splash, they are healthy. And now they have all this to themselves. And it looks like they're in zone.
So, even better.
They don't even have to go anywhere.
So this is definitely a squad we want to keep an eye on now, because they have that whole facility to themselves. They took down Butter. They have a little bit extra materials as well, along with everything else they already previously had. That is unbelievable for them. But we're going to be keeping an eye on Key right now. If you remember from the last game, they had an interesting experience with a whole bunch of different people at once, including the experiences with Strix and company. Right now, they're playing a little bit more slow. They have a lot of materials in their possession. They have a little bit of a conflict up ahead through the swamps. I don't know if this is going to go into a victory. They're both kind of stalemating each other, which I mean just ignoring each other. But that could easily change depending on how the circle goes.
Yeah, at the point, early on, a lot of guys will just not really have any sort of inclination to take these fights. I mean, Grim here, obviously, all for having this fight. Him and Auction going at it, trading shots back and forth. Grim doesn't have a shotgun, and it looks like Auction does, so not quite ideal position for you to be in, but if you get those SMG shots to hit, then you're fine. But shotgun's still a one-tap, a lot easier to do than an SMG.
And we talked about earlier Bot swimming across the entire ocean to get away from another squad. It was Jay, who's just nowhere near Bot either. They couldn't defend each other. And it seems like they're still going on this kind of solo expedition journey without each other, now especially that Vibes and Drimmix are completely gone. Not really much has changed for Bot in terms of this gameplay, or even the team structure that we've seen this game. I'm not sure if it's been like this every single time, but that is a very fragmented team, and we see exactly why fragmented teams like that don't necessarily work all the time.
Well, this squad, not fragmented at all. They are all together. That truck is probably need an insurance claim for that now, but if they're old enough to drive, So it's one of my favorite parts is to see if how the skills translate, if they are like genuinely old enough to drive, and you know,
I'm gonna do a K-turn.
good enough in Fortnite to get it done. See them parallel park. Probably not.
Oh, I can't even parallel park.
It's not that easy.
Well, I will park 5 blocks away if it means I don't have to parallel park.
I just park away from everybody else. I don't trust anyone who's gonna hit my car, so just stay away, and I'm good. But I mean, this squad, I mean, all of them pretty much hold up together here. Dom, Luca, and I mean, see what the move's gonna be for them. I still can't believe cars on water. Why?
Hey, if it works, it works. And I mean, now they have a small little island for themselves. They're gonna cross over as though it's not in the circle vicinity. But what is in the vicinity are gonna be Danny and another team member. I believe that's gonna be Auction as well. Auction just previously nailing down another teammate. This is gonna be a great matchup. But now we'll be looking over at a different one as well. It's gonna be Vanish, the player you were talking about. Spooky is able to find another melee kill, taking out Benning Beans. But this is gonna be them completely taking over yet another site. I'm not too far away, and Slurpy Swamp is going to be another team. I believe that might be the same team we just mentioned of Danny and company, but I'm not really sure if Dark Auction and Danny are the same squad. They were 2, this is 3, so I think it might be a different location.
Yeah, it's good to see that they're able to get the whole trio back up, because they were, I think it was just one of the 2 Spookies was the last one left alive. So able to get the reboot cards and get them back up. So this whole trio back at full force. Zone going to continue to pull to the north of Slurpy Swamp, virtually due north of it. So going to start going towards Holly Hedges, Sweaty Sands, I imagine a little bit. Yeah, you see Salty Tower is going to be kind of confused. Spooky, the shot there. Good finish. I don't think he got credit for the elimination, but good lord, Captain Nimble is just making sure this wall does not stay up.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a good process right now. Phenomenal not having any shields either. There's a distinct lack of shields in this game. But with that being said and everything done, it has to be an elevated drop coming out from Phenomenal. He's not able to really find a comfortable way of going down. Instead, it's going to be a flank from behind. It's going to be Schmidt able to find quite a few damage onto Phenomenal, only at 30 health now. And a Dream still having the elevated positioning. This could be still a chance of a drop and maybe a potential flank coming out from Phenomenal. It just hasn't worked out just yet against Noisy. Let's watch now, dropping down a little bit more, trying to find the audio cues for Noisy, having a relative idea, finding them by surprise, but it's gonna be Noisy that gets away! 100 health now, down to 36. He'll be blasting back and forth, down to a DBNO. Captain Nimble goes down as well. That's a complete squad wipe once again. And we saw Phenomenal and Captain Nimble really make it pretty far in the last matchups. I think maybe like upper teens. But this time, ending at 17 is just not the place you want to be.
Yeah, tough scene there, and you know, running out of mats there at the end too. So definitely had to at least kind of wrap that one up sooner rather than later, as you see this trek across the woods. So Holly Hedge is actually going to be a little bit outside of where this zone's going to be. It's going to be north of that though, so maybe might have, depending on how big this is, might have a touch of Sweaty is going to be in this one. We saw a little bit of Salty Towers in this. See Spooky, a few pop shots here.
Oh no!
He's going to get attacked from the side. Third party coming in now.
Yeah, this is not a position. This is not where Spooky Company wants to be right now. This is not good, Caribou. Everywhere they go, they're surrounded by a whole bunch of different enemies. It is quite literally a 3v6 for each of the members of Spooky's gang right now. But with that being said, though, they have the materials to maybe put up some defenses.
Yeah, see, I mean, the fact that now all these squads are aware that someone else is here. This is Spooky at this point. Just don't go in between. You don't want to sandwich yourself between 2 squads. I mean, maybe you could try to zone hold, but granted, it's not going to have that much efficiency in this position because Storm's not doing that much damage to begin with. So I think at the point you can just get yourself kind of off. I mean, the benefit out of this is that other squad is still continuing to go to the north, so they don't really have to worry about that. But the team that's in Holly is just taking the pop shots and getting a decent amount of damage here. They don't have any shield pots either, so it's just the minis. So you can't even get above that 50 shield threshold anymore. Good tunneling from Spooky here to move on into this area, try to keep himself safe. And that's enough to at least deter taking the shots. And for the time being, they're okay.
Just okay, though. They're not definitely in the most ideal position, but given their circumstances, I think they're doing pretty good. I agree with you. Now, El Jefe has been a really interesting squad. We've seen them in the most unique skirmishes, I think, pretty much so far outside of like Strix and company, but they haven't really found too much success in the latter end of those skirmishes. Spooky, though, is able to find quite a bit inside of a barn house, trying to defend his way up. It has 0 shields left. He needs to find his way to get that elevated drop. Vanish comes through and finds QT Phoenix. That's be number 1, but still the whole rest of the squad's ready to pull up. Tycho, though, 3 health in a dream, not even having any shields. Needs to stay at least a little bit above, try to get that zoning down like you mentioned, but the full control has to rely fully on his presence. They don't know how much health he has left, and now that it's 53, it's better. Still not ideal, but they're able to wipe the squad anyways. That's going to be another squad wipe from them, and collectively they have 9 kills to their name. And if they're able to break the top 10 Caribou, that's going to be fantastic for their ratings.
Yeah, definitely going to help them out. So, yeah, Sweaty is going to continue to be where the zone goes. We got close. We almost got the Coral, but the script writers, thanks. I appreciate that. Adjusted it enough. We don't have to go to Coral. We can stick around Sweaty. So close, but not quite. Loco, hello. Was not expecting someone to be in this hut.
Jack in the Box coming out, apparently shotgun pellets everywhere. Local Coco does get away, though. That's going to be a really fantastic getaway as well. Avenger not too far away, going to be up above. This is an odd position. You have to go back to the rest of your team. You can't aggress this necessarily without taking a huge gunfight, especially with how much damage a single shot did against Loco. But now Angel might be able to find some cover fire from above as we Falcon down above and Avenger down below, trying to hold on to some of the land, getting some brevity in the situation here as well. Spider not too far away either. Might go for the aggression instead, but we are going back to another squad instead. Watching to see what the Spooky Gang can do as they're going to massacre Storm. No shields left, essentially, and that's going to be a blast. Oh my lord, they're able to survive, get some of the intel, and another one, Hornito goes down! Psycho with a triple, well, almost a triple, a double kill.
Yeah, double, they have 12, and there's 38 players left, 35 players left. I'm now concerned, if I'm the rest of the lobby, that if I've been paying attention to the feed, because this is a trio that is, with every single elimination, gathering more mats, getting the siphons. Vanish Spooky is having issues. He needs some help there with his health. But outside of that, I mean, this trio right now is continuing to upgrade everything that they've got. They're in a great position. They're in the zone. They have mats. All you can ask for is the health at this point.
Yeah, it's not the best situation to be in for anybody. We say that a lot, but that's the terms of Fortnite in general here. Cadet Healer's going to go down as well. Blink, though, is not really a member we've looked at too much before this. None of the members on their squad have any eliminations just yet, but they are in a prime spot to maybe find some that travel into Sweaty Stands. This is a great position to be in. I'm curious to see what they can do with it, and hopefully they're trying to expand a little bit more, too, to add those extra defenses. There are a bunch of other squads nearby. We're going to go back to Local Coco, though. Having Angel alive still, no shields, barely any health, and we have seen Key as well. Also in a very similar boat, but does have shields. Trying to defend as much as they can, playing the quiet game. Not a lot really happening with them outside of that, and definitely not aggressively, as their weaponry, well, look at Loco Cocos. They have pistols and lever shotties. It's not the best situation. But if they can make do, maybe find even a single member, re-equip themselves, especially against Falcon Fate, they might be able to have a really good time.
Fish being used here over Sweaty. You see Bobcat, Sack, Cadet trying to make their rotation here. Only one elimination. See the next zone. They're pretty close, I think, to where we saw the Spooky trio. Yeah, they're off to the fringe here, a little bit on the side. But, I mean, these three pretty low on health. And that is not a person you want to be flying towards. I can promise you that. Strix is going to have a field day, especially when between all three of your players, you have maybe 50 health. That's a... Sack just got the med kit off, so he's up to the full 100. But still, you have less than 150 between three players. You don't want to take a fight when you're at that.
Yeah, 8 health against Strix is not really ideal. But it seems like King Bobcat might have gotten away. I don't see him on the feed whatsoever. Eric the Android not too far behind either. These are going to be the forces of light and the forces of dark going up against each other. The number 2 and number 3 leaders on the leaderboard might have to go up against each other. And not only that, let's add a little bit of Spooky Vanish into the mix as well. This could be a really lethal concoction of gunfights happening in the next few seconds.
Yeah, and at the same point, you're going to see a lot of these players just kind of posting up on the fringe to see where this next one's going to go. A lot of early rotations. I don't expect to see a lot of people taking any shots at each other. Vanish Spooky going down here is interesting in the sense that maybe I'm kind of concerned if maybe they're getting a little over aggressive and, you know, kind of overextending in their positioning. But the fact that they have virtually won out of every firefight, you know, maybe just got half a second where he wasn't quite paying attention. Hey, yo, Spooky was going to at least get something back, but Vanish is going to get full. Good traded, but that's not ideal because now you're down a man.
Oh, who are they engaging with now? It's going to be a 1v2, I believe, good situation. That's the Evan gone. Oh no, Eric the Android, though. It's going to be another member of the line. I believe it's the last one alive. Spooky's already gone down. Ao has to be the last one to make things work, but Premer's going to follow next. And it's going to be a beautiful ending to that saga of their dream, being 11 out of 24 now, but you've lost Spooky. 7 eliminations. You still have Ao, though, who has the equal amount of 7 left. Psycho, not too far away with a 5 either. It's like taking down one piece of a gigantic superpower. They're not out of luck just yet. They can make things work, but they are down a person in these trio matchups.
And, I mean, they have a phenomenal loadout now, too. So, as you expect, someone's going to take this Rift, and Alex just going to get lit up. And I'm amazed that he made it to ground level. There's +1 that is still going to be on the board trying to get to ground level safely. But Alex barely getting out of that one alive. And I'm amazed that he did. But next zone going to be going over here towards the civilization. See, this is a thing about where that. So Vanish Spooky, yeah, they're down. Sure, they're going to be able to get his reboot card out of this, but maybe if the zone is nice, it will pull far enough to where they can get the reboot van out of Sweaty and be able to get all 3 of them back. But it's going to be a long shot, a miracle. And I think at this point, they just kind of have to factor in that it is just going to be those 2 here for the in-game.
Oh man, what is Strix going through right now? A burning building surrounding him, the flames engulfing this team again. We've seen this situation before, but this time Strix is at the very least at full health. In fact, most of the teams have full health except for Yellow, who's now suffering quite a bit. I'm not sure exactly where he is at the moment. He might be above them or surrounding them. A little difficult to tell, but with that being said, they're trying to escape the burning collapses of this building while they can, and there's a lot of teams nearby. Yellow's able to make up back, they're able to get some more material. They need to get out of here really quickly and try to get their foot into the action. If they're not able to find too much action right now, they're going to fall behind. A collective 1 elim across all of them right now. It's not about survival at this point, it's about placements and getting those eliminations.
Going down right there in the feed, you know, part of that trio that's in first place, so certainly going to be trying to change things up on the leaderboard coming out of this game, and I expect there's going to be a lot of movers and shakers after this game, and especially with what we've seen with this squad right here, they have 20 eliminations.
That's a lot of 2s. Oh, but it's not over yet. They might be able to find Key as well. Key's going to try to run for his life. Spooky, though, is going to get the elevated position again. They already know that he's probably good and dead, but no, they drop Spooky. DBNO falls completely. That's the entire Spooky squad completely gone. That was very unexpected.
A fall damage. Just when you think you're good, you're not good. That'll do it. Polo getting that one. I mean, just a heads-up play. You know, if you're able to get the floor out from underneath the team that you're trying to take some shots at, then it'll work. It'll get the job done. Alex, who's still alive after taking the Rift Fish earlier, lit up again, down to single-digit health. A miracle, once more, still kicking, but Alex is certainly population on the struggle bus.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are struggling right now. Kinsey not too far behind, though. It's going to be this Laxity person up above now, trying to see what kind of elevation they can find. Now boarding onto the ship of doom, it seems, going forward for everything. Pain everywhere. That's going to be another for Strix. He's held in a dream, barely alive. He gets shot down in his prime. No revivals this time, unless something, a miracle could happen. Bobby trying to make his way all the way to the top, trying to avoid the storm, trying to see if he can find any of his own action. He wants to lick his own chops and find another kill for himself, only having 1 in his possession, 2 for the whole team. But they go for the revive? No. Tricks completely gone. A DBNO for Bobby as well. Yellow's the last one alive. Never mind, they're fighting for that number 2 slot right now. They have to survive right here, right now. Even if it's not 2, they have to fight for 3. 7 positions left. Not enough time. Yellow needs to make his way up. Strix could potentially. Nope, he can't. He's still eliminated. Everyone's eliminated except for Yellow. He's trying to just survive at this point. Fight for the placement. Tony wants to fight for murder. He's able to find yet another one. There we go. Beautiful work. Caribou, things are getting heated up very much now. 6 places left. Only 13 left alive. Who's going to come out on top?
A lot of stragglers here in the mix. This trio, I would imagine, probably the only one that is the full trio here, and they've done very well to survive. Looking to see if they can get a few more eliminations along the way. A little bit of storm damage coming through this, but you see everybody converging in the same spot. Dev King gets up 2 right there, and is going to get the siphon out of that as well, so still relatively healthy. Plus, a lot of minis and the shield pods. Edgar's in a great position here.
It's a meat grinder right now, Caribou. No one's safe right now. We do see, once again, Mr. Stark. He might have a heart if he can able to clutch this one out. One's already gone.
4.
It's Dev King. What'd he do?
Just picked up like 4 eliminations. He's knocked. He's down, but he just got like 4 eliminations.
Never mind. Okay, fair enough. With that being said, though, he has to make his way up. He has the elevated advantage. Trying to fight the storm, though. That's going to be the biggest killer of all. There we go. Edgar with another one. He's able to find some more. 4 left alive. 3 teams exist. Only 1 duo can remain into this game. And that's going to be yellow. Edgar and Chris. The last one's alive at a full team. Everyone else is being hunted down like it's nothing. Only green weapons at his disposal. It's going to be All-Star hiding away, trying to battle everything. Not just the storm, but trying to get these lethal shots. Not able to circle around quick enough. That is going to be Edgar with another one. Left alive now. It's a 2v1 and a victory royale comes out again. Laxity clutches it out up top. Caribou. How did this team win not only with 1 person left, but 2? Almost the entire team left alive.
Yeah, Laxity really coming in clutch there towards the end of the game. I mean, picked up a good one up top, you know, on the high ground, and was able to get basically 3 of those 4 eliminations, if not all 4, right there at the end game as the zone's moving. So a good position for Laxity to be in, and Edgar doing very well at the same point. But I said this a long time ago, way at the beginning of this one, for like 6 hours now. I agree with the man who is known for not being very good at video games, Tim the Tap Man, who says aim is better than edits. If you can hit your edits, that's good, but it doesn't get you the eliminations. It doesn't keep you alive. Edgar right there at the end, he had the edit. He had the opportunity to get that shot, or All-Star rather, had the opportunity on Edgar. He got the edit off, but he whiffed both shots.
He did.
And then Edgar turns, All-Star's down. Hit your shots.
That's all she wrote. Yeah. I mean, you know, one team I really wanted to focus on that matchup, and unfortunately, I think towards the very end, maybe top 5 teams, I could be mistaken, was Eric the Android. We saw them win last round, but they were silent this game. Not seeing them once on the feed whatsoever. I'm really wondering what happened with them after that beginning portion, because they seem to have done really well in the stronghold, but then they just kind of disappeared.
Yeah, I think it's something that can be attested to both Eric's squad and both District's squad. I mean, you know, sitting up there at top of the leaderboard, neither one of them really did a lot in that game. And, you know, you always give benefit of the doubt. Okay, you can have like one quote unquote off game, and it's forgiving enough that you're able to get away with that. But once you kind of start to repeat that, you don't want that to become the norm. You don't want that to be the consistent thing that happens where you just drop out earlier than you really want to. So looking to have a bounce back in the next one. But a lot of teams really did step up. I got to give a lot of credit there to Edgar and his team, Diego. They did a very good job there in the end game, and certainly in a position where they could have. But again, it just comes down to numbers, and the squad that had the 2 left alive was able to get the 2v1v1 and come out on top.
I mean, it was just a crazy matchup. Luckily, though, just because we only have a few games left here today doesn't mean it's the end-all be-all for Play VS versus. There's still a whole lot more that we can see going forwards. You have until March 1st to sign up for their Spring Championship. Again, if you enjoy the Fortnite competitive scene that you see here, or maybe you're thinking, oh, yeah, I can beat all these guys, easy peasy, 5 out of 6, I'm gonna be just like Zation. Doesn't matter. You can sign up and let's see if you're worth your salt. We can see all of it happen on the playversus.com. And we'll see if you guys are able to really start your own story, be able to create a legacy here within Fortnite or even esports competitively as a whole. But it all starts with playversus.com. So you have until March 1st to sign up, and I'm really curious to see if we get to see how many familiar faces return to the Spring Championship. And I'm just ready for game number 4. My brain has completely locked in what's going to happen next. And honestly, Caribou, anything's possible yet again.
Yeah, looking forward to see what is going to come out of that. I mean, we've seen a little bit of shakeup. You know, I'm excited to see the leaderboard because that is going to change as well. That's a guaranteed promise. Based off of what happened out of this one, Laxity did a really good job picking up a couple clutch eliminations there in the end game. So they'll definitely be moving up as well. And I'm looking forward to all of the updated and more.
That's right. Well, we'll let you guys know what the stats are and how they changed after a small little break while we get everything tuned up and ready to go for game number 4. Until then, don't go anywhere. Stick around and we'll see you guys then.
There is a stereotype for women in video games. A lot of people tend to think that we're not very good. Sometimes the male players get a little snarky, and sometimes I do have to put them in their place. 1v1 me, bruh. Come at me. I was bullied relentlessly in school, so video games became my escape. And eventually I started entering tournaments and making a name for myself. A lot of people thought it was a joke, but I was really excited. I went before our Board of Education and presented the case for esports. We talked about the benefits of playing video games. You build teamwork, critical thinking skills, problem-solving skills, communication. These are skills that companies are now looking for. And also, I brought up the child that won $3 million in Fortnite and discussed how students had a future with esports if they could win money and go to college on scholarships. We made an announcement 2 days after the board approved, and I had about 450 students show up, and it was a little overwhelming to think about how am I going to teach students how to play this very complex game. There are a lot of different types of students in my program. And I have a lot of students who say, they come to school for esports. They know that they need to do well in class. Otherwise, their teacher will call me and I will come up to their classroom and sit in that class and make sure that they're doing what they need to do. A lot of them are now maybe at B's when earlier they were C's or D's. I had a student graduate last year. He told me that he was going to drop out, that he didn't like school wasn't for him, and then we announced esports, and that's kind of what saved him, and he graduated and now he's in college. That meant a lot to me. I tear up a little bit every time I think about that child. Every school really does need an esports program, simply because, in my personal experience, a lot of these kids that play esports, for various reasons, they can't play a physical sport. But esports is it's online, it's at the school, it gives students a place where they can feel safe and they belong. Because back in the day when esports and video games weren't mainstream, you were bullied relentlessly for it. And a lot of my students talk about how they feel safe in the esports program, and that's their family, that's their community. Being an esports coach means to me that I have a huge responsibility to these 65 children that are in this program. Despite the fact that I have no idea what I'm doing half the time, they are counting on me to give them guidance in this game so they can win and go to playoffs. It's more than just being a coach, it's being there for students who might not have anybody who's normally there for them. It's about encouraging them, loving them, and showing them that you can do something like this and be good at it and go off and have a future.
Working.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. It's a game of unknowns for the West Coast. When it came to the East Coast, we saw a whole bunch of teams win the same games over and over again, but this time around, it's anybody's game every single matchup. My name's Keg, this is Caribou. We're going to look at the stats right away. We don't want to keep you guys waiting. Let's see exactly who's in number 1 now. It's still going to be Eric the Android's team just by a single point. The top 3 separated by only 3 points galore. Huh, interesting.
It's I expected, honestly, a little bit more of a shakeup, but this is about expected in the sense of, it's still really close. 8 points between the top 4, 7 points. Quick math. Don't make me do math, please. But I mean, it's really close. Laxity, Polo, and Chris coming out there with that victory in the last round, looking to continue to add on to that one. Average placement, still top 10. I mean, you're not going to complain about that. You just got to do a little bit better. We saw Manny, Pika, and Tropic start out in the number 1 spot after game number 1. They took away that victory and really haven't been able to repeat that level of success since then. But, I mean, the name that we've been talking about the most, Strix, Bobby, and Yellow, because they average the most eliminations. They are the most aggressive team that we have seen so far. And, Eric, Chexy both got dropped a little bit earlier than they would have liked. I still am going to have to keep my eye on that squad that's in 3rd place because Edgar and company were in prime position, really, to take that last game. And, I mean, Laxity and Polo, credit to them as well. They definitely earned that victory. But I think those 2 squads definitely going to have to be squads you keep an eye on because if the rest of the teams are not playing consistently, well, those are the ones I think that are going to come in. And surprisingly, that number 14 team too, as many eliminations as they got 20 eliminations in that game, and they got like 8th.
Yeah, interesting overall. It shows the big disparity between getting so many eliminations and just getting your placements down. If you're going to end up, consistently in that 13th-ish spot, maybe playing a little bit less aggressive could be the way to go. But it really goes to show the different schools of thought that various teams have in Fortnite, and it comes to different tournaments as well. There's no specific grand way of winning any specific tournament or even game of Fortnite. You have to think on the spot. You have to adapt, improvise, and overcome exactly what you need to do in order to win. Just because you think you see a team dominate doesn't mean they do on the overall leaderboards. But you're completely right, Caribou. We saw a slow showing from the Spooky Clan before this, and now they're starting to show up. After this next game, I think things might change for them on the leaderboard. What do you think?
I definitely think if they're going to do that again, I mean, I think they dropped Stealthy, and they're uncontested. I mean, they didn't have anything there. They were able to make a good rotation. And then all of a sudden, there's like 3 squads that just converge on their position. And that's everything that they needed because they were able to pick up another 5, 6, 7 eliminations. They got out of that with, 1 player still left alive, but they were then able to get the reboots, get the players back, and then they were just frying. And they did very well. Surprised that they didn't come out with a little bit better of a finish, but definitely going to have to keep, I talked about those 2 squads, the one that's in 3rd and 5th place with Edgar's team and Laxity and Polo's team, but I think that Spooky squad, another one, as far down on the leaderboard as they are, they won't be there long.
No, they won't be there much longer, but we're going to have to wait and see what time tells for us. We're going to be going to the next game number 4 now on the West Coast. Let's see if they can bring up the action, the heat ramping up from the last 3 games. Things are going to be, like I said, heating up, and things are going to be crazy this time around. Juanito and Storm in King, we saw them have an interesting matchup early on in the last game, but then from there they kind of fizzle out. I'm curious to see if we can have another, out of the last 3 games we've seen, another dark horse victory out of a team. Because no team has been able to win twice, you were right.
Yeah, and I mean, that was just a freak of nature, what happened on East. The fact that he's had 1 squad win 5 of the 6, but I mean, this squad, they have the potential. They've gotten a couple eliminations, able to get a few easy picks. Juanito had a pretty good snipe there. I think it was Buttery. Yikes. I'm sorry, Buttery. That was dirty, honestly, what Juanito did. But that just a quick snipe, get the easy elimination. And, I mean, you're not going to say no to an easy one. Pick one up that quick. But Dirty Docs, still relatively, I mean, there are a couple teams here. So whoever the team was that dropped you the first time around has learned their lesson. They decided 3's too many. We got somewhere else to be. We still have 2 squads that are here.
That's right. So many different squads all at once. Juanito is able to find a lot of early materials, and that's going to be huge. But we didn't see a lot of materials, I would say, used early on last game. Buttery Blaster is able to get some revenge, though. He heard exactly what you said. He's like, no, but I can play Fortnite too. And they took down the former Game 1 champion.
All right. And that's sending a message. I mean, Buttery just unfortunate stroke of luck through a couple of games. Just got picked off, sniped. When they weren't looking, and then they already come out on top. Tropics as you mentioned, Game 1 Victor was just lurking on the high ground to come away with that first Victory Royale. But since then, really haven't heard a lot from that trio. And at this point, fingers crossed, teammates can be able to get that reboot card, but good start there for Buttery.
Yeah, that was a fantastic start for him. I'm actually not sure who Buttery's teammate is. I don't think he's going in solo. I would love to know, because most of the time we've seen Buttery, it's always been him by himself. A lot of familiar names already going down super quickly. Avenger going to be one of them. With that being said, though, we are watching Seagull, seeing what he can do. Not going to be able to find QT Phoenix, however, but they are going to be entrenching their ways forward. It might be able to find a bit of a battle here. It's going to be an awkward one, though, going down below into the beaches and having no idea, seemingly, it's going to be Zoma able to find another one. QT Phoenix on the board with them. It's going to be Zoma, who finds a lot of heat inside the water. He's going to be boiling alive.
Now we see the full trio here in Queens. Foxy turning the corner, gotta get the shots. Okay, gets one more. Turn on it. Almost got the second one, but unfortunately just didn't have enough health to get both. Gonna get the full. Now Galactic gonna be coming in here just to make sure everybody's safe, everybody's good. But Buttery coming in to save the day again. Foxy gonna get revived here. A lot of loot being able to be picked up for them, and this is a significantly better start here for this trio.
Yeah, it seems like they finally warmed up a lot more. They figured out exactly what they need to do going forwards. And this, look at their lineup already. Their artillery is looking a lot better. There's double grays. I'm not sure if they'll change that on Buttery's side, but given what he's been able to do with those weaponries already, it's pretty impressive to see. So far, we've seen Poxy, Couch, and Buttery not have a great showing. We've always caught them at the worst, probably opportune times of their plays, where they just get sniped out of seemingly nowhere. But this time around, things are starting to turn up their way. Not so much for QT and company, though. Squash is doing DB no. Seagull's completely gone. It looks like maybe a redemption here. But no, not able to find that either. It's going to be Sooner down below, maybe able to find these shots.
Oh,
able
good
to get
shots.
the DB no. That's going to be really important to see. Is there going to be the immediate 1-for-1? Yes, there is. Both ways. Able to take down an entire squad to save his own teammate.
All right, Cheesy coming in with the little drip. Little queso on top. Getting that one. I respect that. I mean, just turn it around. Able to get a couple quick minis off. Get a little bit of health back. Plus a siphon. Just a great turn right there. Drummer is unfortunately on the run. And yeah, at that point, just turning around, just knowing that that's the end of the line right there for you. Juanito still here trying to pick up a few more. Troll nade down below, drops straight in. Tag on the shield, no break yet. Got to get this wall out of the way. That is not his wall either, so we can't edit out of this one. I'll look for a little bit of reset. Hope his teammates can come over to help. But this is a triple kind of threat that these teams are having to deal with right now. There is a lot of players all on top of each other, and at this point, it's like, I can't help you right now. Please take care of yourself.
Oh boy, things are heating up all of a sudden. Pink is able to find yet another one to go down. Look at the feed right now. It is an absolute wipe yet again. Phenomenal and Captain Nimble have had a rough last 2 games. They're not really able to find their footing as well as they used to before. Juanito, though, may be able to find the final one of the squad. Captain Nimble's already gone. Another one's gone as well, but it's up to Pierce to stay in the game, able to get those early placements. And if you get 21 out of 24 here, this might be the end of your run in the West Coast for play versus anyways. They're hiding inside now, slowly chipping away about the innards. Cavalry's arrived, you're completely right. As Pierce only has a little bit of health left, he's gonna go DBNO, and that's an entire squad wipe once again.
Yeah, that's, I mean, good rush right there. Able to at least hold on long enough to make sure that he wasn't gonna get out of that one. And then at that point, it's just a pincer, try to get him from both sides. Great wall replacement, great edit to break straight through, and then a quick swap to the shotgun, and a lot of good damage immediately. Our former winners here, Laxity Polo out in Sweaty Sands, and maintaining the high ground here. See if they're going to come out on this one.
There's not a lot of enemies for them nearby. There's going to be a whole nother squad. It's going to be Young Alex and company, and they haven't really made much of a showing in these last few games either. They've been able to get some early aggression into the early game here, but once it reaches the mid game, they kind of suffer a little bit. Meanwhile, we're reaching the mid game, so I'm interested to see if this elevated positioning from Laxity is going to be helpful at all here. And it's looking like Acid's already going to take so much damage right off the rip, so much so that his shield's completely melted away, and nobody's firing back.
Yeah, just got a good angle, able to get around that, get through the wall as well. Just a couple tags, you know. Blink's going to be able to get that back, at least half the shield. But, you know, the fact that Polo and Chris, neither one of them have any other shields, so a little bit of a problematic situation in the sense that you don't have that health advantage. And the fact that all of a sudden that just happened, you know that they probably have a sniper rifle, and you can't really maintain this. You don't want to waste a lot of resources here, so you kind of you play your own game and try to just maintain and dictate this fight so that you are the ones in control. It's just really hard when only one of your players has shield. They have a sniper rifle. One shot, any one of these three is going to go down.
Yeah, this is a real test of patience right now. You really want to see the Laxity wants to go for it, but given the rest of his team is not in a good spot to do it, it's just not worth it. Any scenario right now for Laxity, other than being up above, has just been not good for them. Oh, and this is going to be the icing on the cake coming up from above. The immediate heading comes on out, able to defend themselves. Acid's going to be down below. He needs to travel down and try to find this defensive posture. Not sure exactly where they're at right now. They're all swarming over like bees of honey. It's going to be Zitty from down below trying to find out whatever he can. He's going to run away, though. The aggressiveness from Lax coming on out. Can they hold it down? Can they find the aggression? No. They've gotten away. Almost got free. The rest of the team for Laxity, Caribou, I don't know where they're at. It seems like pretty much Laxity's by themselves in this ordeal in the 1v3.
Spectating on the fringe. Chris at least has now entered into the fray, but it seems like they've also kind of just traded positions here. Polo here as well now, so the fact that now have a little bit of an even trade. Young Alex off to the side, though. Looks like Laxity knows. He saw the shots coming across, so now we'll see what this move's going to be. But Chris just, somewhere along the line, got tagged a lot more than you really wanted to, down to 26 health. And this is all of a sudden significantly more problematic. I mean, they have to get in zone, stay in zone, and keep these walls up between them, knowing that this is not a fight they're currently in a position to win. And I think the other trio also knows that, and they know that this team doesn't have any shield at all. And they're just going to W key straight in. Laxity gets tagged from above. Want to get a couple shots to trade back. Good shotgun shot, but at the end of it, you just don't have the health to do it. Chris is going to get one at least traded, but it's just not a fight that they were poised to win at all.
And Laxity was the most well-prepared for that fight out of the entire squad, so losing him first is going to be a real pain in the neck for them. But not maybe as much as what AO's going through right now, almost finding some frags onto another player. I believe that's going to be OG player 43. Not able to find these shots just yet. No shield in the possession of player either. They're trying to find these shots. It's going to be a bit of a pray and pray, and prayers are answered. Able to find not one, but the shakedown as well. That's going to be really important to find the intel on these last other two members alive for his side. A bunch of extra utilities as well, but you don't really need to pick up the weaponry too much as you already purple across the board. Now, I'm curious, though, to see that Chris is actually getting a kill from the other engagement we last saw. Okay, but meanwhile, everybody else is skirting around the desert trying to make their way for an escape. But Spooky Squad able to find yet another one, almost wiping out another one in the process.
Yeah, continuing to stack them up. Got 3 now. Polo on the other side, down there at Sweaty, did get eliminated, so it's just up to Chris. And I'm curious if he is going to be able, because of the siphon that he's going to pick up, if he was going to turn around and go get those reboot cards, or if it's just going to be the story of Chris against the world for the rest of this game. Hey, yo, Spooky, taking a little bit of fall damage there. It's okay, it happens to the best of us. It's only a little bit, though. You can be able to get that back from the siphon real quick. Just go get an elimination. You're good to go. And I know they didn't drop Colossal because we saw them in a truck making their way over to this place. I think they were coming from the east side, if I'm not mistaken. So they might have gone over towards the docks. But they didn't drop here naturally. They just ended up in the spot. This is about to be something here between these two squads as well.
Oh, look how enclosed it all is. We haven't really seen an indoor fight like this in a while, especially in the mid-game. A lot of them have been early on with some lower-tier weaponry. But no, it looks like Edgar doesn't want to go for it necessarily yet. Maybe they want to go for a better position to do so, and maybe just have a better overpinch for the whole team to be able to collapse on them. Not seeing a whole lot, though, inside of this engagement. It might start momentarily, but right now it seems like maybe they're even blissfully unaware that the whole squad is in the same building as them, but underneath. Edgar, though, down below, might be able to find a little bit of recon to see where the other team is if they're still in that position. Tony's just jumping around looking for any sort of intel from above, not able to find any at all, but Shadows may give some tell that people are nearby. Again, not a lot really to be said about this engagement so far. No one has been able to really
find any kind of skirmishes. But speaking of skirmishes, Spooky's able to. Ayo is able to find some of Scrooner. This Scrooner is stuck between the dirt and the sand. He's been trying to get away, but he left a gigantic hole in his defense. He's going to make his way on in. Ayo is able to find another one, able to find the shots they're connecting. It's a bit of a really risky procedure, but the shakedown comes through. The rest of the squad has been discovered, and that is going to be an limp right there in front of our faces. Scrooner's going to fall. That's going to be the number 20 slot, now relegated away, it seems.
It's a good fight, and I like that using the hop rocks to just get straight in. You know, as soon as you get the wall out, immediately just W keying right into that one. Plus, you have Psycho on the top side to be able to drop in. So that's, I mean, they played that well. And as you mentioned, AO Spooky got his health back, but Bot, Trim, and Vibes, we said it in the last game. Looked like they were all kind of fractured and not really sticking together. This time around, all three of them are here, and they are certainly targeting Falcon here, who's at the mercy of this trio.
Oh, yeah, this is a tough position for Falcon right now, hanging around on the water, slowly drowning away. He's not there anymore. What just happened, says Drimix. Well, he's got to look around a little bit more. It seems like their one they've been hunting down has gotten away successfully, question mark. And they can't find Falcon, except he's running away on the stairs. It's a tough angle for everyone to find, but Falcon somehow able to go away like honey between fingers. Able to just skirt away as much as he can, but no, there's one more. It's end. Almost taking down Bot. That's going to be another squad wipe, it seems, as Falcon St. Falls. Uwe cheesing not too far behind. It looks like AO was able to find that after all. But even then, you're completely right, Caribou. We're seeing Spooky and Psycho all come together, and as a team, they are so much stronger than the sum of their parts.
Yeah, these, I mean, they are just steamrolling and just W-keying anyone and everyone that they come across. And definitely a team that has no fear, and they're not worried about whatever. I flip it back a little bit. Got to give props to Falcon for surviving that long. Almost getting away with it, too. He almost got a knock there. Got the bot down to 39 health before the siphon kicked in. But, I mean, that was good engagement there. Dream going down as well in the feed. So, seems like things still going on that side. But, I mean, this trio right here, they find someone, they see someone, and they just go. They just send it.
They're like robots.
That.
Like strict. They just look at the enemy and go, enemy detected, and they just go for it. Look at them right now. They are all hunting down an entire squad. Psycho's able to find Storm. That's going to be a great opening engagement there. King is also down as well. Juanito, the last one alive. A double Elim coming on through. Can they find Juanito? He drops. That is going to hurt tomorrow. If he's able to survive until tomorrow, that is. Juanito locking himself away down below. The Storm is going to come on through. That might be the ultimate murderer right there, but no. That's going to be the end, as we say. Meanwhile, though, other engagements near on buying the gas station. It's not Danny. We've only talked about him a few times, Caribou. And just hot off of a squad wipe, Spanish and AO and Psycho going to be making their way potentially towards another group. Dark Auction, of course, we've seen him before, and Danny. I don't know if they're prepared for what's about to happen, especially a three-way fight. Ooh. A four-way fight, no less.
That shot was dangerously close. Whoever's in that box just all of a sudden had their life flash in front of their eyes. Dark Auction just going straight in. Like he's got the jetpack too from the NPC that's in the desert. So curious to see that being actually utilized here, as we saw it come across one time on the East Coast. The first time, I don't think it got used when we were on East. Someone picked it up. I don't think they used it at all though. But these guys, I mean, they're just not stopping. I mean, they just picked up 3 more. And they have another team in front of them. And it's more than one. There's like 5 teams in front of them, but they're just going to keep going. It doesn't matter. And I mean, they have good loadouts. They have blue assault rifles, at least purple shotguns across the board. They don't have a lot of shield. I mean, Vanish here has the 6 minis. I didn't see what AO or Psycho had as far as their shields go, but I mean, they don't need it. They keep getting the siphons. They're fine.
That's right. Definitely having a really good plethora of artillery on their side. They're still just W-keying their way through. They want to find as much as they can. They want to get those elims and placements. They want to take their cake and eat it too. Can you really blame them in that position? No, I would too, if I were as good as Spooky or AO or Psycho. But right now, the Golden Men looking to see what their next target's going to be. There's plenty of options all around. But here's the thing too, Caribou, is that they're also an option to be targeted as well. They're playing it a little bit safer. They might be able to find the sniper shot, but he moves away just in time. That Fortnite timing. Might be able to find another one though. Straight headshot going through, but no, missing by pixels. Vanish isn't able to find that just yet. We're gonna try one more time though. It looks like that person didn't quite move just yet, but no, they find the return fire instead. They know.
I think I love the synergy of what's going on here because Vanish, whoever's standing behind him, he's giving him, like, I think it's Saiku. He's telling him, okay, I can see through the wall. They're peeking. Okay, edit the wall now. And all Vanish has to do is just stay ADS and just stay scoped in and try to hit the shots. I think little bit of a latency thing between him and the comms because it looked like he had it. It was lined up, but he just shot half a second early and took his own wall out, so they just had to put it back up. But I mean, they're doing exceptionally well. The teamwork is obviously very efficient here between them, and they've got themselves in a position where they can kind of watch everybody else go in, and they're taking all kinds of pop shots, free fire at everyone else rotating around, and they're not making it easy.
No. And I mean, look at how many names are on the board right now. So many different positions that we're seeing, and none of them really that great. Especially Vibe down below in the middle of nowhere, having barely any health. He does get a little bit more health back, but even then, it's going to get nullified right away by the Storm. But not Storm, a lot of bullets. Vanish, though, is in a great position. Eric the Android, someone we haven't seen too much, currently on fire, able to pick up Wormy a little bit more. They really, no, actually, no, I apologize. Oh, that is Wormy. They're just picking him up, chucking him around, getting some intel, and there we go. The rest of Wormy's squad is going to be infected, or at least detected. And this might be what Eric wants to go for next. I'm adjusting, though. It's going to be crashing down below at the bottom of a mountain. Definitely not a great spot to be in either, but Botbot and Soulmate being pulled down to the feed. It is just rough to watch.
Yeah, a lot of shots coming across here, and as the zone continues to travel over there, opportunity for a snipe, get the shot, miss, but Death King at the same time on the left, Blink just took a pop shot at you, and yeah, he noticed that, so he's gonna see if he can find a return angle on it. Go ahead, peek it. Oh.
Small pixels of a foot. Blink able to be in the game for this long. Has done a really good job. This might be the highest placing we have seen for Blink so far in this entire lobby. But that being said and done, though, things are not looking good again. You know, it's just never a comfortable position once you're in the final teens or like the early part. 14 placements and above, things are hairy for everybody here.
Yeah, and the zone going towards the water, not ideal.
Ooh.
So we'll see how that goes. Dev, they're gonna drop a little bit of fall damage, not too much though, be all right. Foxy picking up a couple, and that's, you know, another name that we were looking at to see what they're gonna be able to do here, moving into these later games. But pick up one more. Ayo Spooky goes down as well, and that's a full Elam. Blink is gonna get that one. So this is, well, as soon as I say Proxy's able to get a couple, Proxy also goes down to Proxy. So, well, not great.
Death King now hiding inside or trying to build into the gigantic estate that we see in Last Alive. A name we haven't seen in a while, getting bricked. Looking around to see what he can find as well. They're hiding away inside that pretty much the entire core of all these buildings here. We've seen a lot of names outside, but not a lot really going to full fruition. Looking at his ammo, though, and his utilities, he does have a full arsenal, especially that 60 sniper that we see, the purple one no less, is going to be huge if that's able to go, you know, if that's able to really find some fruition. Oh, was missing the shot barely. It's getting vanished. I think that did connect, in fact. Taking down most of his shield. Yeah, 110. Most of his shield's completely gone. And now they go for the elevated play. This is something we haven't seen in a while in the ending games. He's going to go for it. I don't know exactly who he's going to go for here, but he's landing down. He's going to drop shots. Somebody, it seems, unless someone detects him at first. He's super vulnerable. He's a little naked right now when it comes to him being vulnerable for all these shots. And he's just getting as much intel as he can for his team.
Yeah, maintaining high ground, you have all kinds of mats here as well. It's, I mean, mostly wood at this point. It's kind of not really what you want, but put the floor down, put the cone down, so you have 2 layers of protection just in case someone's trying to eliminate or try to give you any fall damage. Granted, you're above the water at this point. Well, not for much longer as this circle goes to continue over the land. Seeing people go and drop down, Storm Surge coming through onto Buttery, so another unfortunate end. There are all kinds of people up above who can look like to challenge high ground. Someone must have taken a rift fish or two as everyone makes the move across the water to this island. And again, it's just an interesting zone as to where we're going. It's an interesting part of the map. North of this stronghold, but high ground again. I mean, seeing what they're going to be able to do with this. They have 4 eliminations, but they don't want to build out of wood. That's why he's resorted to the metal now. I I fingers crossed for this squad that they have more.
Oh, the game stage has gone down already. That's not going to be good for the team. However, the rest of the team is going to be on the feet as well, but not in a good way. It's going to fall. Not having fully defended just yet. Just an absolute massacre in these buildings. Everyone's going down all at once. The numbers are melting away. Look at all this strength. Has the perfect opportunity to find so many elimination opportunities. Danny barely alive right now. He's going to get gone down. He's going to fall. Take some fall damage. Psycho is not in a great spot either. Might be able to have the elevated landing going down. We'll have to wait and see, though, if he's able to detect that. Eric the Android, former winner of one of these games, might be in a similar boat as well. He might drop down into the water and be completely stuck. Hexy's not too far behind either. Psycho gets revived, able to get back up full health completely. And there's so much going on for everybody. They have to keep chasing around the circle. If they can't escape, they could be instant death. It's not a great position to be in, though. We have Eric falling. Another champion to go. 3-on-1 out, 4 teams alive. It's only one left alive.
Bobby.
Who's gonna get it? And there we go. Control's gonna fall. It's up to Strix. It's up to Bobby. And it's now up to Saiku. All of his team members have fallen. They have such a great run so far. Can he make it last? Can he eliminate a 3v1? That's alive now. Able to find Strix. If he can find Strix, that's a gateway to victory. Maybe the fighting Caribou, but they're up above. The guard coming in. That might be the end right here. He's able to go down.
Good shots.
Trying to find it. No!
Got one more.
There you go.
You got the knock too.
Oh, such a close victory there, but Yellow just maintaining his life, able to keep themselves into the game all the way to the victory royale. This is the redemption story for Strix. A little silent for the majority of the game, finally came back towards the end, had a really interesting method of traveling across with the circle that I don't think we've seen yet. I'd love to hear an explanation.
I mean, mobility is always the name of the game, right? It's just a matter, like, and we saw there at the end, the Strix on the high ground, they had the mats to be able to maintain that one. And I don't know if it was one squad or two squads, maybe three squads. Rift
Blue
Fish,
squads.
and they just, it could have been all kinds of squads. There's so many squads taking Rift Fish to go from the land over the water into the island. And just the mobility to go from A to B to C. They were very well aware and in control of their movement that they had. When it goes into, that kind of final breakdown, Bobby, I'm a little concerned by that because they almost entered that one, and they got the shots to trade. I mean, he got the knock there. I think it was Saiku was able to trade a 1-for-1 there at the end, and the only reason that the victory royale came through was because Yellow was doing who knows what 6 stories above him on a staircase, taking some pop shots from above. But if it's anything else, like you're that close to throwing that game. But they were able to come out on top, and I mean, Saiku, Spooky with like 17, 18, and another 18 elimination game.
Yeah, that's easily going to put them in the #1 spot.
I said they were not going to be in 14th long.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what happens next. But before you do, if you want to be just like the rest of the squads that we just saw win so far, you can always participate in the Spring Championship happening later this year. And the signups are going to end on March 1st. So if you want to be like the amazing players that we see here today, you should sign up. You have, a month and a half to do it? You might as well.
Plenty
It's also going to be March in a month and a half. Holy.
Wow.
Oh boy, time flies by fast, but if you want to, you have great scholarship opportunities. It's great for a college experience as well. Make sure you do that. You might as well. You got nothing to lose, and it would be great to see it maybe commentated by us as well. But with all that said and done, we will be taking a small break to make sure we tune up everything for the next game, and we're coming close to the end, guys. So make sure you see 2 of the hypest matches we're probably going to have tonight.
I was always told growing up, it's gonna rot your brains, it's a waste of time, and then now I see where esports is at, and my family and I at home, we watch the League of Legends Championship. One of the students here at BC, he came to me and said, hey, we're really interested in starting an esports team. BC needs an esports team, and can you help us? I was a little bit apprehensive because I did not play video games and I wasn't sure what it would all entail. But then that same student came to my door almost every day the first week of school and said, have you talked to the principal? What's going on with the esports team? It's really because of the students. They were the ones that I felt like, because they're so interested, I think I can do this. My team, they never played League of Legends before, and them going from starting out just at the basic beginnings to now they're in the 30s and seeing how their team work, they're strategizing, and they've basically taken ownership of our team and run with it. It's been fantastic. At our school, leadership is really encouraged and admired among the students. With esports, my students get an opportunity in a different way than what maybe traditionally would be thought of as this is a leadership role you would have. So we have a team captain, we also have a team coach, and they really work really well with the students to kind of bring them together, and they are the ones that outside of school, they're practicing. We get 3 hours of practice a day. They come in at 7 a.m. in the morning, and they're waiting for me. They're like, hey, we're ready to go. Can we come in? Can we practice? Originally, we were practicing 3 days a week, and they were like concerned they weren't getting enough practice. They were like, can we do more? Can we squeeze in another day? So they wanted to do 5 days a week, but I was like, let's start with 3, let's build up to 4, and if we make it to playoffs, then we'll go to 5. They are just so motivated to kind of like take ownership of it. They basically decide beforehand what their bands are, who's doing what position, because I really would not have that kind of knowledge. And even though I don't play as much as they do, you know, you have to admire somebody who's built up their skill set. They've had to put in a lot of time and energy in order to be so good. And then when I play, I go like, wow, this is a lot harder than it looks. It has been wonderful watching how good my students have gotten in such a short amount of time.
You may call us broken records, but we call ourselves right in statisticians. That's such a hard to say, but we are looking at the stats now. Pointing here today. Let's see exactly what's going on here, because we see Strix now in the top place lead with a score of 129 and a lot of limbs to show for it.
Yeah, that's not too bad. It's averaging a decent amount, and that victory is certainly helping out right there. We're not going to flame. No flame allowed for Bobby, who apparently, supposedly lagged out, and that's why he fell to his demise at the end of that game. But we'll just take his word for it that that's what happened. Chexy, Ethan, and Eric, you know, another few that have made themselves consistently into the late game, but just have yet to repeat the success of that first victory that we earned. I think it was game 2, but they got that victory. Edgar, they're still sticking around as well. I mean, not averaging a whole lot of eliminations, but still averaging a decent enough placement points. But Spooky, and Saiku.
Oh, yeah.
That's the 18 and a half eliminations on average. And they, okay, get this, they're down 50 points. They've played 2 games. Out of the 4, they've only played 2, and they're in 6th place, 50 points out. And if they keep this up, I said they're not going to be in 14th long. They're not going to be in 6th long.
That's right. They've gone up, I don't even know, almost 10 places in the one match alone. Yeah. They are coming up, and they're coming up strong. This might be the dark horse victory that we're looking for at the beginning of the West Coast run. And doing it in fashion. If I was the top 5 teams, I'd be a little shaken right now, maybe trying to hunt them down in the beginning, seeing what they can do. But in the meantime, we'll have to wait and see if they are able to in game number 5. We're coming close to the end too, Caribou, with only 2 games left on the West Coast, and to conclude the championship that we have today as well.
West Coast, Best Coast. I mean, I say it, I'll stick to it. I know people in chat back me up on that one. They're doing pretty good, and it's relatively close competition. It's a 15-point disparity now between first and second, so it's starting to get a little bit of a gap, and then a little bit more to third. It's 16 points, quick math. So starting to get to a point where you're starting to distinguish the top of the leaderboard here. But anything could happen. It's any given Sunday type of thing, except any given Friday. Fortnite, whatever the case may be. But there's certainly a lot. And after that, it's 5, 6, 8 points difference between the next 2 slots in the leaderboard. It can go to anybody.
It really can. I think, we've been talking about the placements for so long now. I think a lot of it this time around is going to be eliminations. We've seen so many teams get high amounts of eliminations, but especially Spooky and Zyko, you have a cap at 20 elims per game, about the amount of points you can get, and they're averaging 18.5. If they're able to maintain that going into the last 2 games, they're going to get number 1 despite however big of a disparity it is.
That's what we call min-maxing, and they don't have to do anything extra. They don't got to do anything more. The problem with everything else is the rest of the lobby has to do something. If anyone else in the lobby wants those eliminations, wants those points, they have to take them, because Spooky and company, both of them, are just kind of just stealing all those points. And no one else is going to be able to do anything else about that. So if they want to kind of close this gap that's developing at the top of the leaderboard, they're going to have to make sure that Spooky and Co. don't get their 18 to 20 eliminations. And that's a tall order.
It is a tall order, but I think a lot of these teams are up to the task. We've seen a lot of early aggression, we've seen a lot of mid-game engagements, and we've seen a lot of eliminations in the final parts of each and every single game. But going to game number 5, the circle wasn't the previous game, the circle wasn't really that big of an issue for a lot of teams. There were some interesting strategies that went through, but let's talk about Strix and how quickly they were able to maneuver as a team across the circle that was rotating away.
Yeah, they were able to, and that's the thing that I mentioned as well, when you're using the bouncers or the shockwaves, sometimes you just get that random factor that you went that way, your teammate went that way, and then your third teammate went that way. And it's like, okay, now we're all split up. But all of them, relatively, were able to stick together, make the rotation, stay to the high ground as well. And they were able to maintain that high ground, sharing the resources, continuing to build it out of metal. They didn't have to resort to their wood at all. Bobby inted because he lagged. And decided to walk off the staircase. But beyond that, the rest of the team was able to make up for it. So, the synchronization and the fact that they're all able to stay together and maintain high is just everything that really ultimately led to them, because even though Strix traded with Psycho there at the end, technically got knocked, you still had Yellow, who was taking the pop shots from above, and, they're just covering each other's bases. So it was just a clinical sort of positioning to be in.
All right, here we go. Game number 5. Now, let's see if any history can repeat itself here. We haven't had a single secondary victory from any team yet on the West Coast, but that also could very well change. I'm expecting anything. Again, we've seen something new and unique every single game on the West Coast.
Yeah.
I'm starting to, inclined to believe West Coast might be the better coast in this instance. I don't want to make it a contest, I guess, but these games have been really fascinating to watch.
Yeah, I like the variety that this is offered, especially with what the Fortnite scriptwriters have done for us and where the zones have gone, because we've gotten a little bit closer than I really wanted to Coral Castle. Once we get that last zone, honestly, that last game was weird. Like just up there at Craggy and then just over into a random island where there's just nothing there. I guess that's an interesting position to end the game at, but we had the desert ending, we've had going around towards Slurpee. It's been a good variety to kind of mix things up across the board. And again, starting out here, Stealthy, I think we saw the Spooky trio drop here last round, but seemingly not here this time around. Well, they might be. There's another trio that is in the middle here. Not sure who it is. Nope.
None to.
Oh, it's Chexy. Eric. Okay. So our current second place team.
This is a team we have not seen at all yet. This is Drummer Boy, Savage, and Certified Cutie here, walking around, seeing what they can do. And Certified Cutie's already going to find a lot of action. Eric the Android getting stuffed out immediately. Wow. What an upset right off the rip. 2 minutes in, that's Eric the Android completely gone. There's still 2 more of the squad left behind. And this is going to be, oh, hey, guess what? Up above, there's another one. It's going to be Certified Cutie hiding away, but they're out for blood right now. They want to make sure they can get him. Kido trying to see what he can do in Slurpy Swamp, and this is a huge engagement. Not a lot of weaponry. This is more of a battle of team and skill rather than hell of disparities. And there you go. Another one's going to go down. They are getting revenge about taking down Eric the Android. Benny's going to fall completely, not take any fall damage. And what is going on?
Chaos everywhere.
Yes.
So
early on chaos.
Key getting the one there with that great tack upgrade there. I credit there to Certified Cutie. Able to outgun Eric there with the lever action, the green to the blue. Eric, by all rights, because the blue weapon is a little bit better, as according to statistics, you know, the rarity of it. But still, if you're able to hit the shots, got the first pull of the trigger, and able to capitalize on that. Also, just shout out to Certified Cutie for that skin. I love that anime skin. It's no cap the best one. But unfortunately, got knocked after that in the stronghold here. But see what this move is going to be out of this, because it's still JP Savage and Drummer trying to trade shots here. And it's just a peak battle. Just, no, you peek the ramp. No, you peek the ramp. Someone's going to peek the ramp.
Hopefully. Someone could go down the ramp too. I mean, it is just a stalemate at this point. No one's really winning these shots. It's going to be Judy right now trying to find some shots as well. Returning fire, but not having as much luck as Drummer Boy did. Both of them are not in a good spot to go for this peak battle. Looks like Judy's going to go full aggression, though, try to knock down that ramp. Drummer Boy has to relegate his spot, though. I think there's another person nearby. That's going to be JP, though. He's with Drummer Boy, so there's not going to be any engagement from below. Spooky, though, we have been seeing them so much more in these last few games. Oh, I guess we're not. Okay, and Spooky.
Got one.
But look how far away all these different teams are. No one's really battling up against each other. In fact, this is probably the closest matchup we see so far on the entire map. Aston's going to be dropping down, trying to find Polo. Is he able to? That's a great question, because Polo's up above. Aston might have the angle at times, but no one said the laxity. Finding themselves DPNO already. That's going to be an early elim already. That's another one taken down. That is a bit of an upset. We've already seen 2 champions go down this game already. We're only a few minutes in. Eric the Android fell. Laxity fell. And there's only a few more left that really needs to go down first for you to see an absolute upset for Game 5.
Yeah, and Polo, after getting tagged right there, suffered a little bit of fall damage, ultimately just not helping out the cause at all. But see if they're going to be able to get this one. Young Alex here is on the hunt. Blink as well. I mean, they are just chasing this down, and I mean, shot out of the air. That's you try to escape, but you have 3 people chasing you. A one shot's going to hit. There's nowhere you're going to be able to run.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do there. You have to play against the aggression. You have to play the gunfight, even if you don't want to. They're forcing you into it. JP, though, have to build his way up, trying to escape the clutches of another engagement. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. Texie's able to get the return fire, though. Certified Cutie, though, has been eliminated, and so is the rest of the team, minus Drummer Boy. Only 21 health now. I believe Cutie might be DBNO, trying to survive as much as he can with 0 utilities, 0 anything, really, except for a single purple rifle.
Yeah. Just survive. That's your mission right now, is just to survive as long as you can. Get out of here. You're granted running the opposite direction of where the zone's going to go. You just pulled the map up, probably now realizing that maybe I shouldn't run the straight opposite way is where I should be going, but at least get far enough away from the other team to be able to put some distance on. If you don't have the mats to put the walls up, Cheesy picking up another couple. Cheesy's one that's had an interesting, I guess, turn of events as the games have gone on, where it's, you get lucky that your teammates are there to help. I guess not lucky, but you can rely on your teammates that are always going to be there to help you out. If you do find yourself back against the wall on the other side, able to pick up a couple of good shots in Game 3 and Game 4. able to pick one elimination there in the feed as well, but Sweaty Sands pretty much down to just this trio here. See what their move is going to be. You see some people on the horizon just driving by in the woods, but this is just a point of take everything that you can while you make your way through here and go into zone. So North Central is going to be the start of this one.
And this reminds me a lot of the very first game we saw on West Coast, where things kind of stalled up quite a bit in the early to mid game. A lot of materials being acquired by most of the teams still alive at this portion, but still not a lot of aggression coming on forwards. There was a lot of unusual early aggression happening in the early game, and a lot of teams that we haven't really seen show up on the leaderboards are able to kind of find their place in this game. But as things keep going on, look at the weaponry that Curtsy's bringing out right now. 2 grays and a green lever, that's not really what you want to find in going into the mid-game. And if they find those long-range aggressions, if they find those gunfights, that is not what you want to have in your inventory there. So getting these materials are going to be really important. But as they move forward towards the circle, I think this team might find a lot of issues going up against their next triple team.
Yeah. And the fingers crossed, while you're making your move across, that you do find something that's a little bit better as far as an upgrade goes. Not a lot of buildings. I mean, you could try to hit up Salty here, see what happens if there's anything in there. But with the zone coming, granted, it's only going to be 1 tick per second, so not a whole lot you have to worry about. Plus, you have the car, so you're going to be more than okay traveling through. Just get some more mats along the way. I agree. This is a bit of a problematic position where they're in, but I mean, they're fine for them. I mean, this is about everything you would expect them to do, just to loot up as much as they can as the zone's coming in.
As long as they're able to stay on pace with the other teams and what other materials they have, they're fine. The issue is they have to stay on pace, and you don't know what other teams have when you're playing. And plus, you have to fight the zone. That's also another issue. It's not going to do too much damage right off the rip in the first zone, sure. But you got to keep in mind, other teams like OG Player, they're pretty kitted out. They have a lot more materials. They have some teleports with them. They have some minis. Things are looking really good for them. And luckily, though, not too far away from other players as well. They could find some engagements to help them get some more materials, but they're off onto a much better start.
Yeah, and you being in position here is the zone now going to be going to continue to the east past the middle of the map here, so going to start pulling over towards 30 Ducks. Might have a little bit of catty corner in that circle, maybe, depending on how far south that goes.
Oh, Luca!
Okay, Luca.
Oh, Luca is finding the team we were just talking about. Are they able to match up and square up between them? Drummer Boy's going to fall, so probably not. Actually, no, that wasn't the same engagement. I do apologize. That was from way a while ago. Cutie and others going down now. That team has been eliminated very far into the deep teens. That is, at this point, with only 1 game left after, we haven't really seen them break into the first page of the leaderboard. That might have solidified the replacements for this whole tournament.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there. Drummer, a valiant effort. He made it a long way. I mean,
oh yeah,
from Stella, it's quite the ground.
From the first engagement we saw, right. Absolutely.
And to be able to survive that long to get to this position, unfortunate, numbers game, just can't find a reboot fan along the way to get your team back in time. So you're gonna have to go down a little bit earlier on that one, but still 52 players here in the second zone, and see what this move's going to be for a lot of these players as they do continue to move in. This trio's got a little bit of ground to cover still. Granted, early still. Storm's not going to do a lot here. They got plenty of time. This is just collect the mats here. They still have some metal, really, apparently, is the one that they're missing out on most. But
could they? Oh, that would be a miracle shot if that was able to connect. But, you got to keep in mind, too, Caribou, because they're getting all these materials for this early on, and I guess you could consider this the mid-game now, all of this is just preparing for an absolutely wild endgame scenario here. We're almost trying to find another miracle shot. Instead, Pierce is going to find a lot of aggression from somewhere. Oh, who's it going to be? Well, it's going to be a team not too far behind. So Captain Nimble and company is trying to help out Peace, but no, they're also being attacked as well. Captain means, 27 health and a green. Now you got to rely on this full shot. No, not going to find a piece that's going to go down. Captain not too far behind. Fanatical, though, is in a really good spot in terms of health and shields. If he's able to match up again with either Peace and revive him or able to match up again with Captain, this could be a great spot to be in. But Peace, just kind of swimming away, trying to hope for the best here. And Jello's going to fall down too. The Spookies are still in the game, it appears. But, you know, with having no shields, with a teammate down, you have to rely a lot on Fano to really make this work.
Yeah, there's, you know, as long as he wants to float in the river, it's not going to last very long. So you get the shot to connect. Snipe's not going to. Now they know exactly where you're at. So at the beginning, a good start to this one. You have the 100 health back. You got the med kit off. Phenomenal to see if they're going to be able to support out of this. Try to help Manny and Tropics here. The ones that ended up winning in game number 1. See if they're going to be able to have any more success. They had a little bit of an early exit in the last round. Going to continue this with a numbers advantage now, which are the taking out piece here. They're on the hunt. Nimble and Phenomenal are running. There's more than a few teams that are around them.
Yeah, look at all the teams trying to get to the circle, all kind of separated, but, you know, they're all going to conjoin in the same, what would that be, a hemisphere of the circle at the same exact time. This is probably where we're going to see all the building start happening, and we can already see some teams going for it already. That's going to put OG in a weird spot because he's not really with the rest of his team too much. They are nearby in the buildings, but they're separated by the giganticness of how they formed it all together. OG player losing all of his shields right off the rip. It's going to be Oogway up above and towers having the elevated advantage there, but they're able to build up and tunnel their way over, possibly into their own buildings. And this could be huge insurrection coming out from below, but instead, no, they're not able to. They're going to all form together and kind of think of a coherent plan.
Yeah, with a couple squads here around, and this is a relatively sparse area. I mean, not a lot that you really have to work with. That bridge right there has a little bit of a spot where you can kind of post up under. There's not a lot of elevation change to this. There's not a lot of existing structures around this zone, so this is pretty much another one of those, kind of like what we saw with the desert final circle, where it's gonna be kind of make your own cover. You'll see a lot of people that are gonna just post up, as you said, you know, already getting in their builds, in their 1x1s, start to build their hotels and fine dining establishments. But I like where your head's at, Blink. The peek in this with the sniper, but unfortunate. Find yourself under fire now.
Yeah, unfortunately, physically, his head's not in a great position for himself. He's in a great position to be headshot, in fact. Yeah. Luckily, though, he's able to get away just in time. We're keeping an eye on him right now, but so many teams are up above. They had that, again, elevated advantage that could make things really difficult for them to maneuver themselves up across the mountain. Tropics is going to fall, though, so it seems like the team up top has a lot of issues happening, and that's going to be a full team wipe instead. But Prima, though, is able to find some materials left over from one engagement or a battle or another, and I'm not sure if that's an enemy across on the other side there. No, it will not be. They'll able to get some med kits, and there are stacked. Look at all the items on the ground, Caribou.
There's so many mats,
really
too.
Good to see. So much mats, so many med kits. This is going to be a crazy endgame for them.
Yeah, that's a great setup. And unbeknownst to Dom, Luca, the Premier, you know, they just kind of helped save the team that was down below that was trying to rotate. Where Blink was and his team, so didn't have the opportunity. And that's kind of what happens, you know, when you have a position where you're on the high ground, you're trying to zone hold somebody else that is below you, you just kind of get tunnel visioned, and that trio just kind of rolled up on him, and they were not ready at all, able to pick up a quick 3 and move on to the next engagement. But the fact that this 3 right here, Alex, Blink, I mean, they've been in the late game rather consistently. We've just seen fortuitous circumstances where all of a sudden they just get caught out, they get tagged, and something exactly like this, where you think you're fine, and then you're not fine.
No, this is not okay right now for Blink. 49 health in a dream, no shields in their possession. He has a lot of chances for a med kit and to get himself some minis. And really, at this point, you have to go on your reserves. You're being attacked by every single team member. I have no idea where his team is at this point. Hertzy's not too far behind, it appears, but they're separated enough where this could be a problem if one goes DB&O. Hertzy, though, knowing that they're above, has the audio cues, waiting for one of them to break open these walls and trying to get the shotgun or even some... maybe a mini going on. No, he's trying to edit around them, it seems. He's able to try to maybe get some staircase action going on, having to escape just in time. Blink is still separated down below, and if he gets DB&O, he might be in trouble. Hertzy, though, equally as much in trouble. So many gunfires going on right at the moment. You have to wonder, will this go in one team's favor or another? The circle's coming in closer by the second. Sure, there's a minute and 15 to worry about now, but even then, you have to worry about all these edits. You have to worry about the lack of materials. There's so much going on at once that these players' brains have to keep calculating. And yet, somehow, throughout all this, Kurtzy and company able to stay alive in the bottommost position of this building.
Yeah, for the time being, they're doing all right to maintain these walls, and I like this sort of audible where Bremer, Luca, and Dom have kind of just, okay, yeah, you're fine. We'll just let you be. We have
For
the
now.
walls in control. Yeah, they can make their rotation here, because in a second they're gonna have to worry about their own rotation, take a few pop shots just like that. See what they can find over on these hillsides opposite them. But they're maintaining their mats. I mean, they're not wasting anything here. They're not really over-committing into this engagement or into any of this. So they're playing that really smart. They just have to make sure that they get into the next zone safely.
Yeah, and that's going to be the biggest trick here to see a team pull off. All-Star's going to fall down. Uguay looking to get the snipe, not able to find a appropriate enough target. Not able to sneak his way in a bullet through any sort of wooden pieces. He's going to try to go for a quick scope, not able to find anything. And you kind of find yourself in that sniper tower position again. There is one, no, that's going to be a teammate down below. He's really has his eyes set on, I believe that's going to be Galactic Couch on the other team down below. So many other teams are exposed, but they're moving too fast. He can't land the shots. Combined with the 3 kills on their team, it's really good so far. They need to play for placements at this point. Being number 12 would not be a great way to end up with 3 elims. So if they can play it a little bit safe, more of an aggressive safety, they're able to find some shots. Not going to connect though. Have to wonder what Uguay wants to do next. He's just not able to find an appropriate position for any of these players, except for maybe one that misses the shot. You gotta be frustrated if you're in his shoes.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking, you gotta find an angle. Able to get one right there, the 27 on the shield, so looking to continue this pressure on. And, I mean, the teammates, that they're gonna be pretty close. I like their establishment of the high ground, continuing on the success that they can up here. And we've seen what the difference that height has on this. I mean, this trio, some med kit right there too. Just want to pick that up. But of course, can't max out with the 2 right there. But good to know, future reference. Plus, you got these 2 drops coming in, so this also might be something that is worth investing in because of the fact that you're already right there. You take that, shoot that out of the sky, maybe upgrade, and based off just a blue and green inventory, definitely going to be able to get something out of that. That's exactly what they're going to do here. I'm not surprised at all to see this box get built up, and we'll see this drop come in for them. Smart play. I like it.
Yeah, these are some good plays coming out from a whole bunch of teams. It's gonna be a loot crate that gets dropped down. A purple weaponry across the board. That's pretty good. Give it to your main gunners. That might be the way to go. Scrooner hasn't been able to find a Elam yet this game, but maybe giving the AK over to somebody else other than him who already has an Elam could be the way to go. Say nope. They're gonna say no to the purple in general. Not gonna go for it. And they're being surrounded by quite a few enemies as well. It's a tough position to be in. Now someone's battling for the 10th place on the bracket. A lot of these teams were on the leaderboards before. This was a bit of an upset early on, but now a bunch of teams, including Eric, who's now back alive, could make their way back to another second or first place win.
Yeah, and they've got themselves in a position here where going into late game, not bad loadouts. A little lackluster on the amount of ammo for that AR. It's not exactly ideal. I mean, you at least have the bandages, but fingers crossed, either Judy or Eric has the shields for the rest of the squad. Maybe someone's got the chug splashes or something, but, for what it is, they have a decent amount of materials. They're in a position where they don't have to rotate. They're already in zone, spreading the love with the ammo. A little concerning that Chexi's the one that has to give up the shotgun ammo, and now is only left with 15. Kind of tells me, as far as resources go, this team's struggling, but they do have at least all 3 of their players.
That's true. That is an advantage there, but what else is an advantage? It's Bricks. We haven't seen them in a while. They're finding Mr. Small Guy not able to connect all these shots, so he's going to survive a little bit under a dome, but I don't think it's not going to last much longer. He's going to get eliminated, and that's going to mean the whole squad wipe. No demon, no mercy. Now, the final 10, 26 members left alive all throughout. Definitely not all teams of 3. Very close. One's a 2 vert. But even then, it's a much safer round this time around. It's going to be the circle having to go far a ways away for everybody. But everyone's trying to play it safe. There is some aggressions down below. We're not quite seeing what it's going to be, but Strix is just moving on forwards everywhere he can. He wants to go for the aggression now. He wants to find those limbs. He has a shotgun. He has 2 purples, in fact. Caribou, this could be the Strix we know and love from earlier games coming back in full force for revenge.
Yeah, and this is the right play. To tunnel over here, get over, and just keep basically edge of zone at your back, and look back at everybody else as they make the rotations. Just hopefully this team has got enough resources. They're going to continue to tunnel up. I imagine probably going to put a bouncer on that wall that they just put up outside this box, and then they're going to take that from there. Good play to take out that floor right there. They're going to drop down on top of them, granted, but they're still able to at least mitigate some of the height advantage that Saiku and Spooky and other Spooky are trying to establish.
Oh man, but they're gonna be dropped down below. Psycho and the rest of the Spooky gang trying to hold on tight to the elevator, trying to be at the top of the mountain as long as they can. Eric Android, 15 health, already been revived. This is part 2. There's no second chances after that one. He has to do with what he can. Strix down below, playing the most early game of their lives, it seems. Let's see what they can do next. Couch is gonna skedaddle out of there. They don't want to deal with Strix at all. But as the numbers keep on dwindling down, the number of players keep on as well, of course, but even then, trying to kaboom out of there once again, not finding the most amount of luck when it comes to these players are showing up visibly. Cody's gonna fall completely. He's gonna eliminate Galactic Couch. I don't know even how they did that. He must have gone TBNO. It was the Storm that helped in tandem as well. Another squad possibly going down in tandem as well. So much going on. Speed checking, finding another one. Rick able to help with the edit. It's going to be another squad gone. They're the squad wipers. They're able to wipe away everybody. They're trying to combat against the Storm more than anybody else. They're trying to outrun it and everybody else. They have an almost complete squad. It's going to be Yellow who already fell. Tony's going to find his end from the Spooky squad. We already know who the last two teams are most likely going to be. And it's a battle of attrition to see who's going to outlast the other. That squad circling. Getting smaller and smaller. Stretch trying to survive the rain of blows coming on down. 100 cells. Yellow goes to 0.
Yep.
And Psycho comes in clutch all of a sudden. A 3-man squad
25.
able to come in for Victory Royale. That was probably the cleanest one we've seen yet.
Woo. Yeah, I mean, you're following Strikes the whole time down there on ground level, and that's exactly what's happening. Like, yeah, you're spectating Strikes who's just having a field day down there in the trenches.
Oh,
and
yeah.
just getting one shot after another. So, I mean, that's about what you expect because, yes, that's where you're going to be able to pick up a handful of eliminations. He got 2 or 3 at least out of that one, but height is everything. And when you have all 3 players on height, Strikes and his teammate, they tried to get Spooky and them off of height, but it just they couldn't maintain that pressure on that squad. So they're able to stay up there and they're just raining shots from above and they're able to pick off one after another and just get that free fire in. So while, yes, Strike's picking up a couple down below, while that's happening, the entire trio of Spooky, and Psy-Q get like 6. And they ended that game with 25 eliminations and a victory. Like, that's min-max to the max. I mean, they got everything they could out of that game. I said they weren't going to be in 14th long. They weren't. I said they're not going to be in 6th place long. I'd wager they're probably sitting in, like, 3rd, if not 2nd.
Very true, very true. Keep in mind, though, there is a cap when it comes to elims. You only get points for the first 20, so the extra 5 are just cool to see. That's going to help their personal stats, I guess, maybe their montages, but it won't go towards the actual point structure here. But if you want to be like Spooky and the rest of the squad and slowly make your way from 14th to 6th and potentially whatever placement they're in after this, why don't you consider joining the Spring Tournament Series as well for playversus.com? It'll be just like this, but later in the year. Registrations will end on March 1st, and you can sign up right now while you're watching the stream. You can learn to be like them from watching or even playing against them. That's the best way to improve, is to play against someone better than you. But maybe you'll be the one to come in first place. There's no real way of saying, but only one way to find out, though, and hopefully it's us casting you guys during then.
Yeah, Play Versus has just done phenomenal things across the scholastic market, and being able to provide these opportunities for high schoolers and collegiate kids to come in and be able to experience this and give out some scholarship money along the way. Great cause, great place to be. Highly encourage. Do it. Send it. What have you? I mean, you have nothing else to lose. What are you gonna do? Play video games? Yes,
exactly.
You are. We should play video games for a benefit at the end of the day
and get money. Yeah. Get all the money.
Easy decision.
But speaking of which, though, we're going to fine-tune things behind the scenes now while we set up the very final game of the night for the West Coast and for the entire tournament. It's going to be to see who is number 1, West Coast versus East Coast. We're going to have to compare points afterwards and see who came out on top after that last round, too. We have a lot to go over once we get started before game number 6, but all of that will have to wait for a few minutes while we get things set up. We'll see you guys then. Don't go anywhere.
My name is Justin St. Pierre. I'm the team captain for Maher Disruptors. My coach is one of my biggest supporters and helps me make sure I'm like on top of my schoolwork and improving my grades.
You know, if one kid gets excited, the other kids are going to follow. And I think that's contagious.
Being able to play at a level where it's very competitive and stuff like that has been good for me and all of the players.
It's really helped students become re-engaged in school.
D's and F's to A's and B's. Phenomenal. That in itself is worth for any school.
Now we're able, through Play Versus and through esports, bring those kids' passions.
So why would you not want to just jump in, support that student, and take it for as far as it'll go?
I think a lot of students have just gotten another sense of how to belong and how to create relationships outside of what were the traditional avenues.
And a lot of my students talk about how they feel safe in the esports program, and that's their family, that's their community. And I think that esports gives kids a future that they might otherwise not have.
Man, I wish that had been available when I was in high school.
Hey everyone, welcome back. This is it, the final round of the West Coast, and the final round of tonight's stream as well. This has been the Play Versus tournament that we've had so far, and of course it's helped being produced by the Nerd Street Gamers as well. You've probably heard of them as well, and it has been a blast to be in so far. My name is Keg, and we're joined by Caribou as well, and we're gonna see if the final matchup could be the game of Strix or the game of anybody else, another sleeper win coming through. But first, let's take a look at the stats and see what exactly has happened so far on the West Coast.
I am very excited to see what this leaderboard has to say based off of what we've seen Spooky do. The fact they got 25.
Oh, there it is.
Eat limbs. I mean, they're min-maxing. Yeah, third place. Okay, that's about right. My question is it too little too late? Because they have played 2 games less than everybody else, and they are in a position where they got some ground to make up, but I mean, 30 points is a lot. They can take second, but I don't know if they can get first.
I don't know, because if they can maintain their 20 for this next game, right, they would have to rely on Strix and company to like almost get no points at all across the board for this final game, and they've consistently been place 4 and above, so that's gonna be really difficult to maintain. They would have to straight up gun for them in the beginning, and with so many other players on the board, how can you keep track? You can't. So maybe it is too late, but it's certainly possible to get that second place finish. I'm really excited to see how this final game is going to go down. Maybe the first place could be solidified, but this is going to be a game of who can come out on second.
I might take that back. I think it might be feasible. They might actually be able to come out on top. I mean, if they keep doing what they're doing, there's a chance. Because
you get the points for winning, they would have to come in first of all. They would have to get 20 points ahead as well, because there's the maximum on that for the elims. So that is 26 points. That is exactly 161.
I think they literally have to repeat what they did last game, and just fingers crossed that Strikes, Bobby, and Yellow do a little bit worse. But it's within reach, maybe? It's close.
You would have to, I think, pretty much bank on that Strix and company get eliminated the very first team.
And maybe that's the strategy. Maybe
it is.
Because I don't know if they've dropped in the same location every single. I haven't been tracking where they go close enough from round to round. But if Spooky and company have been doing so, and they know kind of where they're at, if they follow them, take a 50-50. Sure, they're going to complain. It's griefing. It's, how dare you? I can't believe you would do that. But that's content, baby. That's competition. Like, it's the way it goes. I mean, it's not anything. It's don't do that. But it could be the way. That might be what they need to do. I don't know.
I think something interesting that came out of last game too is that we saw a whole lot of upsets in the very beginning. Eric the Android fell early on. His whole squad almost did. They did get the revive on him though. He made it to the end game, but even then, not enough to make it to the first or even third place slot. A lot of other upsets as well. I believe the Spooky gang got upset fairly early on as well, maybe towards the mid area, but there was a lot of other teams. Tropics, for example, another upset inside the swamps, slurry swamps, were taken down super early. And maybe again, that's part of the overall strategy we need to see from the Spooky duos, where they really have to keep trudging on forwards and make sure those upsets keep happening. They have to eliminate all the competition early on.
Yeah, and at that point, it's like just to play the game that you've been playing.
Yeah.
I mean, all they do is just W key everyone they come across, and but they're playing it smart. I got to give them credit for that, because like they're doing it right. They're not going abrasively into a fight that they are not ready for. They don't have the mats. They don't have the loadout, the weapons that they need. They're playing it smart, where they're not just running face first into a brick wall to try to get a wall replacement and take an elimination, and then boom, third, fourth, fifth partied. They're able to at least take a fight that they know they can win, and that's the way that it's gone. They've won every single fight because they're smart about it.
Yeah, what they like to do is they like to go in and collapse on them, whether it be elevated going down or even just blossoming out on various different tiers. They all trust themselves and their teammates enough to win those individual 1v1s. It's a matter of finding the most ideal position for them to do it. But here we go again. This is going to be the final round of the entire tournament here today, and see if they can remake history, maybe even repeat history here, and see if they can bring things forward. Now, again, we have so many different players and storylines we want to watch personally, but we just don't have enough people. We don't have enough eyes to do that. So we're going to have to pick and choose to see how they all tie together like a beautiful bow at the very end here. Because so far, we have seen so many upsets and so many beautiful stories out of each and every single game. But of course, if you want to keep those stories going before we get into the game, make sure you sign up for the Spring Championship up until March 1st. Let's see everyone drop down. I definitely want to see where Spooky and the gang drop out as well. That could be huge for them. But so far, it seems like they're taking their time doing so.
Yeah, we'll see. As everybody does make their way out, you've seen Bot, Dream, and Vibe. They've done decently well in some of their engagements that they've had. Curious to see what the play is going to be for them, because sometimes they just maybe the calm is for them just to not end up in the same place. Looks like going to be going over here towards Salty, and that's the wrong direction. I lied. It's not Salty. Salty's the other way. They're going east, not west. But at least sticking together this time around. I like the fact that they have that sort of cohesion, because that's been a thing. And granted, the fact that we can't listen to their comms, I don't know what's in their comms, but every other time, I feel like we spectate these guys and they're just split.
They've had a lot of issues early on in a lot of these rounds. There have been times where they just caught off guard completely, and I think it was even last round too. We saw them caught off guard inside the stronghold, if I'm not mistaken, between another team early on. And the things are already looking a lot better. Vibes having minis in his possession, drinking 2 of them, and having 50 shield. He already has all green weapons. Automatically, even if they are a little separated by a small town, this is infinitely a lot better than we've seen them perform in the past. But I want to see how they can do in this first engagement, and whether or not these aggressive engagements are going to come out sooner than later, because it has been a complete toss-up when it comes to a lot of the West Coast games.
Yeah, and I love that the variety's gone through like this, where it's like you have this sort of options. You don't have the same winners over and over. I mean, when we went to East, 5 of the 6 games were won by the same trio.
True.
And they were doing basically kind of what we see Spooky and company do, but instead they just won every single game. So it's relatively kind of reminiscent of that, but they just WK everybody. Spooky on the other side, they're a lot more bloodthirsty. They're picking up significantly more eliminations. I mean, I think on the other side, the highest average for East was like 9, 10, maybe. And there was like 2 or 3 squads that are around that limit. This time, like you have one squad that's like 6 or 7, and then you have a Spooky with like 20.
Pleasant Park, though, isn't being so pleasant at the moment. There's a lot going on. Laxity's almost able to find one, but I believe some other parts of the trio have been able to find a team wipe in the past here. Right now, it seems like some of the aggression's dying down. They may have found the full eliminations, and I believe they have. Paulo not too far behind to be all the way up top from everybody else. That seems like it was a full wipe right off the rip. Already one team completely gone. Not entirely sure which team that was, but there's another team not too far behind, only being separated a block away in terms of a city. You gotta wonder if Juanito's gonna go for that or not, or Storm, or prepping to go for this full-on assault. Hollow seems to be very much so, but they're preparing more of a defensive line than Juanito's side. Is that a rocket? No.
Where?
I thought I heard a rocket.
Maybe, I don't know. I didn't hear it. I don't know.
Oh, maybe I'm just going crazy.
Could be.
But crazy might have to be the play, though, for one of these teams. Look at Juanito and Storm. It seems like they're either a duo or already down a member. I'm not entirely sure if they're trying to barricade themselves in the house right outside the Storm, or if they're just waiting to see if Polo and company are trying to make a move. Now, if they are trying to make a move and waiting for them to be called out, that would be pretty smart. I think both instances would be pretty smart. But we can see Lax and Polo right now trying to go for the flank, but meanwhile, the retail row is just like straight up a scuffle. Captain Nimble's already be going down so many DBNOs across the board. I think it's only going to be Fanatical, the last one alive here. If he's not able to survive this shot. Oh, Lord, one gigantic shot is going to put him all the way out of his shields and all the way down in his health. He's not going to be able to survive this final shot. That might be the end of their run in this whole entire tournament today. No one's still alive. Not entirely sure which one it is. Captain Nimble's gone. Might be the last one, but that's going to be a DBNO there. And another team has been wiped away. Retail row is anything but retail or row right now. It has just been chaos.
I like what's going on here with Juanito. I was going to mention the fact of what we saw. You know, as you mentioned, a few squads with early exits, surprisingly, after winning a game at some point in this competition here. Laxity and company were in that position last game, but they found themselves with an early exit here. Now, you know, back against the wall in this incursion, able to come out on top. I mean, granted, Laxity going down, they're just going to get the reboot here. It's going to be an easy pickup, but a good fight for them to win out in this Pleasant Park fight. But it's just a little bit concerning in the sense that it took them this long, and they just haven't had quite the sequence that they want. But Phoenix in a firefight, it just shots point blank. Can't quite turn around fast enough. You got to crank up the DPI.
Oh, Eric Android coming in, robot skills, taking down Squash. That's where another one gone. It seems like another squad wipe happening super early on. Now, despite it being 52-72, there's only 5 teams that have been eliminated so far, and we're barely into the first circle. That's going to be pretty huge to see as the Storm has barely made its way into anywhere on the map. Chris, though, and Laxity, this whole team, I believe they may have taken down Juanito. I could be mistaken, though. I don't see them anywhere near Pleasant Park. That's going to be huge, and so much more materials in the possession of their team. This could be great for the mid or late game.
Yeah, it's a good start for them to be able to kind of take control of this, and, you know, being able to get the reboot then for Laxity as well. They're all going to be fine. You know, give Laxity a little bit to work with, plus you get all the loot from the trio that you just dropped. So we'll see what their next move is going to be. You see the zone. A little bit of the corner of Pleasant is in the mix here, but they have a ways to go as far as, you know, where the center zone is going to be as it starts to pull to the east, southeast side of the world. So very curious, you know, as we mentioned, the variety of where these circles have gone. If it continues to go in that direction, you're going to start to see the mountains come into play down there in the southeast. If we get so far as the Catty Corner, potentially into Misty again. We've had a little bit of zone ending around Misty and Lazy Lake before, but if we get even further than that, I would love to see the zone close around the mountains, because that is almost a surefire guarantee. You're going to get like 2, maybe 3 fall deaths, 100%.
Well, we have seen some games ending in the mountains as well, and they were really entertaining to watch. A lot of elevation had to be played super smartly. There was one where it ended at a waterfall, too. I'm struggling to recall the name of the team, but they had to build all the way up from a waterfall and try to find their way from the bottommost pillar all the way to the very top. And while they didn't win, they gave a strong showing of being, number 20 on the team list all the way down to number 2 or 3.
Yep. Yeah, just playing around the elevation too. I mean, you have to, at that point, it then emphasizes even more, how much materials that you can use, because when you do get up on those cliff faces, you have to worry about what you can do for waterfalling. You can worry about, if you have to go up or down any actual terrain as the mountains go through. It's not going to go so far south, so we're not going to have to worry about the snowy mountains down there. We're going to get a little bit of an interest in this as it goes to the eastern, pretty relatively central eastern side. So we'll see Dirty Docks in the mix here. Beyond that, it's kind of few and far between sparse. A little bot battle here. Chris, you gotta be careful. Sometimes these things are pretty lethal. But that's gonna be the jetpack secured.
Ooh, sometimes the bots can be a little tedious for some of the members of the team. I think we saw one bot kill very early on in the East Coast games. Something interesting, though, is that this might be the closest engagement we see on the entire map so far, Caribou. This has been a very kind of slow game in terms of getting aggressiveness out, but getting in terms of materials have been really good. But it's that desert that's providing so much clutterness for the teams, and I'm wondering if we're going to see another team wipe.
Yeah. And, I mean, the fact that you have all these resources available, especially, going across the desert, I mean, and the Hop Rocks, too. I mean, it's just extra mobility here. Granted that the effect only lasting a little bit of time there, but see what Strike's going to do here is around retail. I imagine we're going to see a little bit of attention here, paid and lazy, see if anyone's going to be rotating through. Not surprising to see some fishing action, see what they can pick up out of this. Maybe they do get a flopper out of it. I didn't see any rift fish picked up just yet. They do get anything good out of this. This is just more preparation from the Spooky Squad for the late game.
Oh, jellyfish.
Okay.
I feel like we can't underestimate how important it is to watch AO, Psycho, and Vanish right now, because they have been a team, like you mentioned, they didn't start playing West Coast games like the rest of these teams early on. They joined, game number 2 or 3, and they've been able to go from team number 14 to 6, and now 3. They're slowly making their way forward, and this could be the make or break game, depending on how they play, to potentially, not very likely, but potentially getting the first place win in the West Coast.
Yeah, it's certainly a long shot. It just barely missed that one by Avenger. I mean, he was able to get that snipe to connect the 105 on the body, but see if you can get it again. Look, go. Yeah, you hit it once, you might as well take a second one.
Yeah, might as well. I mean, we've been noticing these sniper shots have just not been working out very well for a lot of different members of each team. Sometimes even just standing targets have been a struggle at times. But, if it was all just, arrows and bullets when it comes to these shots, maybe outcomes of games would have been very different. We are looking at this pink team now, though. They do have a Scar in their possession. I'm wondering if they're going to go down and try to find a team to maybe try to wipe away as they get into the circle. It's going to be tough, though. Danny seems to be by himself. Definitely noticed. I don't think there's any chance that he hasn't been noticed. And if they're able to find him, especially how elevated they are right now, they're going to have to meet up with Cryptos and other members of the team. This could be huge to see them skirt away.
Yeah, they're definitely going to see that. The call is going to be made. See if they do go ahead and take this fight with them. I mean, they're just kind of watching on the fringe. I think at this point, just kind of respecting to go around. Little do they know, as soon as they potentially might turn. Maybe he wanted to shoot that gap up there because there's 2 more squads that are directly to their north now. So that might be an interesting little event that goes on. And that duo that's actually right there on the road to their north is the Spooky Trio. So I would not be surprised at all to see them go ahead and W key anybody that they find as they make their way north into this zone. And it's still actually kind of holding in this desert area. Obviously 90 seconds here before it does close in, and we're going to find out where the next one goes. But Schooner down out of this squad here. No eliminations for any of them, but they do have these players on the doorstep.
Yeah, I'm wondering how this is going to go for either team right now. These are two teams that haven't had too much of a showing on the leaderboards now, but a lot of aggressions coming out. Someone's going to get eliminated any second from now, but not a lot of shots are actually connecting. A lot of edits, though, coming to fruition, but even getting the drop has not been successful for Zoma. They've been going on down, trying to see where they can find anybody, but caught out without any kind of defense at all. It's going to be one of them, I believe the King himself, not going to be able to get away with too much health. He's going to be down to like 3 or 2. Another one going to be finding a lot of damage, but no, the
That's what I'm talking about.
Zoma's going to fall, but a refrag, a 1-for-1 comes through after Uwe able to take someone go up. And Zoma is apparently possibly going to be get back up. It's a squad wipe, it appears to be, I believe. If not, able to get him up just in time. That's going to be able to have a lot of safety, but no, safety's not going to last much longer. There's another squad coming up by. Of course, it's the Spooky squad. You don't want to mess with them. And that might be the end of Uwe right here and the rest of the squad. Only 14 health in a dream. Drinking a mini 25 shield. It's not enough to get past a 1v3, though. And with all of the aggression coming on through, they are collapsing on Uwe. And even being the Turtle Master himself, he can't get away from this one. He has to build him, and he has to move out of his way as much as he can. It is an absolute cat and mouse chase. It's 3 cats and 1 mouse. He could get away, though, if he's able to play his materials just right. No. He's hiding away, drinking another mini. It seems like this might be the end right here. Collapsing on down like an avalanche. Able to potentially find him. Where is Uwe? That's what we're asking. In there we go. Pop. Socket. Able to find him into a taunt. That's going to be another squad wiped away. A very good and valiant play from Uguay, though, trying to run away, not trying to engage into the fight. And a 1v3 like that, Caribou, it's tough. You have to run away. You don't have a lot of health. You don't have a lot of minis on you. You don't even have the weaponry to compete against one of them. You just have to run and hope for the best.
And from what it's worth, Cheesy did a really good job to tunnel through, almost gave him the slip, but they're just, I mean, these guys are just always aware of what's going on around them. So there's realistically nothing you can do. It ain't easy being Cheesy, and he's gonna get taken out. It's just the way that it's gonna go when you come across this trio that is at full health. Plus they get that drop, so anything that they needed upgraded, they got upgraded. Zone is going actually to continue to the center, so Colossal Coliseum gonna be in the mix here. This is not surprising to see them W key straight for this one and go straight towards Chris, where we saw them in Pleasant earlier. They were able to get Latch City back up, and now it's a fight for control of the Colossal.
There's a lot of control that needs to be taken over here. There's a lot of overtures, a lot of elevation, and Chris might have just ended his own life. Spooky's going to go down, completely eliminated. That's going to be a huge thorn in the sides of Psycho and Vanish, though. It's Thor trying to find the other one, but who knows? The shotguns to the back. Not a lot to really do here. Not a lot of rotations. As much as they can add it, they can't get the swerve. Where is this shot coming from? Black City, though, able to find another one. Gonna get knocked down. A complete squad wipe yet again. Polo's gonna fall as well. That's a lot of materials. That's a lot of purple on the ground. Now, Caribou, this is looking good for Spooky again, even if they're a member down.
Yeah, they able to get to Chris. Actually, he's able to get away barely by the skin of his teeth. He's got like 20 health, able to get some shield back on the run. I don't think he had the time to get the reboot cards, so it might just be at a point where Chris is kind of on his lonesome for the time being until potentially get back over here. But a good engagement there from these two. See if they're going to be able to hit a reboot bin. I don't know if one spawns there in the Colossal Coliseum, so they might not have an opportunity to get the other Spooky back, which at that point, if they are fighting for first place, is a little problematic.
Yeah, problematic is going to be the name of the game right now for this final matchup. We're seeing Strix build an entire house around trying to heal himself up with the minis again, getting shot up from an unknown location from up top. We're going to be going back to Vanish, though. He's able to find another squad. Now, keep in mind, they might have to play a little bit slower. They're a man down. Got caught out unexpectedly from AO, excuse me, getting caught out unexpectedly. But knowing them, knowing Psycho and Vanish, they like to push no matter what, no matter the call. And they are able to get the reboot going down. They have to be very stealthy about it. They don't want to be alerted. El Jefe and Galactic Couch, 2 different squads nearby. They get the revive. Back again. Wanting nothing but revenge. That's going to be AO coming back from the grave, able to land down very high, elevated up with all the weapons intact, it seems too. That's going to be a really good start. But here's the thing, though. You're looking at Strix. He's down below. He has no elevated advantage, and he sees another team that could be prime pickings for the hunt.
Yeah, see what his move's going to be coming out of this one. Yellow, I mean, on the rotation, they were able to pick up 2. Strikes just got those 2 more. And I like the use of the immediate pickup and then the rift to get back on the high side, because all those are your builds. You can edit all of those. Plus, you're able to then finish the unfinished business you had. They're able to eliminate Chris out of the squad that was their previous engagement with Laxity. So they ended up getting that full squad wipe as well, and now have their own full 3-piece back. They're in a really good position. Their problem is this trio right here that is currently pushing to this position, and this is going to be a very important fight.
This will be important. This could determine the entirety of the tournament right here. We have Spooky versus Strix's team. The number 1 and number 3, 6 teams right now going neck and neck. Now, there was a recent revive coming out for AO. Another team seemingly going down. That's going to be Speedster off the screen. But these two teams going neck and neck now. This is not going to be an ending engagement here, but whoever wins this could come out on top for the entirety of the tournament and for the prize pool. Psycho hiding down below, unaware it seems that anyone's up above. He knows where his teammates are, having no seemingly any cues of where other teammates can be. Strix though is making a gigantic platform, so the shotgun shots are going to be going down, knocking down the wall. The Spooky, everything's happening all at once. The shield's going to melt away from Strix. This is getting scary again. Strix has been able to survive up until now. This won't be like game number 2 where he went down early on, but this is going to be Spooky trying to lay down the cover fire as they're being chased away. Things are getting really heated in the Coliseum right now, Caribou, and if Yellow falls, this is the beginning possibly of a domino effect for the number 1 team.
Yeah, see if they're going to be able to finish this one out. I mean, just the fact that you're going to start this, and this is the thing that there's the question mark, right? This is an important fight if it does happen, and I don't think that these three are going to let this trio between Strix, Yellow, and Bobby get away with this one. Ayo Spooky right there in between with a great shot, and then all of a sudden you are in the good lord, garbage disposal.
So much going on all at once. Spooky just being able to carry on top, takes down Strix. I believe another one's going to go down as well. Another DBNO. AO is going to be DBNO as well. Going to get some minis going up as well. Trying to figure out how to get to his teammate before Psycho does. Or actually, no, Psycho, they're on the same team. They can both get the revive. All that being said and done, though, inches away from the storm, they are able to come out on top here. Yellow's going to fall as well. Dark Auction way off somewhere else. Falls as well. And if anyone else is left alive for the Strix stack, it's going to be only one. 2 of them got eliminated. Not sure where these bullets are coming from. They might be just trying to escape here. But all in all, Spooky stack able to come out on top almost flawlessly in that engagement, minus what happened to AO.
Yeah, this is, I mean, at this point, just try to get the health back. They do have the chug splashes. They have plenty of shields to go around. So they are going to be sitting very healthy. Plus, pick up one more elimination. All of a sudden, boom, full scything. You're good to go. This trio, as you mentioned, though, one is left alive. Bobby did get away, so he's able to drop down to the ground level. That reboot van on the north side of Colossal no longer in the mix, so it's going to be up to Bobby to just survive. And these three right now, I mean, they've got 12 to their name. Oh, that's a little bit of gravity. That's okay.
Oops, there goes gravity.
Hate it when that happens.
AO, though, was able to find 9 Danny. That's going to be the first of 3 of a squad that was right nearby them. It seems like Vanish, though, doesn't want to quite go for them just yet. Oh, no, they are. I thought they were in a different direction. Cryptos, though, hiding way, way down in the crypts below as well. The storm's coming on in, and Dev's team might be having some issues along with Eric. They're storied above each other. It's going to be an absolute mess. Chaos and pandemonium once again for these final acts. Only 9 teams left alive, 22 left out of all of the players in the lobby of the original 72. 50 have fallen and 20 survive now, but looking throughout, no one really has a great position over one another besides Vanish. They do have some elevation, but not the intel to boot.
And I got to give credit as well. On the other side, I mean, you looked at Diego, Edgar, and Tony. They're still alive. That full trio is still there as well. So, looking at this, plus you got Galactic Poxy and Buttery. Buttery's had the worst of luck through a few of the middle games. So the fact still surviving here in the end game. No eliminations as of yet, but looking to improve on that one. So at least 3 full trios here that are pretty close to each other. Bobby, it's only a matter of time. So now your first place team down and out. They are gone. And now it is up to this team right here to absolutely take care of business. Edgar gonna get the knock on Vanish. Spooky, though, is pretty important.
This is going to be bad. He has to carry them. He has to manhandle Vanish all the way, possibly to the same place to get the revive. Oh, no, he's trapped! Completely trapped! crap. There's no test to revive. Are we going to see a strict sacrifice? We do. You have to let go. You have to let go. Psycho, the both the spookies are completely gone. The storm's consuming you. But you still want to go for the kills. You still want to get some of the limbs as long as you can. Whatever you can at this point. You have to get those placements. Number 7's not good enough for Psycho. He has all the limbs. He has all the weaponry. He has so much to work with for now. Down the man advantage. He's able to find Dev. Dev can't build in time. That's going to be an elim. So many DBNOs look across the map. Caribou, so many have gone down. Edgar's going to fall. He was a previous champion for one of the rounds. This is not good. Eric's not too far behind either. Same team, though. Judy's balls. That's going to be a .com warrior completely gone.
Oh, there's so many people. Oh, gets hit with a rift.
He's jumping down. He has the elevation once again. Eric's android fell. He was able to get another one. Was that a complete squad wipe?
All I know is he gets health back from that.
That was a triple kill. 9 limbs for Psycho. Now, he's been the quieter member for the Spooky stack up until now, but now rocking 9. That's going to be 9 plus 8. That is 17 kills for them. Only 3 more, and if they get the number 1 spot, this could theoretically be a 161 points. He's going to be slowly going on down. No one's woken up just yet. He's going to land on the roof. He's going to hear him.
Oh, good shot.
Another one going down. No! Number 2, 3 is going to be where they end up. But even then, they outstrict. Oh, okay, now. Only 2 teams left alive. It's a 2v1. Where are the last ones alive? Where is he? He's down below. It's Avenger. You're going to have to call them now. This isn't, I don't even know, destruction. This isn't the planet Titan anymore. There's no Thanos to help you now. It's Avenger climbing up the victory. Survive. He has to survive. He has to find the pop shots where he can.
Oh, no.
All the materials fall. He's trying to find whatever he can. It's not looking too good, and he explodes everywhere. Edgar, number 1 again. The only team, I believe, to get a victory royale twice in the West Coast side. That was beautiful to watch. Holy moly. Caribou, what happened with Psycho in a triple kill?
Big brain stuff right there. And I don't... That was not his Rift Fish. So I don't know where that Rift Fish came from, but I think that was just a panic because, I mean, Psycho was doing so well, got the knock there onto Dev, immediately got a second knock, and I missed the name of who it was, almost got the third one there onto Eric, and then there was some 4th person that came down the ramp and I think must have had a Rift Fish because they both just got sent up into the sky. And then with the storm coming through, the eliminations to help and get the +2 there onto Psycho, it's just to help add to their total. But that is going to be something that definitely is going to make things very interesting as soon as the leaderboard does get all calculated. Like I said, we don't do math here. There's people behind the scenes that are significantly better at it. That's why they do that.
Much smarter than us.
Me no smart, me no not math. No thank you. But
with that being said, one statistic we do know, however, Caribou, is that this was the lowest kill game, a limb game that we've seen so far for Spooky in the stack. Psycho, AO, and Vanish, a combined 17 kills. The lowest we've seen. The lowest.
What?
Yeah. 17 eliminations for the final game. Their average before this was around 21 per round. Now, they have to suffer with a whopping 17. Oh, the misery.
Shucks. Bummer. Unfortunately, we said, I think they'd have to repeat in order to take over first place, and it was a tall order because of the fact that, as we mentioned, they had 2 games less than everybody else. They started in game number 3. So had they been here for all 6 games, imagine that they'd probably be in contestation for first place, if not sitting in that and be the ones with the 30-point lead going into the last game. Huge credit to their performance. I mean, 17, and that's the lowest number that you put up. I also got to give a lot of credit there to Edgar, Diego, and Tony. That trio, they were doing very well. They had game 2, game 3, they really stepped up, had a solid performance. They're always there in the late game. They always were, in the conversation, in the mix to get this. But at the end of it, it's either going to be like the Chexy, Eric, Judy, or the Spooky, or Strikes, or one of those, the people that continue to show up in the kill feed, it's just going to end up taking them out. So just unfortunate they couldn't quite get the shots to connect when they needed to in the late game. As I mentioned, it's completely different ball game. You get to the late game, it's a disaster. You got to edit, you got to keep track of where everyone's at in the builds, try to maintain high ground, make sure you're not wasting your materials, you find the floppers, it's a laundry list of stuff. And unfortunately, they just couldn't take care of it when it comes down to it, but they still were able to get that victory there. So that's definitely going to help them on the leaderboard. Huge credit to them.
It was absolutely amazing to watch the West Coast play. East Coast, West Coast, it doesn't matter. All the players on each side were able to bring out some of the best and most unique gameplay between different regions. It was definitely a lot more chaotic on the West Coast side, and we're still waiting on the leaderboard to see where exactly everyone sits at, but wow, that top 3 spots were heavily contested compared to the East Coast.
Yes, and I loved that. I love that because some of the other competitions that I've seen, there's always like kind of what we saw in the East. There's one team that's just gone. I mean, they take the leaderboard and they have left the zip code. This time around, I love the fact that it is a closer competition. I mean, you have 2 points separating second and third going into that game. And then you have between fourth, fifth, sixth, 12-point separation. And then, another 12 points to 7, 8, 9. Like, it's incredibly close as to where the leaderboard stacks out going into that final round. And I love good competition. It's quality content, good entertainment. And at the end of the day, it's like I pretend like I know what's going to happen on the leaderboard, but I have no idea.
That's right. We predicted that maybe, just maybe, if the worlds collide or, all the stars align as well, maybe, just maybe, Vanish, AO, and Psycho could maybe take number 1. I'm going to say they easily take number 2. I don't think they can hit the number 1 slot just because they didn't play the full 6 games.
Yeah, and I think if they do get a +1 more, like if they do get like a 5th game even, like one more game, I think is enough for them to be able to take that. But, it's looking to see what it's going to go to the points. So, as we mentioned, I don't know. We have no idea what the leaderboard's going to look like. So let's find out.
Here we go.
What's it look like?
But no, hold on though. Here's the thing. You would say, what? It's tied. It's 79, 179, 179. No, the elims are the tiebreaker for the points.
No
so
chance.
It's even 179 between number 1 of Vanish, AO, and Psycho, and number 2 of Strix, Bobby, and Yellow. Barely coming out on top. An average of 19.8 elims across the entirety of all the games they played. That's what made them come into number 1. They matched out perfectly with number 1 and number 2. Perfectly.
One less elimination in any of the 4 games they played, and they're in second place. It comes down to something as minuscule as that. That's insane. I didn't think they were going to do it. But as I mentioned, huge shout out to Edgar, sitting there in the 3rd place slot. That's incredible that it comes down to an elimination tiebreak. I mean, Avenger, going in. Avenger and Falcon both. We saw them just like in the worst of positions, unfortunately. Like they just find themselves like that close to where they need to be. They get to the late game, but they just can't get the eliminations. And then while they're off looking in left field, they're getting hit from the right. And it's just unlucky as to the way that it went. And the same thing with Buttery. It's just unfortunate luck where you just half a second where you caught your defenses are down. And that's the end of the day.
I feel like a lot of that, though, we have to give the Psychos triple kill at the very end. That was unexpected. I don't, we have to go in frame by frame and see how that actually happened because I would love to see his perspective on that. But overall, oh man, Fortnite is a crazy game. But thank you very much for Play Versus for allowing us to commentate this. But if you want to join in on the crazy action, maybe either get a triple kill like that yourselves in the final game, or even be a part of a triple kill, you can always join the Spring 2021 Championship that PlayVersus.com is bringing out. You have until March 1st to have your ability to sign up with either yourself or the rest of your team, and you have a lot of scholarship opportunities too. Learning's important. Furthering your education is important too, but it requires money. These guys can provide a scholarship for you if you're able to play above and beyond like everybody else. But only one way to find out, and that requires you guys to sign up in the audience or maybe have a redemption game from what we just saw today. Again, the world is your oyster when it comes to stuff like this, and we'd love to commentate you for the spring one as well. But with all that being said and done, that's the end of it. There's no more games now. We're going to have to wait all the way until spring, Caribou.
A lot closer than you think. I mean, March 1st is the deadline, and it's like Yeah, like 6 weeks. That's whatever. It's fine. I got plenty of time. And all of a sudden, boom, it's February 27th. And you're like, tomorrow's the last day of February because it only has 28 days. And I forgot how calendars work. And then, well, maybe too little too late. So make sure you get on it. Write it down somewhere. Stay on it. But I mean, I love doing events like this. I love what Playversus and Nerd Street, when they team up to do stuff like this. It's awesome to be able to promote both an educational sort of approach to this as well as the esports, because it is a budding market, and scholastic esports is just rapidly exploding. And I think this is a phenomenal opportunity that a lot of players really should capitalize on if they do have the opportunity to participate in scholastic esports. 100% do it. And if you don't have one yet, go to your school sponsors, go to teachers, counselors, something like that, to try to set it all up, because this is a phenomenal area that is just only going to get bigger in the coming years.
That's absolutely correct, Caribou. I couldn't have said it better myself. Speaking of which, Caribou, we can find you on Twitter at Confused Caribou. You can find myself on Twitter at Keglanek. That's right down below. That's our names. Yeah, go follow us. But also make sure you follow Nerd Street Gamers and Playversus, both at their respective ats of their names themselves. But until then, until maybe the Spring Championship, it's us signing out, and we'll see you guys hopefully very soon. Lit. Woo-wee. All right, good shit, dude.
Hella. Imagine we're gonna get yanked back over against our will.
Yeah, I don't mind. I like talking.